The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton, Volume 1, Section 13. When it was the 19th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph commanded this story and those of the sister and the Kalandars to be recorded in the archives and be set in the royal muniment chambers. Then he asked the eldest lady, the mistress of the house, Knowest thou the whereabouts of the Ifritah who spelled thy sisters? And she answered, O Commander of the Faithful, she gave me a ringlet of her hair, saying, Whenas thou wouldest see me, burn a couple of these hairs and I will be with thee forthright, even though I were beyond Caucasus mountain. Quoth the Caliph, Bring me hither the hair. So she brought it and he threw the whole lock upon the fire. As soon as the odour of the burning hair dispread itself, the palace shook and trembled, and all present heard a rumbling and rolling of thunder and a noise as of wings, and lo! the Jinniyah, who had been a serpent, stood in the Caliph's presence. Now she was a Moslemah, so she saluted him and said, Peace be with thee, O Vicar of Allah! Whereto he replied, And with thee also be peace, and the mercy of Allah and His blessing. Then she continued, Know that this damsel sowed for me the seed of kindness, wherefore I cannot enough requite her, in that she delivered me from death and destroyed mine enemy. Now I had seen how her sisters dealt with her and felt myself bound to avenge her on them. At first I was minded to slay them, but I feared it would be grievous to her, so I transformed them to bitches. But if thou desire their release, O Commander of the Faithful, I will release them to pleasure thee and her, for I am of the Moslems. Quoth the Caliph, Release them, and after we will look into the affair of the beaten lady and consider her case carefully, and if the truth of her story be evidenced, I will exact retaliation from him who wronged her. Said the Ifritah, O Commander of the Faithful, I will forthwith release them, and will discover to thee the man who did that deed by this lady and wronged her and took her property, and he is the nearest of all men to thee. So saying, she took a cup of water and muttered a spell over it, and uttered words there was no understanding. Then she sprinkled some of the water over the faces of the two bitches, saying, Return to your former human shape. Whereupon they were restored to their natural forms and fell to praising their Creator. Then said the Ifritah, O Commander of the Faithful, of a truth he who scourged this lady with rods is thy son, Al-Amin, brother of Al-Ma'amun; for he had heard of her beauty and loveliness, and he played a lover's stratagem with her and married her according to the law and committed the crime, such as it is, of scourging her. Yet indeed he is not to be blamed for beating her, for he laid a condition on her and swore her by a solemn oath not to do a certain thing. However, she was false to her vow, and he was minded to put her to death, but he feared Almighty Allah and contented himself with scourging her, as thou hast seen, and with sending her back to her own place. Such is the story of the second lady, and the Lord knoweth all. When the Caliph heard these words of the Ifritah and knew who had beaten the damsel, he marvelled with mighty marvel and said, Praise be to Allah, the Most High, the Almighty, who hath shown His exceeding mercy towards me, enabling me to deliver these two damsels from sorcery and torture, and vouchsafing to let me know the secret of this lady's history. And now by Allah we will do a deed which shall be recorded of us after we are no more. Then he summoned his son Al-Amin and questioned him of the story of the second lady, the portress, and he told it in the face of truth. Whereupon the Caliph bade call into presence the Kazis and their witnesses and the three Kalandars, and the first lady with her sister's German, who had been ensorcelled; and he married the three to the three Kalandars, whom he knew to be princes and sons of kings, and he appointed them chamberlains about his person, assigning to them stipends and allowances and all that they required, and lodging them in his palace at Baghdad. He returned the beaten lady to his son Al Amin, renewing the marriage contract between them, and gave her great wealth and bade rebuild the house fairer than it was before. As for himself, he took to wife the procuratrix and lay with her that night; and next day he set apart for her an apartment in his serraglio, with handmaidens for her service and a fixed daily allowance. And the people marvelled at their Caliph's generosity and natural beneficence and princely wisdom. Nor did he forget to send all these histories to be recorded in his annals. When Shahrazad ceased speaking, Dunyazad exclaimed, "O my own sister, by Allah, in very sooth this is a right pleasant tale and a delectable; never was heard the like of it. But prithee tell me now another story to while away what yet remaineth of the waking hours of this our night." She replied, "With love and gladness, if the King give me leave." And he said, "Tell thy tale and tell it quickly." So she began in these words: The Tale of the Three Apples. They relate, O King of the age and Lord of the time and of these days, that the Caliph Harun al Rashid summoned his Wazir Ja'afar one night and said to him, "I desire to go down into the city and question the common folk concerning the conduct of those charged with its governance; and those of whom they complain we will depose from office, and those whom they commend we will promote." Quoth Ja'afar, "Hearkening and obedience!" So the Caliph went down with Ja'afar and the eunuch Masrur to the town and walked about the streets and markets; and as they were threading a narrow alley, they came upon a very old man, with a fishing net and crate to carry small fish, on his head, and in his hand a staff; and as he walked at a leisurely pace he repeated these lines: They say me thou shinest a light to mankind, with thy lore as the night which the moon doth uplight. I answer, a truce to your jests and your gibes; without luck what is learning? A poor devil wight. If they take me to pawn with my lore in my pouch, with my volumes to read and my ink case to write, for one day's provision they never could pledge me, as likely on doomsday to draw bill at sight. How poorly indeed doth it fare with a poor, with his pauper existence and beggarly plight! In summer he faileth provision to find, in winter the fire pot's his only delight. The street dogs with bite and with bark to him rise, and each losel receives him with bark and with bite. If he lift up his voice and complain of his wrong, none pities or heeds him, however he's right. And when sorrows and evils like these he must brave, his happiest homestead were down in the grave. When the Caliph heard his verses he said to Ja'afar, "See this poor man and note his verses, for surely they point to his necessities." Then he accosted him and asked, "O Shaykh, what be thine occupation?" And the poor man answered, "O my lord, I am a fisherman with a family to keep, and I have been out between midday and this time, and not a thing hath Allah made my portion wherewithal to feed my family. I cannot even pawn myself to buy them a supper, and I hate and disgust my life and I hanker after death." Quoth the Caliph, "Say me, wilt thou return with us to Tigris' bank and cast thy net on my luck, and whatsoever turneth up I will buy of thee for 100 gold pieces." The man rejoiced when he heard these words and said, "On my head be it! I will go back with you;" and returning with them riverwards made a cast and waited awhile. Then he hauled in the rope and dragged the net ashore and there appeared in it a chest padlocked and heavy. The Caliph examined it and lifted it, finding it weighty; so he gave the fisherman 200 dinars and sent him about his business, whilst Masrur, aided by the Caliph, carried the chest to the palace, and set it down and lighted the candles. Ja'afar and Masrur then broke it open and found therein a basket of palm leaves corded with red worsted. This they cut open and saw within it a piece of carpet which they lifted out, and under it was a woman's mantilla folded in four, which they pulled out, and at the bottom of the chest they came upon a young lady, fair as a silver ingot, slain and cut into 19 pieces. When the Caliph looked upon her he cried, "Alas!" and tears ran down his cheeks; and turning to Ja'afar he said, "O dog of Wazirs, shall folk be murdered in our reign and be cast into the river to be a burden and a responsibility for us on the Day of Doom? By Allah, we must avenge this woman on her murderer, and he shall be made die the worst of deaths." And presently he added, "Now as surely as we are descended from the sons of Abbas, if thou bring us not him who slew her, that we do her justice on him, I will hang thee at the gate of my palace, thee and 40 of thy kith and kin by thy side." And the Caliph was wroth with exceeding rage. Quoth Ja'afar, "Grant me 3 days' delay;" and quoth the Caliph, "We grant thee this." So Ja'afar went from before him and returned to his own house, full of sorrow and saying to himself, "How shall I find him who murdered this damsel, that I may bring him before the Caliph? If I bring other than the murderer, it will be laid to my charge by the Lord. In very sooth I wot not what to do." He kept his house 3 days, and on the 4th day the Caliph sent one of the Chamberlains for him and, as he came into the presence, asked him, "Where is the murderer of the damsel?" To which answered Ja'afar, "O Commander of the Faithful, am I inspector of murdered folk, that I should ken who killed her?" The Caliph was furious at his answer and bade hang him before the palace gate, and commanded that a crier cry through the streets of Baghdad, "Whoso would see the hanging of Ja'afar the Barmaki, Wazir of the Caliph, with 40 of the Barmecides, his cousins and kinsmen, before the palace gate, let him come and let him look." The people flocked out from all the quarters of the city to witness the execution of Ja'afar and his kinsmen, not knowing the cause. Then they set up the gallows and made Ja'afar and the others stand underneath in readiness for execution. But whilst every eye was looking for the Caliph's signal, and the crowd wept for Ja'afar and his cousins of the Barmecides, lo and behold! a young man, fair of face and neat of dress and of favour like the moon raining light, with eyes black and bright and brow flower white and cheeks red as rose and young down where the beard grows, and a mole like a grain of ambergris, pushed his way through the people till he stood immediately before the Wazir and said to him, "Safety to thee from this strait, O Prince of the Emirs and Asylum of the poor! I am the man who slew the woman ye found in the chest; so hang me for her and do her justice on me." When Ja'afar heard the youth's confession he rejoiced at his own deliverance, but grieved and sorrowed for the fair youth. And whilst they were yet talking, behold, another man well stricken in years pressed forward through the people and thrust his way amid the populace till he came to Ja'afar and the youth, whom he saluted, saying, "Ho thou the Wazir and Prince sans peer, believe not the words of this youth. Of a surety none murdered the damsel but I. Take her wreak on me this moment; for, an thou do not thus, I will require it of thee before Almighty Allah." Then quoth the young man, "O Wazir, this is an old man in his dotage who wotteth not whatso he saith ever, and I am he who murdered her; so do thou avenge her on me." Quoth the old man, "O my son, thou art young and desirest the joys of the world, and I am old and weary and surfeited with the world. I will offer my life as a ransom for thee and for the Wazir and his cousins. No one murdered the damsel but I; so Allah upon thee, make haste to hang me, for no life is left in me now that hers is gone." The Wazir marvelled much at all this strangeness and, taking the young man and the old man, carried them before the Caliph, where, after kissing the ground 7 times between his hands, he said, "O Commander of the Faithful, I bring thee the murderer of the damsel." "Where is he?" asked the Caliph, and Ja'afar answered, "This young man saith, I am the murderer; and this old man, giving him the lie, saith, I am the murderer; and behold, here are the twain standing before thee." The Caliph looked at the old man and the young man and asked, "Which of you killed the girl?" The young man replied, "No one slew her save I;" and the old man answered, "Indeed none killed her but myself." Then said the Caliph to Ja'afar, "Take the twain and hang them both." But Ja'afar rejoined, "Since one of them was the murderer, to hang the other were mere injustice." "By him who raised the firmament and dispread the earth like a carpet," cried the youth, "I am he who slew the damsel." And he went on to describe the manner of her murder, and the basket, the mantilla, and the bit of carpet, in fact all that the Caliph had found upon her. So the Caliph was certified that the young man was the murderer, whereat he wondered and asked him, "What was the cause of thy wrongfully doing this damsel to die, and what made thee confess the murder without the bastinado, and what brought thee here to yield up thy life, and what made thee say, 'Do her wreak upon me'?" The youth answered, "Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that this woman was my wife and the mother of my children, also my first cousin and the daughter of my paternal uncle, this old man who is my father's own brother. When I married her she was a maid, and Allah blessed me with 3 male children by her. She loved me and served me, and I saw no evil in her, for I also loved her with fondest love. Now on the 1st day of this month she fell ill with grievous sickness, and I fetched in physicians to her; but recovery came to her little by little, and when I wished her to go to the Hammam bath, she said, 'There is something I long for before I go to the bath, and I long for it with an exceeding longing.' 'To hear is to comply,' said I, 'and what is it?' Quoth she, 'I have a queasy craving for an apple, to smell it and bite a bit of it.' I replied, 'Hadst thou 1,000 longings I would try to satisfy them.' So I went on the instant into the city and sought for apples, but could find none. Yet had they cost a gold piece each would I have bought them. I was vexed at this and went home and said, 'O daughter of my uncle, by Allah I can find none.' She was distressed, being yet very weakly, and her weakness increased greatly on her that night, and I felt anxious and alarmed on her account. As soon as morning dawned I went out again and made the round of the gardens one by one, but found no apples anywhere. At last there met me an old gardener, of whom I asked about them, and he answered, 'O my son, this fruit is a rarity with us and is not now to be found save in the garden of the Commander of the Faithful at Bassorah, where the gardener keepeth it for the Caliph's eating.' I returned to my house troubled by my ill success, and my love for my wife and my affection moved me to undertake the journey. So I gat me ready and set out and travelled 15 days and nights, going and coming, and brought her 3 apples which I bought from the gardener for 3 dinars. But when I went in to my wife and set them before her, she took no pleasure in them and let them lie by her side; for her weakness and fever had increased on her and her malady lasted without abating 10 days, after which time she began to recover health. So I left my house and betaking me to my shop sat there buying and selling; and about midday behold, a great ugly black slave, long as a lance and broad as a bench, passed by my shop, holding in hand one of the 3 apples wherewith he was playing. Quoth I, "O my good slave, tell me whence thou tookest that apple, that I may get the like of it." He laughed and answered, "I got it from my mistress, for I had been absent and on my return I found her lying ill with 3 apples by her side, and she said to me, 'My horned wittol of a husband made a journey for them to Bassorah and bought them for 3 dinars.' So I ate and drank with her and took this one from her." When I heard such words from the slave, O Commander of the Faithful, the world grew black before my face and I arose and locked up my shop and went home beside myself for excess of rage. I looked for the apples and finding only two of the three, asked my wife, "O my cousin, where is the third apple?" And raising her head languidly, she answered, "I wot not, O son of my uncle, where 'tis gone." This convinced me that the slave had spoken the truth; so I took a knife and, coming behind her, got upon her breast without a word said and cut her throat. Then I hewed off her head and her limbs in pieces and, wrapping her in her mantilla and a rag of carpet, hurriedly sewed up the hole which I set in a chest and, locking it tight, loaded it on my he mule and threw it into the Tigris with my own hands. So Allah upon thee, O Commander of the Faithful, make haste to hang me, as I fear lest she appeal for vengeance on Resurrection Day. For when I had thrown her into the river and none knew aught of it, as I went back home I found my eldest son crying, and yet he knew naught of what I had done with his mother. I asked him, "What hath made thee weep, my boy?" and he answered, "I took one of the three apples which were by my mammy and went down into the lane to play with my brethren when behold, a big long black slave snatched it from my hand and said, 'Whence hadst thou this?' Quoth I, 'My father travelled far for it and brought it from Bassorah for my mother who was ill, and two other apples, for which he paid 3 ducats.' He took no heed of my words and I asked for the apple a second and a third time; but he cuffed me and kicked me and went off with it. I was afraid lest my mother should swinge me on account of the apple; so for fear of her I went with my brother outside the city and stayed there till evening closed in upon us. And indeed I am in fear of her; and now by Allah, O my father, say nothing to her of this, or it may add to her ailment." When I heard what my child said I knew that the slave was he who had foully slandered my wife, the daughter of my uncle, and was certified that I had slain her wrongfully. So I wept with exceeding weeping and presently this old man, my paternal uncle and her father, came in, and I told him what had happened and he sat down by my side and wept, and we ceased not weeping till midnight. We have kept up mourning for her these last 5 days, and we lamented her in the deepest sorrow for that she was unjustly done to die. This came from the gratuitous lying of the slave, the blackamoor, and this was the manner of my killing her. So I conjure thee by the honour of thine ancestors make haste to kill me and do her justice upon me, as there is no living for me after her." The Caliph marvelled at his words and said, "By Allah, the young man is excusable. I will hang none but the accursed slave, and I will do a deed which shall comfort the ill at ease and suffering, and which shall please the All glorious King."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 20th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph swore he would hang none but the slave, for the youth was excusable. Then he turned to Ja'afar and said to him, "Bring before me this accursed slave who was the sole cause of this calamity; and if thou bring him not before me within 3 days thou shalt be slain in his stead." So Ja'afar fared forth weeping and saying, "Two deaths have already beset me, nor shall the crock come off safe from every shock. In this matter craft and cunning are of no avail, but he who preserved my life the first time can preserve it a second time. By Allah, I will not leave my house during the 3 days of life which remain to me, and let the Truth, whose perfection be praised, do e'en as he will." So he kept his house 3 days, and on the 4th day he summoned the Kazis and legal witnesses, and made his last will and testament, and took leave of his children weeping. Presently in came a messenger from the Caliph and said to him, "The Commander of the Faithful is in the most violent rage that can be, and he sendeth to seek thee, and he sweareth that the day shall certainly not pass without thy being hanged unless the slave be forthcoming." When Ja'afar heard this he wept, and his children and slaves and all who were in the house wept with him. After he had bidden adieu to everybody except his youngest daughter, he proceeded to farewell her, for he loved this wee one, who was a beautiful child, more than all his other children; and he pressed her to his breast and kissed her and wept bitterly at parting from her, when he felt something round inside the bosom of her dress and asked her, "O my little maid, what is in thy bosom pocket?" "O my father," she replied, "it is an apple with the name of our lord the Caliph written upon it. Rayhán, our slave, brought it me 4 days ago and would not let me have it till I gave him 2 dinars for it." When Ja'afar heard speak of the slave and the apple he was glad and put his hand into his child's pocket and drew out the apple and knew it and rejoiced, saying, "O ready dispeller of trouble!" Then he bade them bring the slave and said to him, "Fie upon thee, Rayhán! Whence haddest thou this apple?" "By Allah, O my master," he replied, "though a lie may get a man once off, yet may truth get him off, and well off, again and again. I did not steal this apple from thy palace nor from the gardens of the Commander of the Faithful. The fact is that 5 days ago, as I was walking along one of the alleys of this city, I saw some little ones at play and this apple in hand of one of them. So I snatched it from him and beat him, and he cried and said, 'O youth, this apple is my mother's and she is ill.' She told my father how she longed for an apple, so he travelled to Bassorah and bought her 3 apples for 3 gold pieces, and I took one of them to play withal." He wept again, but I paid no heed to what he said and carried it off and brought it here, and my little lady bought it of me for 2 dinars of gold. And this is the whole story. When Ja'afar heard his words he marvelled that the murder of the damsel and all this misery should have been caused by his slave. He grieved for the relation of the slave to himself while rejoicing over his own deliverance, and he repeated these lines: "If ill betide thee through thy slave, make him forthright thy sacrifice. A many serviles thou shalt find, but life comes once and never twice." Then he took the slave's hand and, leading him to the Caliph, related the story from first to last, and the Caliph marvelled with extreme astonishment and laughed till he fell on his back and ordered that the story be recorded and be made public amongst the people. But Ja'afar said, "Marvel not, O Commander of the Faithful, at this adventure, for it is not more wondrous than the history of the Wazir Nur al Din Ali of Egypt and his brother Shams al Din Mohammed." Quoth the Caliph, "Out with it! But what can be stranger than this story?" And Ja'afar answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, I will not tell it thee save on condition that thou pardon my slave." And the Caliph rejoined, "If it be indeed more wondrous than that of the 3 apples, I grant thee his blood; and if not, I will surely slay thy slave." So Ja'afar began in these words the tale of Nur al Din and his son. Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that in times of yore the land of Egypt was ruled by a Sultan endowed with justice and generosity, one who loved the pious poor and companied with the Olema and learned men; and he had a Wazir, a wise and an experienced, well versed in affairs and in the art of government. This Minister, who was a very old man, had 2 sons as they were 2 moons; never man saw the like of them for beauty and grace; the elder called Shams al Din Mohammed and the younger Nur al Din Ali; but the younger excelled the elder in seemliness and pleasing semblance, so that folk heard his fame in far countries and men flocked to Egypt for the purpose of seeing him. In course of time their father, the Wazir, died and was deeply regretted and mourned by the Sultan, who sent for his 2 sons and, investing them with dresses of honour, said to them, "Let not your hearts be troubled, for ye shall stand in your father's stead and be joint ministers of Egypt." At this they rejoiced and kissed the ground before him and performed the ceremonial mourning for their father during a full month; after which time they entered upon the Wazirate, and the power passed into their hands as it had been in the hands of their father, each doing duty for a week at a time. They lived under the same roof, and their word was one, and whenever the Sultan desired to travel they took it by turns to be in attendance on him. It fortuned one night that the Sultan purposed setting out on a journey next morning, and the elder, whose turn it was to accompany him, was sitting conversing with his brother, and said to him, "O my brother, it is my wish that we both marry, I and thou, two sisters, and go in to our wives on one and the same night." "Do, O my brother, as thou desirest," the younger replied, "for right is thy recking, and surely I will comply with thee in whatso thou sayest." So they agreed upon this and quoth Shams al Din, "If Allah decree that we marry two damsels and go into them on the same night, and they shall conceive on their bride nights and bear children to us on the same day, and by Allah's will thy wife bear thee a son and my wife bear me a daughter, let us wed them either to other, for they will be cousins." Quoth Nur al Din, "O my brother Shams al Din, what dower wilt thou require from my son for thy daughter?" Quoth Shams al Din, "I will take 3000 dinars and 3 pleasure gardens and 3 farms; and it would not be seemly that the youth make contract for less than this." When Nur al Din heard such demand he said, "What manner of dower is this thou wouldst impose upon my son? Wottest thou not that we are brothers and both by Allah's grace Wazirs and equal in office? It behoveth thee to offer thy daughter to my son without marriage settlement; or, if one need be, it should represent a mere nominal value by way of show to the world, for thou knowest that the masculine is worthier than the feminine, and my son is a male, and our memory will be preserved by him, not by thy daughter." "But what," said Shams al Din, "is she to have?" And Nur al Din continued, "Through her we shall not be remembered among the Emirs of the earth. But I see thou wouldest do with me according to the saying, 'An thou wouldst bluff off a buyer, ask him a high price and higher;' or as did a man who, they say, went to a friend and asked something of him, being in necessity, and was answered, 'Bismillah, in the name of Allah, I will do all what thou requirest, but come to morrow;' whereupon the other replied in this verse, 'When he who is asked a favour saith to morrow, the wise man wots 'tis vain to beg or borrow.'" Quoth Shams al Din, "Basta! I see thee fail in respect to me by making thy son of more account than my daughter; and 'tis plain that thine understanding is of the meanest and that thou lackest manners. Thou remindest me of thy partnership in the Wazirate, when I admitted thee to share with me only in pity for thee and not wishing to mortify thee, and that thou mightest help me as a manner of assistant. But since thou talkest on this wise, by Allah, I will never marry my daughter to thy son; no, not for her weight in gold." When Nur al Din heard his brother's words he waxed wroth and said, "And I too, I will never, never marry my son to thy daughter; no, not to keep from my lips the cup of death." Shams al Din replied, "I would not accept him as a husband for her, and he is not worth a paring of her nail. Were I not about to travel I would make an example of thee; however, when I return thou shalt see, and I will show thee how I can assert my dignity and vindicate my honour. But Allah doeth whatso He willeth." When Nur al Din heard this speech from his brother he was filled with fury and lost his wits for rage; but he hid what he felt and held his peace; and each of the brothers passed the night in a place far apart, wild with wrath against the other. As soon as morning dawned the Sultan fared forth in state and crossed over from Cairo to Jizah and made for the Pyramids, accompanied by the Wazir Shams al Din, whose turn of duty it was; whilst his brother Nur al Din, who passed the night in sore rage, rose with the light and prayed the dawn prayer. Then he betook himself to his treasury and, taking a small pair of saddle bags, filled them with gold; and he called to mind his brother's threats and the contempt wherewith he had treated him, and he repeated these couplets: "Travel, and thou shalt find new friends for old ones left behind; Toil, for the sweets of human life by toil and moil are found. The stay at home no honour wins, nor aught attains but want. So leave thy place of birth and wander all the world around. I've seen, and very oft I've seen, how standing water stinks, and only flowing sweetens it, and trotting makes it sound. And were the moon for ever full, and ne'er to wax or wane, man would not strain his watchful eyes to see its gladsome round. Except the lion leave his lair, he ne'er would fell his game; except the arrow leave the bow, ne'er had it reached its bound. Gold dust is dust the while it lies untravelled in the mine, and aloes wood mere fuel is upon its native ground. And gold shall win his highest worth when from his goal ungold, and aloes sent to foreign parts grows costlier than gold. When he ended his verse, he bade one of his pages saddle him his Nubian mare mule with her padded selle. Now she was a dapple grey, with ears like reed pens, and legs like columns, and a back high and strong as a dome builded on pillars. Her saddle was of gold cloth, and her stirrups of Indian steel, and her housing of Ispahan velvet. She had trappings which would serve the Chosroes, and she was like a bride adorned for her wedding night. Moreover, he bade lay on her back a piece of silk for a seat, and a prayer carpet under which were his saddle bags. When this was done, he said to his pages and slaves, I purpose going forth a pleasuring outside the city, on the road to Kalyub town, and I shall lie 3 nights abroad. So let none of you follow me, for there is something straiteneth my breast. Then he mounted the mule in haste, and taking with him some provaunt for the way, set out from Cairo, and faced the open and uncultivated country lying round it. About noontide he entered Bilbays city, where he dismounted and stayed awhile to rest himself and his mule, and ate some of his victual. He bought at Bilbays all he wanted for himself, and forage for his mule, and then fared on the way of the waste. Towards nightfall he entered a town called Sa'adiyah, where he alighted and took out somewhat of his viaticum and ate. Then he spread his strip of silk on the sand, and set the saddle bags under his head, and slept in the open air, for he was still overcome with anger. End of Section 13 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1.
Hello, listeners. This is Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Priya, India. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Section 14. When the morning dawned, he mounted and rode onwards till he reached the holy city Jerusalem, and thence he made Aleppo, where he dismounted at one of the caravansaries, and abode 3 days to rest himself and the mule, and to smell the air. Then, being determined to travel afar, and Allah having written safety in his fate, he set out again, wending without wotting whither he was going, and having fallen in with certain couriers, he stinted not travelling till he had reached Bassorah city, albeit he knew not what the place was. It was dark night when he alighted at the khan, so he spread out his prayer carpet, and took down the saddle bags from the back of his mule, and gave her with her furniture in charge of the doorkeeper, that he might walk her about. The man took her and did as he was bid. Now it so happened that the Wazir of Bassorah, a man short in years, was sitting at the lattice window of his palace opposite the Khan, and he saw the porter walking the mule up and down. He was struck by her trappings of price, and thought her a nice beast fit for the ridings of Wazirs or even the royalties, and the more he looked, the more he was perplexed, till at last he said to one of his pages, "Bring hither yon doorkeeper." The page went and returned to the Wazir with the porter, who kissed the ground between his hands, and the minister asked him, "Who is the owner of yonder mule, and what manner of man is he?" And he answered, "O my lord, the owner of this mule is a comely young man of pleasant manners, withal grave and dignified, and doubtless one of the sons of the merchants." When the Wazir heard the doorkeeper's words, he arose forthright and, mounting his horse, rode to the Khan and went in to Nur al-Din, who, seeing the minister making toward him, rose to his feet and advanced to meet him and saluted him. The Wazir welcomed him to Bassorah and, dismounting, embraced him and made him sit down by his side and said, "O my son, whence comest thou and what dost thou seek?" "O my lord," Nur al-Din replied, "I have come from the Cairo city, of which my father was whilom Wazir, but he hath been removed to the grace of Allah." And he informed him of all that had befallen him from beginning to end, adding, "I am resolved never to return home before I have seen all the cities and countries of the world." When the Wazir heard this, he said to him, "O my son, hearken not to the voice of passion, lest it cast thee into the pit. For indeed many regions be waste places, and I fear for thee the turns of time." Then he let load the saddle bags and the silk and prayer carpets on the mule, and carried Nur al-Din to his own house, where he lodged him in a pleasant place and entreated him honourably, and made much of him, for he inclined to love him with exceeding love. After a while he said to him, "O my son, here am I, left a man in years, and have no male children, but Allah hath blessed me with a daughter who eveneth thee in beauty, and I have rejected all her many suitors, men of rank and substance, but affection for thee hath entered into my heart. Say me, then, wilt thou be to her a husband? If thou accept this, I will go up with thee to the Sultan of Bassorah, and will tell him that thou art my nephew, the son of my brother, and bring thee to be appointed Wazir in my place, that I may keep the house, for, by Allah, O my son, I am stricken in years and aweary." When Nur al-Din heard the Wazir's words, he bowed his head in modesty and said, "To hear is to obey." At this the Wazir rejoiced and bade his servants prepare a feast and decorate the great assembly hall, wherein they were wont to celebrate the marriages of emirs and grandees. Then he assembled his friends and the notables of the reign and the merchants of Bassorah, and when all stood before him, he said to them, "I had a brother who was Wazir in the land of Egypt, and Allah Almighty blessed him with 2 sons, whilst to me, as well ye wot, he hath given a daughter. My brother charged me to marry my daughter to one of his sons, whereto I assented, and when my daughter was of age to marry, he sent me one of his sons. The young man now present, to whom I purpose marrying her, drawing up the contract and celebrating the night of unveiling with due ceremony, for he is nearer and dearer to me than a stranger, and after the wedding, if he please, he shall abide with me, or if he desire to travel, I will forward him and his wife to his father's home." Hereat one and all replied, "Right is thy recking." And they all looked at the bridegroom and were pleased with him. So the Wazir sent for the Qazi and legal witnesses, and they wrote out the marriage contract, after which the slaves perfumed the guests with incense, and served them with sharbat of sugar, and sprinkled rose water on them, and all went their ways. Then the Wazir bade his servants take Nur al-Din to the Hammam bath, and send him a suit of the best of his own especial raiment, and napkins and towelry, and bowls and perfume burners, and all else that was required. After the bath, when he came out and donned the dress, he was even as the full moon on the 14th night, and he mounted his mule and stayed not till he reached the Wazir's palace. There he dismounted and went to the minister and kissed his hands, and the Wazir bade him welcome. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 21st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir stood up to him and, welcoming him, said, Arise and go into thy wife this night, and on the morrow I'll carry thee to the Sultan and pray Allah bless thee with all manners of weal." So Nur al-Din left him and went into his wife, the Wazir's daughter. Thus far concerning him, but as regards his eldest brother, Shams al-Din, he was absent with the Sultan a long time, and when he returned from his journey, he found not his brother. And he asked of his servants and slaves, who answered, "On the day of thy departure with the Sultan, thy brother mounted his mule fully caparisoned as for state procession, saying, I am going towards Kalyub town, and I shall be absent 1 day or at most 2 days, for my breast is straitened, and let none of you follow me." Then he fared forth, and from that time to this we have heard no tidings of him. Shams al-Din was greatly troubled at the sudden disappearance of his brother, and grieved with exceeding grief at the loss, and said to himself, "This is only because I chided and upbraided him the night before my departure with the Sultan. Haply his feelings were hurt, and he fared forth a travelling, but I must send after him." Then he went in to the Sultan, and acquainted him with what had happened, and wrote letters and dispatches, which he sent by running footmen to his deputies in every province. But during the 20 days of his brother's absence, Nur al-Din had travelled and had reached Bassorah. So after diligent search the messengers failed to come at any news of him, and returned. Thereupon Shams al-Din despaired of finding his brother, and said, "Indeed, I went beyond all bounds in what I said to him with reference to the marriage of our children. Would that I had not done so! This all cometh of my lack of wit and want of caution." Soon after this he sought in marriage the daughter of a Cairene merchant, and drew up the marriage contract, and went in to her. And it so chanced that on the very same night when Shams al-Din went to his wife, Nur al-Din also went to his wife, the daughter of the Wazir of Bassorah, this being in accordance with the will of Almighty Allah, that He might deal the decrees of destiny to His creatures. Furthermore, it was as the two brothers had said, for their two wives became pregnant by them on the same night, and both were brought to bed on the same day. The wife of Shams al-Din, Wazir of Egypt, of a daughter, never in Cairo was seen a fairer, and the wife of Nur al-Din, of a son, none more beautiful was ever seen in his time. As one of the poets said concerning the like of him, "That jetty hair, that glossy brow, my slender-waisted youth of thine, can darkness round creation throw, or make it brightly shine? The dusky mole that faintly shows upon his cheek, ah, blame it not! The tulip flower never blows undarkened by its spot." And as another also said, "His scent was musk and his cheek was rose, his teeth are pearls and his lips drop wine, his form is a brand and his hips a hill, his hair is night and his face moonshine." They named the boy Badr al-Din Hassan, and his grandfather, the Wazir of Bassorah, rejoiced in him, and on the 7th day after his birth made entertainments and spread banquets which would befit the birth of the king's sons and heirs. Then he took Nur al-Din and went up with him to the Sultan, and his son-in-law, when he came before the presence of the king, kissed the ground between his hands, and repeated these verses, for he was ready of speech, firm of sprite, and good in heart, as he was goodly in form. "The world's best joys long be thy lot, my lord, and last while darkness and the dawn overlap. O thou who makest, when we greet thy gifts, the world to dance and time his palms to clap." Then the Sultan rose up to honour them, and thanking Nur al-Din for his fine compliment, asked the Wazir, "Who may be this young man?" And the minister answered, "This is my brother's son," and related his tale from first to last. Quoth the Sultan, "And how comes he to be thy nephew, and we have never heard speak of him?" Quoth the minister, "O our lord the Sultan, I had a brother who was the Wazir of the land of Egypt, and he died, leaving two sons, whereof the elder hath taken his father's place, and the younger, whom thou seest, came to me. I had sworn I would not marry my daughter to any one but to him. So when he came, I married him to her. Now he is young and I am old. My hearing is dulled and my judgment is easily fooled. Wherefore I would solicit our lord the Sultan to set him in my stead, for he is my brother's son and my daughter's husband, and he is fit for the Wazirate, being a man of good counsel and ready contrivance." The Sultan looked at Nur al-Din and liked him, so he established him in office as the Wazir had requested, and formally appointed him, presenting him with a splendid dress of honour and a she-mule from his private stud, and assigning to him solde, stipends and supplies. Nur al-Din kissed the Sultan's hand and went home, he and his father-in-law joying with exceeding joy, and saying, "All this followeth on the heels of the boy Hasan's birth." Next day he presented himself before the king, and, kissing the ground, began repeating, "Grow thy weal and thy welfare day by day, and thy luck prevail over the envier's spite, and never cease thy days to be white as day, and thy foeman's day to be black as night." The Sultan bade him to be seated on the Wazir's seat, so he sat down and applied himself to the business of his office, and went into the cases of leets and their suits, as is the wont of ministers, while the Sultan watched him and wondered at his wit and good sense, judgment and insight, wherefore he loved him and took him into intimacy. When the Diwan was dismissed, Nur al-Din returned to his house and related what had passed to his father-in-law, who rejoiced. And thenceforward Nur al-Din ceased not so to administer the Wazirate that the Sultan would not be parted from him night or day, and increased his stipend and supplies until his means were ample, and he became the owner of ships that made trading voyages at its command, as well as of Mamluks and blackamoor slaves, and he laid out many estates and set up Persian wheels and planted gardens. When his son Hasan was 4 years of age, the old Wazir deceased, and he made for his father-in-law a sumptuous funeral ceremony ere he was laid in the dust. Then he occupied himself with the education of this son, and when the boy waxed strong and came to the age of 7, he brought him a fakir, a doctor of law and religion, to teach him in his own house, and charged him to give him a good education and instruct him in politeness and manners. So the tutor made the boy read and retain all varieties of useful knowledge, after he had spent some years in learning the Koran by heart. And he ceased not to grow in beauty and stature and symmetry, even as saith the poet, "In his face sky shines the fullest moon, in his cheeks anemone glows the sun. He so conquered beauty that he hath won all charms of humanity one by one." The professor brought him up in his father's palace, teaching him reading, writing and ciphering, theology and belles letters. His grandfather, the old Wazir, had bequeathed to him the whole of his property when he was but 4 years of age. Now, during all the time of his earliest youth, he had never left the house, till on a certain day his father, the Wazir Nur al-Din, clad him in his best clothes, and mounting him on a she-mule of the finest, went up with him to the Sultan. The king gazed at Badr al-Din Hasan and marvelled at his comeliness and loved him. As for the city folk, when he first passed before them with his father, they marvelled at his exceeding beauty, and sat down on the road, expecting his return, that they might look for their fill on his beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, even as the poet said in these verses, "As the sage watched the stars, the semblance clear of a fair youth on scroll he saw appear, those jetty locks canopus over him threw, and tinged his templed curls a musky hue. Mars dyed his ruddy cheek, and from his eyes the archer's star his glittering arrow flies. His wit from Hermes came, and Soha's care, the half-seen star that dimly haunts the bear, kept off all evil eyes that threaten and ensnare. The sage stood mazed to see such fortunes meet, and Luna kissed the earth beneath his feet." And they blessed him aloud as he passed, and called upon Almighty Allah to bless him. The Sultan entreated the lad with especial favour, and said to his father, "O Wazir, thou must needs bring him daily to my presence. Whereupon he replied, I hear and I obey. Then the Wazir returned home with his son and ceased not to carry him to court till he reached the age of 20. At that time the minister sickened and, sending for Badr al-Din Hasan, said to him, Know, O my son, that the world of the present is but a house of mortality, while that of the future is a house of eternity. I wish, before I die, to bequeath thee certain charges, and do thou take heed of what I say, and incline thy heart to my words. Then he gave him last instructions as to the properest way of dealing with his neighbours, and the due management of his affairs, after which he called to mind his brother and his home and his native land, and wept over his separation from those he had first loved. Then he wiped away his tears, and turning to his son, said to him, Before I proceed, O my son, to my last charges and injunctions, know that I have a brother, and thou hast an uncle, Shams al-Din hight, the Wazir of Cairo, with whom I parted, leaving him against his will. Now take thee a sheet of paper, and write upon it whatso I say to thee. Badr al-Din took a fair leaf, and set about doing his father's bidding, and he wrote thereon a full account of what had happened to his sire first and last, the dates of his arrival at Bassorah, and of his foregathering with the Wazir, of his marriage, of his going into the minister's daughter, and of the birth of his son. Brief, his life of 40 years from the date of his dispute with his brother, adding the words, And this is written at my dictation, and may Almighty Allah be with him when I am gone. Then he folded the paper and sealed it, and said, O Hasan, O my son, keep this paper with all care, for it will enable thee to establish thine origin and rank and lineage, and if anything contrary befall thee, set out for Cairo, and ask for thine uncle, and show him this paper, and say to him that I died a stranger, far from mine own people, and full of yearning to see him and them. So Badr al-Din Hasan took the document and folded it, and wrapping it up in a piece of wax cloth of his skull cap, and wound his light turban round it. And he fell to weeping over his father, and at parting with him, and he but a boy. Then Nur al-Din lapsed into a swoon, the forerunner of death, but presently recovering himself, he said, O Hasan, O my son, I will now bequeath to thee 5 last behests. The first behest is, be over intimate with none, nor frequent any, nor be familiar with any, so shall thou be safe from his mischief. For security lieth in seclusion of thought, and a certain retirement from the society of thy fellows, and I have heard it said by a poet, In this world there is none thou mayst count upon, to befriend thy case in the nick of need, so live for thyself nursing hope of none. Such counsel I give thee, take heed. The second behest is, O my son, deal harshly with none, lest fortune with thee deal hardly, for the fortune of this world is one day with thee, and another day against thee, and all worldly goods are but a loan to be repaid. And I have heard a poet say, Take thought nor haste to win the thing thou wilt, have wrath on man, for wrath thou mayst require. No hand is there but Allah's hand is higher, no tyrant but shall rue worse tyrant's ire. The third behest is, learn to be silent in society, and let thine own faults distract thine attention from the faults of other men. For it is said, In silence dwelleth safety, and thereon I have heard the lines that tell us, Reserve's a jewel, silence safety is, whenas thou speakest many a word withhold. For an of silence thou repent thee once, of speech thou shalt repent times manifold. The fourth behest, O my son, is, beware of wine bibbing, for wine is the head of all frowardness, and a fine solvent of human wits. So shun, and again I say, shun mixing strong liquor, for I have heard a poet say, From wine turn, and whoso wine cups swill, becoming one of those who deem it ill. Wine driveth man to miss salvation way, and opes the gateway wide to sins that kill. The fifth behest, O my son, is keep thy wealth and it'll keep thee. Guard thy money and it'll guard thee, and waste not thy substance, lest haply thou come to want and must fare a begging from the meanest of mankind. Save thy dirhams and deem them the sovereignest salve for the wounds of the world. And here again I have heard that one of the poets say, when fails my wealth no friend will deign befriend. When wealth abounds all friends their friendship tender. How many friends lent aid my wealth to spend, but friends to lack of wealth no friendship render. On this, wise Nur al-Din ceased not to counsel his son Badr al-Din Hasan till his hour came, and, sighing one sobbing sigh, his life went forth. Then the voice of mourning and keening rose high in his house, and the Sultan and all the grandees grieved for him and buried him. But his son ceased not lamenting his loss for 2 months, during which he never mounted horse, nor attended the divan, nor presented himself before the Sultan. At last the king, being wroth with him, stablished his stead one of the chamberlains and made him Wazir, giving orders to seize and set seals on all Nur al-Din's houses and goods and domains. So the new Wazir went forth with a mighty posse of chamberlains and people of the divan and watchmen and a host of idlers to do this, and to seize Badr al-Din Hasan and to carry him before the king, who would deal with him as he deemed fit. Now there was among the crowd of followers a Mamluk of the deceased Wazir, who, when he heard this order, urged his horse and rode at full speed to the house of Badr al-Din Hasan, for he could not endure to see the ruin of his old master's son. He found him sitting at the gate, with head hung down and sorrowing, as was his wont, for the loss of his father. So he dismounted and, kissing his hand, said to him, O my lord and son of my lord, haste ere ruin come and lay waste. When Hasan heard this, he trembled and asked, What may be the matter? And the man answered, The Sultan is angered with thee, and hath issued a warrant against thee, and evil cometh hard upon my track, so flee with thy life. At these words Hasan's heart flamed with the fire of bale, and his rose-red cheek turned pale, and he said to the Mamluk, O my brother, is there time for me to go in and get me some worldly gear, which may stand me in stead during my strangerhood? But the slave replied, O my lord, up at once and save thyself and leave this house while it is yet time. And he quoted these lines, Escape with thy life if oppression betide thee, and let the house of its builders fate. Country for country thou'lt find if thou seek it, life for life, never early or late. It is strange men should dwell in the house of abjection, when the plain of God's earth is so wide and so great. At these words of the Mamluk, Badr al-Din covered his head with the skirt of his garment, and went forth on foot till he stood outside of the city, where he heard folk saying, The Sultan has sent his new Wazir to the house of the old Wazir, now no more, to seal his property and seize his son Badr al-Din Hasan, and take him before the presence, that he may put him to death. And all cried, Alas for his beauty and his loveliness! When he heard this, he fled forth at hazard, knowing not whither he was going, and gave not over, hurrying onwards till destiny drove him to his father's tomb. So he entered the cemetery, and, threading his way through the graves, at last he reached the sepulchre, where he sat down and let fall from his head the skirt of his long robe, which was made of brocade with a gold embroidered hem, whereon were worked these couplets: O thou whose forehead, like the radiant east, tells of the stars of heaven and bounteous dews, endure thine honour to the latest day, and time thy growth of glory never refuse. While he was sitting by his father's tomb, behold, there came to him a Jew, as he were a shroff, a money changer, with a pair of saddle bags containing much gold, who accosted him, and kissing his hand, saying, Whither bound, O my lord? 'Tis late in the day, and thou art clad but lightly, and I read signs of trouble in thy face?" "I was sleeping within this very hour," answered Hasan, "when my father appeared to me and chid me for not having visited his tomb. So I awoke trembling and came hither forthright, lest the day should go by without my visiting him, which would have been grievous to me." "O my lord," rejoined the Jew, "thy father had many merchantmen at sea, and some of them are now due. It is my wish to buy of thee the cargo of the first ship that cometh into port, with this 1,000 dinars of gold." "I consent," quoth Hasan. Whereupon the Jew took out a bag of gold and counted out 1,000 sequins, which he gave to Hasan, the son of Wazir, saying, "Write me a letter of sale and seal it." So Hasan took a pen and paper and wrote these words in duplicate: "The writer, Hasan Badruddin, son of Wazir Nur al-Din, hath to Isaac the Jew all the cargo of the first of his father's ships which cometh into port for 1,000 dinars, and he hath received the price in advance." And after he had taken one copy, the Jew put it into his pouch and went away. But Hasan fell a weeping as he thought of the dignity and prosperity which had erst been his, and he began reciting: "This house, my lady, since you left, is now a home no more for me, not neighbours, since you left, prove kind and neighbourly. The friends whilere I took to heart, alas, no more to me is friend, and even Luna's self displayeth lunacy. You left, and by your going left the world a waste, a wolf, and lies a gloomy murk upon the face of hill and lea. O may the raven bird whose cry our hapless parting croaked, find never a nesty home and eke shed all his plumery. At length my patience fails me, and this absence wastes my flesh. How many a veil by severance rent our eyes are doomed see. Ah, shall I ever sight again our fair past nights of yore, and shall a single house become a home for me once more?" Then he wept with exceeding weeping, and night came upon him. So he leaned his head against his father's grave, and sleep overcame him. Glory to him who sleepeth not! He ceased not slumbering till the moon rose, when his head slipped from off the tomb, and he lay on his back with limbs outstretched, his face shining bright in the moonlight. Now the cemetery was haunted day and night by jinns who were of the true believers, and presently came out a Jinniyah who, seeing Hasan asleep, marvelled at his beauty and loveliness and cried, "Glory to God! This youth can be none other than one of the Walden of Paradise." Then she flew firmament wards to circle it, as was her custom, and met an Ifrit on the wing, who saluted her, and she said to him, "Whence comest thou?" "From Cairo," he replied. "Wilt thou come to me and look upon the beauty of a youth who sleepeth in yonder burial place?" she asked, and he answered, "I will." So they flew till they lighted at the tomb, and she showed him the youth and said, "Now didst thou ever in thy born days see aught like this?" The Ifrit looked upon him and exclaimed, "Praise be to him that hath no equal! But, O my sister, shall I tell thee what I have seen this day?" asked she. "What is that?" And he answered, "I have seen the counterpart of this youth in the land of Egypt. She is the daughter of the Wazir Shams al-Din, and she is a model of beauty and loveliness, of fairest favour and formous form, and dight with symmetry and perfect grace. When she had reached the age of 19, the Sultan of Egypt heard of her, and sending for the Wazir her father, said to him, "Hear me, O Wazir! It hath reached mine ear that thou hast a daughter, and I wish to demand her of thee in marriage." The Wazir replied, "O our lord the Sultan, deign accept my excuses and take compassion on my sorrows, for thou knowest that my brother, who was partner with me in the Wazirate, disappeared from amongst us many years ago, and we wot not where he is. Now the cause of his departure was that one night, as we were sitting together and talking of wives and children to come, we had words on the matter, and he went off in high dudgeon. But I swore that I would marry my daughter to none save to the son of my brother on the day her mother gave her birth, which was nigh upon 19 years ago. I have lately heard that my brother died at Bassorah, where he married the daughter of the Wazir, and that she bare him a son. And I will not marry my daughter but to him, in honour of my brother's memory. I recorded the date of my marriage, and the conception of my wife, and the birth of my daughter, and from her horoscope I find that her name is conjoined with that of her cousin, and there are damsels in foison for our lord the Sultan. The king, hearing his minister's answer and refusal, waxed wroth with exceeding wrath, and cried, When the like of me asketh a girl in marriage of the like of thee, he conferreth an honour, and thou rejectest me, and putteth me off with cold excuses. Now, by the life of my head, I will marry her to the meanest of my men, in spite of the nose of thee. There was in the palace a horse groom, which was a gobbo, with a bunch to his breast and a hunch to his back, and the Sultan sent for him, and married him to the daughter of the Wazir, Li for Loth, and hath ordered a pompous marriage procession for him, and that he go in to his bride this very night. I have now just flown hither from Cairo, where I left the hunchback at the door of the Hammam bath amidst the Sultan's white slaves, who were waving lighted flambeaux about him. As for the minister's daughter, she sitteth among her nurses and tirewomen, weeping and wailing, for they have forbidden her father to come near her. Never have I seen, O my sister, more hideous being than this hunchback, whilst the young lady is the likest of all folk to this young man, albeit even fairer than he. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased her permitted say. End of section 14 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Recording by Priya for LibriVox.
Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Section 15. When it was the 22nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Jinni narrated to the Jinniyah how the king had caused the wedding contract to be drawn up between the hunchbacked groom and the lovely young lady who was heartbroken for sorrow, and how she was the fairest of created things, and even more beautiful than this youth, the Jinniyah cried at him, Thou liest, this youth is handsomer than any one of his day. The Ifrit gave her the lie again, adding, By Allah, O my sister, the damsel I speak of is fairer than this, yet none but he deserveth her, for they resemble each other, like brother and sister, or at least cousins. And well away, how she is wasted upon that hunchback! Then said she, O my brother, let us get under him and lift him up and carry him to Cairo, that we may compare him with the damsel of whom thou speakest, and so determine whether of the twain is the fairer. To hear is to obey, replied he. Thou speakest to the point, nor is there a righter recking than this of thine, and I myself will carry him. So he raised him from the ground and flew with him like a bird soaring in upper air, the Ifritah keeping close by his side at equal speed, till he alighted with him in the city of Cairo, and set him down on a stone bench and woke him up. He roused himself, and finding that he was no longer at his father's tomb in Bassorah city, he looked right and left, and saw that he was in a strange place, and he would have cried out, but the Ifrit gave him a cuff which persuaded him to keep silence. Then he brought him rich raiment, and clothed him therein, and, giving him a lighted flambeau, said, Know that I have brought thee hither, meaning to do thee a good turn for the love of Allah, So take this torch, and mingle with the people at the Hammam door, and walk on with them without stopping till thou reach the house of the wedding festival. Then go boldly forward and enter the great saloon, and fear none, but take thy stand at the right hand of the hunchbacked bridegroom. And as often as any of the nurses and tirewomen and singing girls come up to thee, put thy hand into thy pocket, which thou wilt find filled with gold. Take it out and throw it to them, and spare not, for as often as thou thrustest fingers in pouch, thou shalt find it full of coin. Give largesse by handsful, and fear nothing, but set thy trust upon Him who created thee. For this is not by thine own strength, but by that of Allah Almighty, that His decrees may take effect upon His creatures. When Badr al-Din Hasan heard these words from the Ifrit, he said to himself, "Would Heaven I knew what all this means, and what is the cause of such kindness." However, he mingled with the people and, lighting his flambeau, moved on with the bridal procession till he came to the bath, where he found the hunchback already on horseback. Then he pushed his way in among the crowd, a veritable beauty of a man in the finest apparel, wearing tarbush and turban and a long-sleeved robe purfled with gold. And as often as the singing women stopped for the people to give them largesse, he thrust his hand into his pocket, and finding it full of gold, took out a handful and threw it on the tambourine till he had filled it with gold pieces for the music girls and the tirewomen. The singers were amazed by his bounty, and the people marvelled at his beauty and loveliness and the splendour of his dress. He ceased not to do thus till he reached the mansion of the Wazir, who was his uncle, where the chamberlains drove back the people and forbade them to go forward. But the singing girls and the tirewomen said, "By Allah, we will not enter unless this young man enter with us, for he hath given us length of life with his largesse, and we will not display the bride unless he be present." Therewith they carried him into the bridal hall and made him sit down, defying the evil glances of the hunchbacked bridegroom. The wives of the Emirs and Wazirs and chamberlains and courtiers all stood in double line, each holding a massy cierge ready lighted. All wore thin face veils, and the two rows right and left extended from the bride's throne to the head of the hall adjoining the chamber whence she was to come forth. When the ladies saw Badr al-Din Hasan and noted his beauty and loveliness and his face that shone like the new moon, their hearts inclined to him, and the singing girls said to all that were present, "Know that this beauty crossed our hands with naught but red gold, so be not chary to do him womanly service and comply with all he says, no matter what he ask." So all the women crowded around Hasan with their torches and gazed upon his loveliness and envied him his beauty, and one and all would gladly have lain on his bosom an hour, or rather a year. Their hearts were so troubled that they let fall their veils from before their faces and said, "Happy she who belongeth to this youth or to whom he belongeth." And they called down curses on the crooked groom and on him who was the cause of his marriage to the girl beauty. And as often as they blessed Badr al-Din Hasan, they damned the hunchback, saying, "Verily this youth and none else deserveth our bride. Ah, well away for such a lovely one with this hideous Quasimodo! Allah's curse light on his head and on the Sultan who commanded the marriage." Then the singing girls beat their tabrets and lullilooed with joy, announcing the appearing of the bride, and the Wazir's daughter came in, surrounded by her tirewomen who had made her goodly to look upon, for they had perfumed her and incensed her and adorned her hair, and they had robed her in raiment and ornaments befitting the mighty Chosroes kings. The most notable part of her dress was a loose robe worn over her other garments. It was diapered in red gold with figures of wild beasts and birds whose eyes and beaks were of gems, and claws of red rubies and green beryl. And her neck was graced with a necklace of Yamani work, worth thousands of gold pieces, whose bezels were great round jewels, of sorts the like of which was never owned by Kaisar or by Toba king. And the bride was as the full moon when at fullest on 14th night. And as she paced into the hall she was like one of the Houris of heaven, praise be to Him who created her in such splendour of beauty. The ladies encompassed her as the white contains the black of the eye, they clustering like stars, whilst she shone among them like the moon when it eats up the clouds. Now Badr al-Din Hasan of Bassorah was sitting in full gaze of the folk, when the bride came forward with her graceful swaying and swimming gait, and her hunchback groom stood up to meet and receive her. She, however, turned away from the white and walked forward till she stood before her cousin Hasan, the son of her uncle. Whereat the people laughed. But when the wedding guests saw her thus attracted towards Badr al-Din, they made a mighty clamour, and the singing women shouted their loudest. Whereupon he put his hand into his pocket and, pulling out a handful of gold, cast it into their tambourines, and the girls rejoiced and said, "Could we win our wish, this bride were thine." At this he smiled, and the folk came round him flambeau in hand, like the eyeball round the pupil, while the Gobbo bridegroom was left sitting alone, much like a tailless baboon. For every time they lighted a candle for him it went out willy-nilly, so he was left in darkness and silence and looking at naught but himself. When Badr al-Din Hasan saw the bridegroom sitting lonesome in the dark, and all the wedding guests with their flambeaux and wax candles crowding around himself, he was bewildered and marvelled much, but when he looked at his cousin, the daughter of his uncle, he rejoiced and felt an inward delight. He longed to greet her, and gazed intently on her face, which was radiant with light and brilliancy. Then the tire women took off her veil and displayed her in the first bridal dress, which was of scarlet satin, and Hasan had a view of her which dazzled his sight and dazed his wits, as she moved to and fro, swaying with graceful gait. And she turned the heads of all the guests, women as well as men, for she was even as saith the surpassing poet, "A sun on wand in knoll of sand she showed, clad in her cramoisy hued chemisette. Of her lips honey dew she gave me drink, and with her rosy cheeks quenched fire she set." Then they changed that dress and displayed her in a robe of azure, and she reappeared like the full moon when it riseth over the horizon, with her coal black hair and cheeks delicately fair, and teeth shone in sweet smiling, and breasts firm rising, and crowning sides of the softest and waist of the roundest. And in this second suit she was as a certain master of high conceits saith of the like of her, "She came apparelled in an azure vest, ultramarine as skies are decked and dight. I viewed the unparalleled sight which showed my eyes a moon of summer on a winter night." Then they changed that suit for another, and veiling her face in the luxuriance of her hair, loosed her love locks, so dark, so long, that their darkness and length outvied the darkest nights, and she shot through all hearts with the magical shaft of her eye babes. They displayed her in the third dress, and she was as said of her the sayer, "Veiling her cheeks with hair a morn she comes, and I her mischiefs with the cloud compare, saying, 'Thou veilest morn with night.' Ah no," quoth she, "I shroud full moon with darkling air." Then they displayed her in the fourth bridal dress, and she came forward shining like the rising sun, and swaying to and fro with lovesome grace and supple ease like a gazelle fawn. And she clave all hearts with the arrows of her eyelashes, even as saith one who described a charmer like her, "The sun of beauty she to sight appears, and, lovely coy, she mocks all loveliness. And when he fronts her favour and her smile a morn, the son of day in clouds must dress. Then she came forth in the fifth dress, a very light of loveliness, like a wand of waving willow, or a gazelle of the thirsty wold. Those locks which stung like scorpions along her cheeks were bent, and her neck was bowed in blandishment, and her hips quivered as she went, as saith one of the poets describing her in verse: she comes like fullest moon on happy night, taper of waist with shape of magic might. She hath an eye whose glances quell mankind, and ruby on her cheeks reflects his light, and veils her hips the blackness of her hair. Beware of curls that bite with viper bite. Her sides are silken soft, the while the heart mere rock behind that surface lurks from sight. From the fringed curtains of her eyne she shoots shafts, which at farthest range on mark alight. When round her neck or waist I throw my arms, her breasts repel me with their hardened height. Ah, how her beauty all excels! Ah, how that shape transcends the graceful waving bough! Then they adorned her with the sixth toilette, a dress which was green. And now she shamed her slender straightness, the nut brown spear. Her radiant face dimmed the brightest beams of full moon, and she outdid the bending branches in gentle movement and flexible grace. Her loveliness exalted the beauties of earth's four quarters, and she broke men's hearts by the significance of her semblance, for she was even as saith one of the poets in these lines: a damsel 'twas the tirer's art had decked with snares and sleight, and robed in rays as though the sun from her had borrowed light. She came before us wondrous clad in chemisette of green, as veiled by its leafy screen pomegranate hides from sight. And when he said, how callest thou the manner of thy dress? She answered us in pleasant way with double meaning dight: we call this garment creve coeur, and rightly is it hight, for many a heart with this we broke, and conquered many a sprite. Then they displayed her in the seventh dress, coloured between safflower and saffron, even as one of the poets saith: in vest of saffron pale and safflower red, musked, sandalled, ambergreased, she came to front. Rise, cried her youth, go forth and show thyself. Sit, said her hips, we cannot bear the brunt. And when I craved about, her beauty said, do, do, and said her pretty shame, don't, don't. Thus they displayed the bride in all her 7 toilettes before Hasan al Basri, wholly neglecting the Gobbo, who sat moping alone. And when she opened her eyes she said, O Allah, make this man my good man, and deliver me from the evil of this hunchbacked groom. As soon as they had made an end of this part of the ceremony, they dismissed the wedding guests, who went forth, women, children, and all, and none remained save Hasan and the hunchback, whilst the tirewomen led the bride into an inner room to change her garb and gear and get her ready for the bridegroom. Thereupon Quasimodo came up to Badr al-Din Hasan and said, O my lord, thou hast cheered us this night with thy good company and overwhelmed us with thy kindness and courtesy, but now why not get thee up and go? Bismillah, he answered, in Allah's name so be it. And rising he went forth by the door, where the Ifrit met him and said, stay in thy stead, O Badr al-Din, and when the hunchback goes out to the closet of ease, go in without losing time and seat thyself in the alcove. And when the bride comes, say to her, 'tis I am thy husband, for the king devised this trick only fearing for thee the evil eye, and he whom thou sawest is but a syce, a groom, one of our stablemen. Then walk boldly up to her and unveil her face, for jealousy hath taken us of this matter. While Hasan was still talking with the Ifrit, behold, the groom fared forth from the hall and entering the closet of ease sat down on the stool. Hardly had he done this when the Ifrit came out of the tank wherein the water was, in semblance of a mouse, and squeaked out, "Zik!" Quoth the Hunchback, "What ails thee?" And the mouse grew and grew till it became a coal black cat, and caterwauled, "Meow! Meow!" Then it grew still more and more till it became a dog, and barked out, "Ow! Ow!" When the bridegroom saw this he was frightened, and exclaimed, "Out with thee, O unlucky one!" But the dog grew and swelled till it became an ass colt that brayed and snorted in his face, "Howk! Howk!" Whereupon the Hunchback quaked and cried, "Come to my aid, O people of the house!" But behold, the ass colt grew and became big as a buffalo, and walled the way before him, and spake with the voice of the sons of Adam, saying, "Woe to thee, O thou bunchback, thou stinkard, O thou filthiest of grooms!" Hearing this, the groom was seized with a colic, and he sat down on the jakes in his clothes, with teeth chattering and knocking together. Quoth the Ifrit, "Is the world so strait to thee thou findest none to marry save my lady love?" But as he was silent the Ifrit continued, "Answer me, or I will do thee dwell in the dust." "By Allah," replied the Gobbo, "O King of the Buffaloes, this is no fault of mine, for they forced me to wed her; and verily I wot not that she had a lover among the buffaloes. But now I repent, first before Allah and then before thee." Said the Ifrit to him, "I swear to thee that if thou fare forth from this place, or thou utter a word before sunrise, I assuredly will wring thy neck. When the sun rises, wend thy went and never more return to this house." So saying, the Ifrit took up the Gobbo bridegroom and set him head downwards and feet upwards in the slit of the privy, and said to him, "I will leave thee here, but I shall be on the look out for thee till sunrise; and if thou stir before then, I will seize thee by the feet and dash out thy brains against the wall. So look out for thy life." Thus far concerning the Hunchback. But as regards Badr al-Din Hasan of Bassorah, he left the Gobbo and the Ifrit jangling and wrangling, and going into the house sat him down in the very middle of the alcove. And behold, in came the bride, attended by an old woman who stood at the door and said, "O father of uprightness, arise and take what God giveth thee." Then the old woman went away, and the bride, Sitt al-Husn, or the Lady of Beauty hight, entered the inner part of the alcove broken hearted, and saying in herself, "By Allah, I will never yield my person to him, no, not even were he to take my life." But as she came to the further end she saw Badr al-Din Hasan, and she said, "Dearling, art thou still sitting here? By Allah, I was wishing that thou wert my bridegroom, or at least that thou and the hunchbacked horse groom were partners in me." He replied, "O beautiful lady, how should the Syce have access to thee, and how should he share in thee with me?" Then quoth she, "Who is my husband, thou or he?" "Sitt al-Husn," rejoined Hasan, "we have not done this for mere fun, but only as a device to ward off the evil eye from thee. For when the tire women and singers and wedding guests saw thy beauty being displayed to me, they feared fascination, and thy father hired the horse groom for 10 dinars and a porringer of meat to take the evil eye off us; and now he hath received his hire and gone his gait." When the Lady of Beauty heard these words she smiled and rejoiced, and laughed a pleasant laugh. Then she whispered him, "By the Lord, thou hast quenched a fire which tortured me, and now by Allah, O my little dark haired darling, take me to thee and press me to thy bosom." Then she began singing, "By Allah, set thy foot upon my soul, since long, long years for this alone I long, and whisper tale of love in ear of me. To me 'tis sweeter than the sweetest song. No other youth upon my heart shall lie, so do it often, dear, and do it long. Then she stripped off her outer gear, and she threw open her chemise from the neck downwards, and showed her parts genital and all the rondure of her hips. When Badr al Din saw the glorious sight his desires were roused, and he arose and doffed her clothes; and wrapping up in his bag trousers the purse of gold which he had taken from the Jew, and which contained the 1,000 dinars, he laid it under the edge of the bedding. Then he took off his turban and set it upon the settle, atop of his other clothes, remaining in his skull cap and fine shirt of blue silk laced with gold. Whereupon the Lady of Beauty drew him to her, and he did likewise. Then he took her to his embrace and set her legs round his waist, and point blanked that cannon placed where it battereth down the bulwark of maidenhead and layeth it waste. And he found her a pearl unpierced and unthridden, and a filly by all men save himself unridden; and he abated her virginity and had joyance of her youth in his virility. And presently he withdrew sword from sheath, and then returned to the fray right eke; and when the battle and the siege had finished, some 15 assaults he had furnished, and she conceived by him that very night. Then he laid his hand under her head and she did the same, and they embraced and fell asleep in each other's arms, as a certain poet said of such lovers in these couplets:— Visit thy lover, spurn what envy told; no envious churl shall smile in love ensouled. Merciful Allah made no fairer sight than coupled lovers single couch doth hold. Breast pressing breast, and robed in joys their own, with pillowed forearms cast in finest mould; and when heart speaks to heart with tongue of love, folk who would part them hammer steel ice cold. If a fair friend thou find who cleaves to thee, live for that friend in heart enfold. O ye who blame for love us lover kind, say, can ye minister to diseased mind? This much concerning Badr al Hasan and Sitt al Husn his cousin. But as regards the Ifrit, as soon as he saw the twain asleep, he said to the Ifritah, Arise, slip thee under the youth and let us carry him back to his place ere dawn overtake us, for the day is near hand. Thereupon she came forward and, getting under him as he lay asleep, took him up clad only in his fine blue shirt, leaving the rest of his garments, and ceased not flying and the Ifrit vying with her in flight, till the dawn advised them that it had come upon them midway, and the Muezzin began his call from the minaret, Haste ye to salvation! Haste ye to salvation! Then Allah suffered his angelic host to shoot down the Ifrit with a shooting star, so he was consumed; but the Ifritah escaped, and she descended with Badr al Din at the place where the Ifrit was burnt, and did not carry him back to Bassorah, fearing lest he come to harm. Now by the order of Him who predestineth all things, they alighted at Damascus of Syria, and the Ifritah set down her burden at one of the city gates and flew away. When day arose and the doors were opened, the folks who came forth saw a handsome youth with no other raiment but his blue shirt of gold embroidered silk and skull cap, lying upon the ground, drowned in sleep, after the hard labour of the night, which had not suffered him to take his rest. So the folk looking at him said, O her luck with whom this one spent the night! but would he had waited to don his garments. Quoth another, A sorry lot are the sons of great families! Haply he but now came forth of the tavern on some occasion of his own, and his wine flew to his head, whereby he hath missed the place he was making for and strayed till he came to the gate of the city, and finding it shut lay him down and to bye bye. As the people were bandying guesses about him, suddenly the morning breeze blew upon Badr al Din and, raising his shirt to his middle, showed a stomach and navel with something below it, and legs and thighs clear as crystal and smooth as cream. Cried the people, "By Allah, he is a pretty fellow!" And at the cry Badr al-Din awoke and found himself lying at a city gate with a crowd gathered around him. At this he greatly marvelled and asked, "Where am I, O good folk? And what causeth you thus to gather round me, and what have I had to do with you?" And they answered, "We found thee lying here asleep during the call to dawn prayer, and this is all we know of the matter. But where didst thou lie last night?" "By Allah, O good people," replied he, "I lay last night in Cairo." Said somebody, "Thou hast surely been eating hashish;" and another, "He's a fool;" and a third, "He is a citrouille;" and a fourth asked him, "Art thou out of thy mind? Thou sleepest in Cairo and thou wakest in the morning at the gate of Damascus city." Cried he, "By Allah, my good people, one and all, I lie not to you. Indeed I lay yesternight in the land of Egypt, and yesternoon I was at Bassorah." Quoth one, "Well, well;" and quoth another, "Ho, ho;" and a third, "So, so;" and a fourth cried, "This youth is mad, is possessed of the Jinni." So they clapped hands at him and said to one another, "Alas, the pity of it for his youth! By Allah, a madman, and madness is no respecter of persons." Then they said to him, "Collect thy wits and return to thy reason. How couldst thou be in Bassorah yesterday and Cairo yesternight and withal awake in Damascus this morning?" But he persisted, "Indeed I was a bridegroom in Cairo last night." "Belike thou hast been dreaming," rejoined they, "and sawest all this in thy sleep." So Hasan took thought for a while and said to them, "By Allah, this is no dream, nor vision like doth it seem. I certainly was in Cairo where they displayed the bride before me, in presence of a third person, the hunchbacked groom who was sitting hard by. By Allah, O my brother, this be no dream, and if it were a dream, where is the bag of gold I bore with me, and where are my turban and my robe and my trousers?" Then he rose and entered the city, threading its highways and byways and bazar streets; and the people pressed upon him and jeered at him, crying out, "Madman! Madman!" till he, beside himself with rage, took refuge in a cook's shop. Now that cook had been a trifle too clever, that is, a rogue and a thief; but Allah had made him repent and turn from his evil ways and opened a cook shop; and all the people of Damascus stood in fear of his boldness and his mischief. So when the crowd saw the youth enter his shop they dispersed, being afraid of him, and went their ways. The cook looked at Badr al-Din and, noting his beauty and loveliness, fell in love with him forthright and said, "Whence comest thou, O youth? Tell me at once thy tale, for thou art become dearer to me than my soul." So Hasan recounted to him all that had befallen him from beginning to end (but in repetition there is no fruition); and the cook said, "O my lord Badr al-Din, doubtless thou knowest that this case is wondrous and this story marvellous. Therefore, O my son, hide what hath betided thee till Allah dispel what ills be thine, and tarry with me here the meanwhile, for I have no child and I will adopt thee." Badr al-Din replied, "Be it as thou wilt, O my uncle." Whereupon the cook went to the bazar and bought him a fine suit of clothes and made him don it; then fared with him to the Kazi and formally declared that he was his son. So Badr al-Din Hasan became known in Damascus city as the cook's son, and he sat with him in the shop to take the silver, and on this wise he sojourned there for a time. Thus far concerning him. But as regards his cousin the Lady of Beauty, when morning dawned she awoke and missed Badr al-Din Hasan from her side; but she thought that he had gone to the privy and she sat expecting him for an hour or so, when behold, entered her father Shams al-Din Mohammed, Wazir of Egypt. Now he was disconsolate by reason of what had befallen him through the Sultan, who had entreated him harshly and had married his daughter by force to the lowest of his menials, and he too a lump of a groom, bunch-backed withal, and he said to himself, I will slay this daughter of mine, if of her own free will she have yielded her person to this accursed carle. So he came to the door of the bride's private chamber and said, Ho! Sitt al-Husn! She answered him, here am I, O my lord, and came out unsteady of gait after the pains and pleasures of the night. And she kissed his hand, her face showing redoubled brightness and beauty for having lain in the arms of that gazelle her cousin. When her father the Wazir saw her in such case, he asked her, O thou accursed, art thou rejoicing because of this horse groom? And Sitt al-Husn smiled sweetly and answered, By Allah, don't ridicule me. Enough of what passed yesterday when folk laughed at me, and evened me with that groom fellow who is not worthy to bring my husband's shoes or slippers; nay, who is not worth the paring of my husband's nails. By the Lord, never in my life have I nighted a night so sweet as yesternight; so don't mock me by reminding me of the Gobbo. When her parent heard her words he was filled with fury, and his eyes glared and stared so that little of them showed save the whites, and he cried, Fie upon thee! What words are these? 'Twas the hunchbacked horse groom who passed the night with thee. Allah upon thee, replied the Lady of Beauty, do not worry me about the Gobbo. Allah damn his father, and leave jesting with me, for this groom was only hired for 10 dinars and a porringer of meat, and he took his wage and went his way. As for me, I entered the bridal chamber, where I found my true bridegroom sitting, after the singer women had displayed him to me, the same who had crossed their hands with red gold till every pauper that was present waxed wealthy. And I passed the night on the breast of my bonny man, a most lively darling, with his black eyes and joined eyebrows. When her parent heard these words the light before his face became night, and he cried out at her, saying, O thou whore, what is this thou tellest me? Where be thy wits? O my father, she rejoined, thou breakest my heart. Enough for thee that thou hast been so hard upon me. Indeed, my husband who took my virginity is but just now gone to the draught house, and I feel that I have conceived by him. The Wazir rose in much marvel and entered the privy, where he found the hunchbacked groom with his head in the hole and his heels in the air. At this sight he was confounded and said, This is none other than he, the rascal hunchback. So he called to him, Ho, hunchback! The Gobbo grunted out, Tagum, Tagum, thinking it was the Ifrit spoke to him. So the Wazir shouted at him and said, Speak out, or I'll strike off thy pate with this sword. Then quoth the hunchback, By Allah, O Shaykh of the Ifrits, ever since thou settest me in this place I have not lifted my head; so Allah upon thee, take pity and entreat me kindly. When the Wazir heard this he asked, What is this thou sayest? I am bride's father and no Ifrit. Enough for thee that thou hast well now done me die, answered Quasimodo. Now go thy ways before he come upon thee who hath served me thus. Could ye not marry me to any save the lady love of buffaloes and the beloved of Ifrits? Allah curse her and curse him who married me to her and was the cause of this my case. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 15 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 16 of Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Sir Richard Burton. When it was the 23rd Night, said she, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the hunchbacked groom spake to the bride's father, saying, Allah curse him who was the cause of this my case. Then said the Wazir to him, Up and out of this place. Am I mad, cried the groom, that I should go with thee without leave of the Ifrit whose last words to me were, When the sun rises, arise and go thy gait? So hath the sun risen or no? For I dare not budge from this place till then. Asked the Wazir, Who brought thee hither? And he answered, I came here yesternight for a call of nature, and to do what none can do for me, when lo! a mouse came out of the water and squeaked at me and swelled and waxed gross till it was big as a buffalo and spoke to me words that entered my ears. Then he left me here and went away, Allah curse the bride and him who married me to her. The Wazir walked up to him and lifted his head out of the cesspool hole, and he fared forth running for dear life and hardly crediting that the sun had risen, and repaired to the Sultan, to whom he told all that had befallen him with the Ifrit. But the Wazir returned to the bride's private chamber, sore troubled in spirit about her, and said to her, O my daughter, explain this strange matter to me. Quoth she, "'Tis simply this. The bridegroom to whom they displayed me yester eve lay with me all night and took my virginity, and I am with child by him. He is my husband, and if thou believe me not, there are his turband, twisted as it was, lying on the settle, and his dagger and his trousers beneath the bed, with a something, I wot not what, wrapped up in them." When her father heard this he entered the private chamber and found the turband which had been left there by Badr al Din Hasan, his brother's son, and he took it in hand and turned it over, saying, "This is the turband worn by Wazirs, save that it is of Mosul stuff." So he opened it and, finding what seemed to be an amulet sewn up in the fez, he unsewed the lining and took it out. Then he lifted up the trousers, wherein was the purse of the 1000 gold pieces, and opening that also, found in it a written paper. This he read, and it was the sale receipt of the Jew in the name of Badr al Din Hasan, son of Nur al Din Ali, the Egyptian, and the 1000 dinars were also there. No sooner had Shams al Din read this than he cried out with a loud cry and fell to the ground fainting. And as soon as he revived and understood the gist of the matter, he marvelled and said, "There is no god but the God, who almighty is over all things. Knowest thou, O my daughter, who it was that became the husband of thy virginity?" "No," answered she, and he said, "Verily he is the son of my brother thy cousin, and this 1000 dinars is thy dowry. Praise be to Allah! and would I wot how this matter came about." Then opened he the amulet which was sewn up and found therein a paper in the handwriting of his deceased brother, Nur al Din the Egyptian, father of Badr al Din Hasan. And when he saw the handwriting he kissed it again and again, and he wept and wailed over his dead brother and improvised these lines: I see their traces and with pain I melt, and on their whilome homes I weep and yearn. And him I pray who dealt this parting blow, some day he deign vouchsafe a safe return. When he ceased versifying he read the scroll and found in it recorded the dates of his brother's marriage with the daughter of the Wazir of Bassorah, and of his going in to her and her conception, and the birth of Badr al Din Hasan, and all his brother's history and doings up to his dying day. So he marvelled much and shook with joy, and comparing the dates with his own marriage and going in to his wife and the birth of their daughter Sitt al Husn, he found that they perfectly agreed. So he took the document and, repairing with it to the Sultan, acquainted him with what had passed, from first to last, whereat the King marvelled and commanded the case to be at once recorded. The Wazir abode that day expecting to see his brother's son, but he came not, and he waited a second day, a third day, and so on to the seventh day, without any tidings of him. So he said, "By Allah, I will do a deed such as none hath ever done before me." And he took reed pen and ink and drew upon a sheet of paper the plan of the whole house, showing whereabouts was the private chamber, with the curtain in such a place and the furniture in such another, and so on with all that was in the room. Then he folded up the sketch and, causing all the furniture to be collected, he took Badr al Din's garments and the turban and fez and robe and purse and carried the whole to his house and locked them up, against the coming of his nephew Badr al Din Hasan, the son of his lost brother, with an iron padlock on which he set his seal. As for the Wazir's daughter, when her tale of months was fulfilled, she bare a son like the full moon, the image of his father in beauty and loveliness and fair proportions and perfect grace. They cut his navel string and kohled his eyelids to strengthen his eyes, and gave him over to the nurses and nursery governesses, naming him Ajib, the Wonderful. His day was as a month and his month was as a year, and when 7 years had passed over him, his grandfather sent him to school, enjoining the master to teach him Koran reading and to educate him well. He remained at the school 4 years, till he began to bully his schoolfellows and abuse them and bash them and thrash them and say, "Who among you is like me? I am the son of the Wazir of Egypt." At last the boys came in a body to the monitor of what hard usage they were wont to have from Ajib, and he said to them, "I will tell you somewhat you may do to him, so that he shall leave off coming to the school, and it is this. When he enters to morrow, sit ye down about him, and say some one of you to some other, By Allah, none shall play with us at this game except he tell us the names of his mamma and his papa; for he who knows not the names of his mother and his father is a bastard, a son of adultery, and he shall not play with us." When the morning dawned the boys came to school, Ajib being one of them, and all flocked around him, saying, "We will play a game wherein none can join, save he can tell the name of his mamma and his papa." And they all cried, "By Allah, good!" Then quoth one of them, "My name is Majid and my mammy's name is Alawiyah and my daddy's Izz al Din." Another spoke in like guise and yet a third, till Ajib's turn came and he said, "My name is Ajib and my mother's is Sitt al Husn and my father's Shams al Din, the Wazir of Cairo." "By Allah," cried they, "the Wazir is not thy true father." Ajib answered, "The Wazir is my father in very deed." Then the boys all laughed and clapped their hands at him, saying, "He does not know who is his papa. Get out from among us, for none shall play with us except he know his father's name." Thereupon they dispersed from around him and laughed him to scorn, so his breast was straitened and he well nigh choked with tears and hurt feelings. Then said the monitor to him, "We know that the Wazir is thy grandfather, the father of thy mother, Sitt al Husn, and not thy father. As for thy father, neither dost thou know him nor yet do we; for the Sultan married thy mother to the hunchbacked horse groom, but the Jinni came and slept with her and thou hast no known father. Leave then comparing thyself too advantageously with the little ones of the school, till thou know that thou hast a lawful father, for until then thou wilt pass for a child of adultery amongst them. Seest thou that not even a huckster's son knoweth his own sire? Thy grandfather is the Wazir of Egypt, but as for thy father we wot him not, and we say indeed that thou hast none. So return to thy sound senses." When Ajib heard these insulting words from the monitor and the schoolboys, and understood the reproach they put upon him, he went out and ran at once to his mother Sitt al Husn to complain; but he was crying so bitterly that his tears prevented his speech for a while. When she heard his sobs and saw his tears, her heart burned as though with fire for him and she said, "O my son, why dost thou weep? Allah keep the tears from thine eyes! Tell me what hath betided thee." So he told her all that he heard from the boys and from the monitor, and ended with asking, "And who, O my mother, is my father?" She answered, "Thy father is the Wazir of Egypt." But he said, "Do not lie to me. The Wazir is thy father, not mine. Who then is my father?" Except thou tell me the very truth, I will kill myself with this hanger." When his mother heard him speak of his father she wept, remembering her cousin and her bridal night with him and all that occurred thereon and then, and she repeated these couplets:— Love in my heart they lit and went their ways, and all I loved to furthest lands withdrew; and when they left me sufferance also left, and when we parted patience bade adieu. They fled, and flying with my joys they fled; in very consistency my spirit flew; they made my eyelids flow with severance tears, and to the parting pang these drops are due. And when I long to see reunion day, my groans prolonging sore for ruth I sue; then in my heart of hearts their shapes I trace, and love and longing, care and cark renew. O ye whose names cling round me like a cloak, whose love yet closer than a shirt I drew, beloved ones, how long this hard despite? How long this severance and this coy shy flight? Then she wailed and shrieked aloud and her son did the like; and behold, in came the Wazir whose heart burnt within him at the sight of their lamentations, and he said, "What makes you weep?" So the Lady of Beauty acquainted him with what had happened between her son and the schoolboys, and he also wept, calling to mind his brother and what had passed between them and what had betided his daughter, and how he had failed to find out what mystery there was in the matter. Then he rose at once and repairing to the audience hall went straight to the King and told his tale and craved his permission to travel eastward to the city of Bassorah and ask after his brother's son. Furthermore he besought the Sultan to write for him letters patent authorising him to seize upon Badr al Din his nephew and son in law wheresoever he might find him. And he wept before the King, who had pity on him, and wrote royal autographs to his deputies in all climes and countries and cities, whereat the Wazir rejoiced and prayed for blessings on him. Then, taking leave of his sovereign, he returned to his house, where he equipped himself and his daughter and his adopted child Ajib with all things meet for a long march, and set out and travelled the first day and the second and the third and so forth, till he arrived at Damascus city. He found it a fair place abounding in trees and streams, even as the poet said of it:— When I nighted and dayed in Damascus town, time sware such another he ne'er should view; and careless we slept under wing of night, till dappled morn 'gan her smiles renew; and dewdrops on branch in their beauty hung, like pearls to be dropped when the zephyr blew; and the lake was the page where birds read and note, and the clouds set points to what breezes wrote. The Wazir encamped on the open space called Al Hasa and, after pitching tents, said to his servants, "A halt here for 2 days." So they went into the city upon their several occasions, this to sell and this to buy, this to go to the Hammam and that to visit the cathedral mosque of the Banu Umayyah, the Ommiades, whose like is not in this world. Ajib also went, with his attendant eunuch, for solace and diversion to the city, and the servant followed with a quarterstaff of almond wood, so heavy that if he struck a camel therewith the beast would never rise again. When the people of Damascus saw Ajib's beauty and brilliancy and perfect grace and symmetry, for he was a marvel of comeliness and winning loveliness, softer than the cool breeze of the north, sweeter than limpid waters to a man in drouth, and pleasanter than the health for which sick man sueth, a mighty many followed him, whilst others ran on before and sat down on the road until he should come up, that they might gaze on him; till, as destiny had decreed, the eunuch stopped opposite the shop of Ajib's father, Badr al Din Hasan. Now his beard had grown long and thick and his wits had ripened during the 12 years which had passed over him; and the cook and ex rogue having died, the so called Hasan of Bassorah had succeeded to his goods and shop, for that he had been formally adopted before the Kazi and witnesses. When his son and the eunuch stepped before him he gazed on Ajib and, seeing how very beautiful he was, his heart fluttered and throbbed, and blood drew to blood and natural affection spake out and his bowels yearned over him. He had just dressed a conserve of pomegranate grains with sugar, and heaven implanted love wrought within him. So he called to his son Ajib and said, "O my lord, O thou who hast gotten the mastery of my heart and my very vitals, and to whom my bowels yearn, say me, wilt thou enter my house and solace my soul by eating of my meat?" Then his eyes streamed with tears which he could not stay, for he bethought him of what he had been and what he had become. When Ajib heard his father's words his heart also yearned himwards, and he looked at the eunuch and said to him, "Of a truth, O my good guard, my heart yearns to this cook; he is as one that hath a son far away from him. So let us enter and gladden his heart by tasting of his hospitality. Perchance for our so doing Allah may reunite me with my father." When the eunuch heard these words he cried, "A fine thing this, by Allah! Shall the sons of Wazirs be seen eating in a common cook shop? Indeed I keep off the folk from thee with this quarterstaff, lest they even look upon thee, and I dare not suffer thee to enter this shop at all." When Hasan of Bassorah heard this speech he marvelled and turned to the eunuch with tears pouring down his cheeks, and Ajib said, "Verily my heart loves him." But he answered, "Leave this talk, thou shalt not go in." Thereupon the father turned to the eunuch and said, "O worthy sir, why wilt thou not gladden my soul by entering my shop? O thou who art like a chestnut, dark without but white of heart within! O thou of the like of whom a certain poet said—" The eunuch burst out a laughing and asked, "Said what? Speak out, by Allah, and be quick about it." So Hasan the Bassorite began reciting these couplets: "If not master of manners or aught but discreet, in the household of Kings no trust could he take. And then for the Harim what eunuch is he whom angels would serve for his service sake?" The eunuch marvelled and was pleased at these words; so he took Ajib by the hand and went into the cook's shop, whereupon Hasan the Bassorite ladled into a saucer some conserve of pomegranate grains wonderfully good, dressed with almonds and sugar, saying, "You have honoured me with your company; eat then and health and happiness to you." Thereupon Ajib said to his father, "Sit thee down and eat with us, so perchance Allah may unite us with him we long for." Quoth Hasan, "O my son, hast thou then been afflicted in thy tender years with parting from those thou lovest?" Quoth Ajib, "Even so, O nuncle mine, my heart burns for the loss of a beloved one who is none other than my father; and indeed I come forth, I and my grandfather, to circle and search the world for him. Oh the pity of it, and how I long to meet him!" Then he wept with exceeding sorrow for his own bereavement, which recalled to him his long separation from dear friends and from his mother, and the eunuch was moved to pity for him. Then they ate together till they were satisfied, and Ajib and the slave rose and left the shop. Hereat Hasan the Bassorite felt as though his soul had departed his body and had gone with them, for he could not lose sight of the boy during the twinkling of an eye, albeit he knew not that Ajib was his son. So he locked up his shop and hastened after them, and he walked so fast that he came up with them before they had gone out of the western gate. The eunuch turned and asked him, "What ails thee?" And Badr al Din answered, "When ye went from me, meseemed my soul had gone with you, and as I had business without the city gate I purposed to bear you company till my matter was ordered and so return." The eunuch was angered and said to Ajib, "This is just what I feared. We ate that unlucky mouthful which we are bound to respect, and here is the fellow following us from place to place, for the vulgar are ever the vulgar." Ajib turning and seeing the cook just behind him was wroth and his face reddened with rage, and he said to the servant, "Let him walk the highway of the Moslems; but when we turn off to our tents and find that he still follows us, we will send him about his business with a flea in his ear." Then he bowed his head and walked on, the eunuch walking behind him. But Hasan of Bassorah followed them to the plain Al Hasa, and as they drew near the tents they turned round and saw him close on their heels. So Ajib was very angry, fearing that the eunuch might tell his grandfather what had happened. His indignation was the hotter for apprehension lest any say that after he had entered a cook shop the cook had followed him. So he turned and looked at Hasan of Bassorah and found his eyes fixed on his own; for the father had become a body without a soul, and it seemed to Ajib that his eye was a treacherous eye or that he was some lewd fellow. So his rage redoubled and stooping down he took up a stone weighing half a pound and threw it at his father. It struck him on the forehead, cutting it open from eyebrow to eyebrow and causing the blood to stream down, and Hasan fell to the ground in a swoon, whilst Ajib and the eunuch made for the tents. When the father came to himself he wiped away the blood and tore off a strip from his turband and bound up his head, blaming himself the while and saying, "I wronged the lad by shutting up my shop and following, so that he thought I was some evil minded fellow." Then he returned to his place, where he busied himself with the sale of his sweetmeats, and he yearned after his mother at Bassorah and wept over her and broke out repeating, "Unjust it were to bid the world be just, and blame her not, she ne'er was made for justice. Take what she gives thee, leave all grief aside, for now to fair and then to foul her lust is." So Hasan of Bassorah set himself steadily to sell his sweetmeats; but the Wazir his uncle halted in Damascus 3 days and then marched upon Emesa; and passing through that town he made enquiry there and at every place where he rested. Thence he fared on by way of Hama and Aleppo and thence to Diyar Bakr and Maridin and Mosul, still enquiring till he arrived at Bassorah city. Here, as soon as he had secured a lodging, he presented himself before the Sultan, who entreated him with high honour and the respect due to his rank, and asked the cause of his coming. The Wazir acquainted him with his history and told him that the Minister Nur al Din was his brother, whereupon the Sultan exclaimed, "Allah have mercy upon him!" and added, "My good Sahib, he was my Wazir for 15 years and I loved him exceedingly. Then he died leaving a son who abode only a single month after his father's death, since which time he has disappeared and we could gain no tidings of him. But his mother, who is the daughter of my former Minister, is still among us." When the Wazir Shams al Din heard that his nephew's mother was alive and well, he rejoiced and said, "O King, I much desire to meet her." The King on the instant gave him leave to visit her; so he betook himself to the mansion of his brother Nur al Din and cast sorrowful glances on all things in and around it and kissed the threshold. Then he bethought him of his brother Nur al Din Ali and how he had died in a strange land far from kith and kin and friends, and he wept and repeated these lines: "I wander mid these walls, my Layla's walls, and kissing this and other wall I roam. 'Tis not the walls or roof my heart so loves, but those who in this house had made their home." Then he passed through the gate into a courtyard and found a vaulted doorway builded of hardest syenite, inlaid with sundry kinds of multi coloured marble. Into this he walked and wandered about the house and, throwing many a glance around, saw the name of his brother Nur al Din written in gold wash upon the walls. So he went up to the inscription and kissed it and wept and thought of how he had been separated from his brother and had now lost him for ever, and he recited these couplets: "I ask of you from every rising sun, and eke I ask when flasheth leven light, when I pass my nights in passion pain, yet ne'er I 'plain me of my painful plight. My love, if longer last this parting throe, little by little shall it waste my sprite. An thou wouldst bless these eyne with sight of thee, one day on earth I crave none other sight. Think not another could possess my mind, nor length nor breadth for other love I find." Then he walked on till he came to the apartment of his brother's widow, the mother of Badr al Din Hasan the Egyptian. Now from the time of her son's disappearance she had never ceased weeping and wailing through the light hours and the dark, and when the years grew longsome with her she built for him a tomb of marble in the midst of the saloon and there used to weep for him day and night, never sleeping save thereby. When the Wazir drew near her apartment he heard her voice and stood behind the door while she addressed the sepulchre in verse and said, "Answer, by Allah, sepulchre! Are all his beauties gone? Hath change the power to blight his charms, that beauty's paragon? Thou art not earth, O sepulchre! Thou art not sky to me! How comes it then in thee I see conjoint the branch and moon?" While she was bemoaning herself after this fashion, behold, the Wazir went in to her and saluted her and informed her that he was her husband's brother and, telling her all that had passed between them, laid open before her the whole story, how her son Badr al Din Hasan had spent a whole night with his daughter full 10 years ago, but had disappeared in the morning; and he ended with saying, "My daughter conceived by thy son and bare a male child who is now with me, and he is thy son and thy son's son by my daughter." When she heard the tidings that her boy Badr al Din was still alive and saw her brother in law, she rose up to him and threw herself at his feet and kissed them, reciting these lines: Allah be good to him that gives glad tidings of thy steps! In very sooth for better news mine ears would never sue. Were he content with worn out robe, upon his back I'd throw a heart to pieces rent and torn when heard the word adieu. Then the Wazir sent for Ajib and his grandmother stood up and fell on his neck and wept; but Shams al Din said to her, "This is no time for weeping; this is the time to get thee ready for travelling with us to the land of Egypt. Haply Allah will reunite me and thee with thy son and my nephew." Replied she, "Hearkening and obedience!" and, rising at once, collected her baggage and treasures and her jewels and equipped herself and her slave girls for the march, whilst the Wazir went to take his leave of the Sultan of Bassorah, who sent by him presents and rarities for the Soldan of Egypt. Then he set out at once upon his homeward march and journeyed till he came to Damascus city, where he alighted in the usual place and pitched tents and said to his suite, "We will halt a se'nnight here to buy presents and rare things for the Soldan." Now Ajib bethought him of the past, so he said to the eunuch, "O like, I want a little diversion: come, let us go down to the great bazar of Damascus and see what hath become of the cook whose sweetmeats we ate and whose head we broke, for indeed he was kind to us and we entreated him scurvily." The eunuch answered, "Hearing is obeying." So they went forth from the tents and the tie of blood drew Ajib towards his father, and forthwith they passed through the gateway, Bab al Faradis hight, and entered the city and ceased not walking through the streets till they reached the cook shop, where they found Hasan of Bassorah standing at the door. It was near the time of mid afternoon prayer, and it so fortuned that he had just dressed a confection of pomegranate grains. When the twain drew near to him and Ajib saw him, his heart yearned towards him and, noticing the scar of the blow which time had darkened on his brow, he said to him, "Peace be on thee, O man! Know that my heart is with thee." But when Badr al Din looked upon his son his vitals yearned and his heart fluttered and he hung his head earthwards and sought to make his tongue give utterance to his words, but he could not. Then he raised his head humbly and suppliant wise towards his boy and repeated these couplets: "I longed for my beloved, but when I saw his face, abashed I held my tongue and stood with downcast eye, and hung my head in dread and would have hid my love; but do whatso I would, hidden it would not lie. Volumes of plaints I had prepared, reproach and blame, but when we met no single word remembered I." And then said he to them, "Heal my broken heart and eat of my sweetmeats, for by Allah I cannot look at thee but my heart flutters. Indeed I should not have followed thee the other day, but that I was beside myself." "By Allah," answered Ajib, "thou dost indeed love us! We ate in thy house a mouthful when we were here before, and thou madest us repent of it, for that thou followedst us and wouldst have disgraced us. So now we will not eat aught with thee save on condition that thou make oath not to go out after us nor dog us; otherwise we will not visit thee again during our present stay. For we shall halt a week here, whilst my grandfather buys certain presents for the King." Quoth Hasan of Bassorah, "I promise you this." So Ajib and the eunuch entered the shop and his father set before them a saucer full of conserve of pomegranate grains. Said Ajib, "Sit thee down and eat with us, so haply shall Allah dispel our sorrows." Hasan the Bassorite was joyful and sat down and ate with them, but his eyes kept gazing fixedly on Ajib's face, for his very heart and vitals clove to him; and at last the boy said to him, "Did I not tell thee thou art a most noyous dotard? So do stint thy staring in my face." But when Hasan of Bassorah heard his son's words he repeated these lines: "Thou hast some art the hearts of men to clip, Close veiled, far hidden mystery, dark and deep. O thou whose beauties sham the lustrous moon, Wherewith the saffron morn fears rivalship! Thy beauty is a shrine shall ne'er decay, Whose signs shall grow until they all outstrip. Must I be thirst burnt by that Eden brow, And die of pine to taste that Kawsar lip?" Hasan kept putting morsels into Ajib's mouth at one time, and at another time did the same by the eunuch, and they ate till they were satisfied and could no more. Then all rose up and the cook poured water on their hands and, loosing a silken waist shawl, dried them and sprinkled them with rose water from a casting bottle he had by him. Then he went out and presently returned with a gugglet of sherbet flavoured with rose water, scented with musk and cooled with snow, and he set this before them, saying, "Complete your kindness to me." So Ajib took the gugglet and drank and passed it to the eunuch, and it went round till their stomachs were full and they were surfeited with a meal larger than their wont. Then they went away and made haste in walking till they reached the tents, and Ajib went in to his grandmother, who kissed him and, thinking of her son Badr al Din Hasan, groaned aloud and wept and recited these lines: "I still had hoped to see thee and enjoy thy sight, For in thine absence life has lost its kindly light. I swear my vitals wot none other love but thine, By Allah, who can read the secrets of the sprite?" Then she asked Ajib, "O my son, where hast thou been?" and he answered, "In Damascus city." Whereupon she rose and set before him a bit of scone and a saucer of conserve of pomegranate grains, which was too little sweetened; and she said to the eunuch, "Sit down with thy master." Said the servant to himself, "By Allah, we have no mind to eat; I cannot bear the smell of bread." But he sat down and so did Ajib, though his stomach was full of what he had eaten already and drunken. Nevertheless he took a bit of the bread and dipped it in the pomegranate conserve and made shift to eat it; but he found it too little sweetened, for he was cloyed and surfeited. So he said, "Ugh! What be this wild beast stuff?" "O my son," cried his grandmother, "dost thou find fault with my cookery? I cooked this myself and none can cook it as nicely as I can, save thy father Badr al Din Hasan." "By Allah, O my lady," Ajib answered, "this dish is nasty stuff; for we saw but now in the city of Bassorah a cook who so dresseth pomegranate grains that the very smell openeth a way to the heart, and the taste would make a full man long to eat. And as for this mess compared with his, 'tis not worth either much or little." When his grandmother heard his words she waxed wroth with exceeding wrath and looked at the servant.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 16. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton, Volume 1, Section 17. When it was the 24th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ajib's grandmother heard his words she waxed wroth and looked at the servant and said, "Woe to thee! Dost thou spoil my son and dost take him into common cook shops?" The eunuch was frightened and denied, saying, "We did not go into the shop; we only passed by it." "By Allah," cried Ajib, "but we did go in, and we ate till it came out of our nostrils, and the dish was better than thy dish." Then his grandmother rose and went and told her brother in law, who was incensed against the eunuch and, sending for him, asked him, "Why didst thou take my son into a cook shop?" And the eunuch, being frightened, answered, "We did not go in." But Ajib said, "We did go inside and ate conserve of pomegranate grains till we were full, and the cook gave us to drink of iced and sugared sherbet." At this the Wazir's indignation redoubled and he questioned the castrato; but, as he still denied, the Wazir said to him, "If thou speak sooth, sit down and eat before us." So he came forward and tried to eat but could not eat and threw away the mouthful, crying, "O my lord, I am surfeited since yesterday." By this the Wazir was certified that he had eaten at the cook's and bade the slaves throw him, which they did. Then they came down on him with a rib basting which burnt him till he cried for mercy and help from Allah, saying, "O my master, beat me no more and I will tell thee the truth." Whereupon the Wazir stopped the bastinado and said, "Now speak thou sooth." Quoth the eunuch, "Know then that we did enter the shop of a cook while he was dressing conserve of pomegranate grains, and he set some of it before us. By Allah, I never ate in my life its like nor tasted aught nastier than this stuff which is now before us." Badr al Din Hasan's mother was angry at this and said, "Needs thou must go back to the cook and bring me a saucer of conserved pomegranate grains from that which is in his shop and show it to thy master, that he may say which be the better and the nicer, mine or his." Said the unsexed, "I will." So on the instant she gave him a saucer and a half dinar, and he returned to the shop and said to the cook, "O Shaykh of all cooks, we have laid a wager concerning thy cookery in my lord's house, for they have conserve of pomegranate grains there also: so give me this half dinar's worth and look to it, for I have eaten a full meal of stick on account of thy cookery, and so do not let me eat aught more thereof." Hasan of Bassorah laughed and answered, "By Allah, none can dress this dish as it should be dressed save myself and my mother, and she at this time is in a far country." Then he ladled out a saucerful and, finishing it off with musk and rose water, put it in a cloth which he sealed and gave it to the eunuch who hastened back with it. No sooner had Badr al Din Hasan's mother tasted it and perceived its fine flavour and the excellence of the cookery than she knew who had dressed it, and she screamed and fell down fainting. The Wazir, sorely started, sprinkled rose water upon her and after a time she recovered and said, "If my son be yet of this world, none dressed this conserve of pomegranate grains but he, and this cook is my very son Badr al Din Hasan. There is no doubt of it, nor can there be any mistake, for only I and he knew how to prepare it and I taught him." When the Wazir heard her words he joyed with exceeding joy and said, "O the longing of me for a sight of my brother's son! I wonder if the days will ever unite us with him. Yet it is to Almighty Allah alone that we look for bringing about this meeting." Then he rose without stay or delay and, going to his suite, said to them, "Be off, some 50 of you, with sticks and staves to the cook's shop and demolish it; then pinion his arms behind him with his own turband, saying, 'It was thou madest that foul mess of pomegranate grains,' and drag him here perforce, but without doing him any harm." And they replied, "It is well." Then the Wazir rode off without losing an instant to the palace and, foregathering with the Viceroy of Damascus, showed him the Sultan's orders. After careful perusal he kissed the letter and, placing it upon his head, said to his visitor, "Who is this offender of thine?" Quoth the Wazir, "A man who is a cook." So the Viceroy at once sent his apparitors to the shop, which they found demolished and everything in it broken to pieces, for whilst the Wazir was riding to the palace his men had done his bidding. Then they awaited his return from the audience, and Hasan of Bassorah, who was their prisoner, kept saying, "I wonder what they have found in the conserve of pomegranate grains to bring things to this pass." When the Wazir returned to them, after his visit to the Viceroy, who had given him formal permission to take up his debtor and depart with him, on entering the tents he called for the cook. They brought him forward pinioned with his turband, and when Badr al Din Hasan saw his uncle he wept with excessive weeping and said, "O my lord, what is my offence against thee?" "Art thou the man who dressed that conserve of pomegranate grains?" asked the Wazir, and he answered, "Yes. Didst thou find in it aught to call for the cutting off of my head?" Quoth the Wazir, "That were the least of thy deserts." Quoth the cook, "O my lord, wilt thou not tell me my crime and what aileth the conserve of pomegranate grains?" "Presently," replied the Wazir and called aloud to his men, "Bring hither the camels." So they struck the tents and by the Wazir's orders the servants took Badr al Din Hasan and set him in a chest which they padlocked and put on a camel. Then they departed and stinted not journeying till nightfall, when they halted and ate some victual, and took Badr al Din Hasan out of his chest and gave him a meal and locked him up again. They set out once more and travelled till they reached Kimrah, where they took him out of the box and brought him before the Wazir, who asked him, "Art thou he who dressed that conserve of pomegranate grains?" He answered, "Yes, O my lord." And the Wazir said, "Fetter him." So they fettered him and returned him to the chest and fared on again till they reached Cairo and lighted at the quarter called Al Raydaniyah. Then the Wazir gave order to take Badr al Din Hasan out of the chest and sent for a carpenter and said to him, "Make me a cross of wood for this fellow." Cried Badr al Din Hasan, "And what wilt thou do with it?" And the Wazir replied, "I mean to crucify thee thereon and nail thee thereto and parade thee all about the city. And why wilt thou use me after this fashion? Because of thy villainous cookery of conserved pomegranate grains. How durst thou dress it and sell it lacking pepper? And for that it lacked pepper wilt thou do all this to me? Is it not enough that thou hast broken my shop and smashed my gear and boxed me up in a chest and fed me only once a day? Too little pepper! Too little pepper! This is a crime which can be expiated only upon the cross." Then Badr al Din Hasan marvelled and fell a mourning for his life. Whereupon the Wazir asked him, "Of what thinkest thou?" And he answered him, "Of maggoty heads like thine; for an thou had 1 ounce of sense thou hadst not treated me thus." Quoth the Wazir, "It is our duty to punish thee lest thou do the like again." Quoth Badr al Din Hasan, "Of a truth my offence were over punished by the least of what thou hast already done to me; and Allah damn all conserve of pomegranate grains and curse the hour when I cooked it, and would I had died ere this!" But the Wazir rejoined, "There is no help for it; I must crucify a man who sells conserve of pomegranate grains lacking pepper." All this time the carpenter was shaping the wood and Badr al Din looked on, and thus they did till night, when his uncle took him and clapped him into the chest, saying, "The thing shall be done to morrow." Then he waited until he knew Badr al Din Hasan to be asleep, when he mounted and, taking the chest up before him, entered the city and rode on to his own house, where he alighted and said to his daughter Sitt al Husn, "Praised be Allah who hath reunited thee with thy husband, the son of thine uncle! Up now and order the house as it was on thy bridal night." So the servants arose and lit the candles, and the Wazir took out his plan of the nuptial chamber and directed them what to do till they had set everything in its stead, so that whoever saw it would have no doubt but that it was the very night of the marriage. Then he bade them put down Badr al Din Hasan's turband on the settle as he had deposited it with his own hand, and in like manner his bag trousers and the purse which were under the mattress, and told his daughter to undress herself and go to bed in the private chamber as on her wedding night, adding, "When the son of thine uncle comes in to thee, say to him, 'Thou hast loitered while going to the privy. and call him to lie by thy side and keep him in converse till daybreak, when we will explain the whole matter to him." Then he bade take Badr al Din Hasan out of the chest, after loosing the fetters from his feet and stripping off all that was on him save the fine shirt of blue silk in which he had slept on his wedding night, so that he was well nigh naked and trouserless. All this was done whilst he was sleeping on, utterly unconscious. Then, by doom of destiny, Badr al Din Hasan turned over and awoke, and finding himself in a lighted vestibule, said to himself, "Surely I am in the mazes of some dream." So he rose and went on a little to an inner door and looked in and lo! he was in the very chamber wherein the bride had been displayed to him, and there he saw the bridal alcove and the settle and his turband and all his clothes. When he saw this he was confounded and kept advancing with one foot and retiring with the other, saying, "Am I sleeping or waking?" And he began rubbing his forehead and saying, for indeed he was thoroughly astounded, "By Allah, verily this is the chamber of the bride who was displayed before me. Where am I then? I was surely but now in a box." Whilst he was talking with himself, Sitt al Husn suddenly lifted the corner of the chamber curtain and said, "O my lord, wilt thou not come in? Indeed thou hast loitered long in the water closet." When he heard her words and saw her face he burst out laughing and said, "Of a truth this is a very nightmare among dreams." Then he went in sighing and pondered what had come to pass with him and was perplexed about his case, and his affair became yet more obscure to him when he saw his turband and bag trousers, and when, feeling the pocket, he found the purse containing the 1,000 gold pieces. So he stood still and muttered, "Allah is all knowing! Assuredly I am dreaming a wild waking dream." Then said the Lady of Beauty to him, "What ails thee to look puzzled and perplexed?" adding, "Thou wast a very different man during the first of the night." He laughed and asked her, "How long have I been away from thee?" And she answered him, "Allah preserve thee and His holy name be about thee! Thou didst but go out an hour ago for an occasion and return. Are thy wits clean gone?" When Badr al Din Hasan heard this he laughed and said, "Thou hast spoken truth, but when I went out from thee I forgot myself awhile in the draught house and dreamt that I was a cook at Damascus and abode there 10 years, and there came to me a boy who was of the sons of the great and with him a eunuch." Here he passed his hand over his forehead and feeling the scar cried, "By Allah, O my lady, it must have been true, for he struck my forehead with a stone and cut it open from eyebrow to eyebrow, and here is the mark; so it must have been on wake." Then he added, "But perhaps I dreamt it when we fell asleep, I and thou, in each other's arms, for meseems it was as though I travelled to Damascus without tarboosh and trousers and set up as a cook there." Then he was perplexed and considered for a while and said, "By Allah, I also fancied that I dressed a conserve of pomegranate grains and put too little pepper in it. By Allah, I must have slept in the numerocent and have seen the whole thing in a dream. But how long was that dream?" "Allah upon thee," said Sitt al Husn, "and what more sawest thou?" So he related all to her and presently said, "By Allah, had I not woke up they would have nailed me to a cross of wood." "Wherefore?" asked she, and he answered, "For putting too little pepper in the conserve of pomegranate grains; and meseemed they demolished my shop and dashed to pieces my pots and pans, destroyed all my stuff and put me in a box. They then sent for the carpenter to fashion a cross for me and would have crucified me thereon. Now Alhamdolillah, thanks be to Allah, for that all this happened to me in sleep and not on wake." Sitt al Husn laughed and clasped him to her bosom and he her to his. Then he thought again and said, "By Allah, it could not be save while I was awake: truly I know not what to think of it." Then he lay him down and all the night he was bewildered about his case, now saying, "I was dreaming," and then saying, "I was awake," till morning, when his uncle Shams al Din the Wazir came to him and saluted him. When Badr al Din Hasan saw him he said, "By Allah, art thou not he who bade bind my hands behind me and smash my shop and nail me to a cross on a matter of conserved pomegranate grains, because the dish lacked a sufficiency of pepper?" Whereupon the Wazir said to him, "Know, O my son, that truth hath shown its soothfast and the concealed hath been revealed. Thou art the son of my brother, and I did all this with thee to certify myself that thou wast indeed he who went in unto my daughter that night. I could not be sure of this till I saw that thou knewest the chamber and thy turband and thy trousers and thy gold and the papers in thy writing and in that of thy father my brother, for I had never seen thee afore that and knew thee not. And as to thy mother I have prevailed upon her to come with me from Bassorah." So saying he threw himself on his nephew's breast and wept for joy; and Badr al Din Hasan, hearing these words from his uncle, marvelled with exceeding marvel and fell on his neck and also shed tears for excess of delight. Then said the Wazir to him, "O my son, the sole cause of all this is what passed between me and thy sire, and all that had occurred to part them." Lastly the Wazir sent for Ajib, and when his father saw him he cried, "And this is he who struck me with the stone!" Quoth the Wazir, "This is thy son." And Badr al Din Hasan threw himself upon his boy and began repeating, "Long have I wept o'er severance ban and bane; * Long from mine eyelids tear rills rail and rain: And vowed I, if Time reunion bring, * My tongue from name of severance I'll restrain. Joy hath o'ercome me to this stress that I * From joy's revulsion to shed tears am fain: Ye are so trained to tears, O eyne of me, * You weep with pleasure as you weep with pain." When he had ended his verse his mother came in and threw herself upon him and began reciting, "When we met we complained, our hearts were sore wrung; * But plaint is not pleasant from messenger's tongue." Then she wept and related to him what had befallen her since his departure, and he told her what he had suffered, and they thanked Allah Almighty for their reunion. 2 days after his arrival the Wazir Shams al Din went in to the Sultan and, kissing the ground between his hands, greeted him with the greeting due to Kings. The Sultan rejoiced at his return and his face brightened and, placing him hard by his side, asked him to relate all he had seen in his wayfaring and whatso had betided him in his going and coming. So the Wazir told him all that had passed from first to last, and the Sultan said, "Thanks be to Allah for thy victory and the winning of thy wish and thy safe return to thy children and thy people. And now I needs must see the son of thy brother Hasan of Bassorah, so bring him to the audience hall to morrow." Shams al Din replied, "Thy slave shall stand in thy presence to morrow, Inshallah, if it be God's will." Then he saluted him and, returning to his own house, informed his nephew of the Sultan's desire to see him; whereto replied Hasan whilome the Bassorite, "The slave is obedient to the orders of his lord." And the result was that next day he accompanied his uncle Shams al Din to the Divan and, after saluting the Sultan and doing him reverence in most ceremonious obeisance and with most courtly obsequiousness, he began improvising these verses: "The first in rank to kiss the ground shall deign * Before you, and all ends and aims attain: You are honour's fount, and all that hope of you * Shall gain more honour than hope hoped to gain." The Sultan smiled and signed to him to sit down. So he took a seat close to his uncle Shams al Din and the King asked him his name. Quoth Badr al Din Hasan, "The meanest of thy slaves is known as Hasan the Bassorite, who is instant in prayer for thee day and night." The Sultan was pleased at his words and, being minded to test his learning and prove his good breeding, asked him, "Dost thou remember any verses in praise of the mole on the cheek?" He answered, "I do," and began reciting, "When I think of my love and our parting smart, * My groans go forth and my tears upstart: He's a mole that reminds me in colour and charms * O' the black o' the eye and the grain of the heart." The King admired and praised the two couplets and said to him, "Quote something else: Allah bless thy sire, and may thy tongue never tire!" So he began that cheek mole's spot they evened with a grain of musk, nor did they hear the simile strain, nay marvel at the face comprising all beauty, nor falling short by single grain. The King shook with pleasure and said to him, "Say more, Allah bless thy days!" So he began, "O you whose mole on cheek enthroned recalls a dot of musk upon a stone of ruby, grant me your favours, be not stone at heart, core of my heart whose only sustenance you be." Quoth the King, "Fair comparison, O Hasan, thou hast spoken excellently well and hast proved thyself accomplished in every accomplishment. Now explain to me how many meanings be there in the Arabic language for the word Khal or mole." He replied, "Allah keep the King! 57, and some by tradition say 50." Said the Sultan, "Thou sayest sooth," presently adding, "Hast thou knowledge as to the points of excellence in beauty?" "Yes," answered Badr al Din Hasan, "beauty consisteth in brightness of face, clearness of complexion, shapeliness of nose, gentleness of eyes, sweetness of mouth, cleverness of speech, slenderness of shape and seemliness of all attributes. But the acme of beauty is in the hair, and indeed Ash-Shirab the Hijazi hath brought together all these items in his doggerel verse of the metre Rajaz, and it is this: Say thou to skin, be soft; to face, be fair; and gaze, nor shall they blame howso thou stare. Fine nose in beauty's list is high esteemed, nor less an eye full, bright and debonair. Eke did they well to laud the lovely lips, which e'en the sleep of me will never spare, a winning tongue, a stature tall and straight, a seemly union of gifts rarest rare. But beauty's acme in the hair one views it; so hear my strain, and with some few excuse it." The Sultan was captivated by his converse and, regarding him as a friend, asked, "What meaning is there in the saw, 'Shurayh is foxier than the fox'?" And he answered, "Know, O King, whom Almighty Allah keep, that the legist Shurayh was wont, during the days of the plague, to make a visitation to Al Najaf, and whenever he stood up to pray there came a fox which would plant himself facing him, and which, by mimicking his movements, distracted him from his devotions. Now when this became longsome to him, one day he doffed his shirt and set it upon a cane and shook out the sleeves; then, placing his turband on the top and girding its middle with a shawl, he stuck it up in the place where he used to pray. Presently up trotted the fox according to his custom and stood over against the figure, whereupon Shurayh came up behind him and took him. Hence the sayer saith, "Shurayh foxier than the fox." When the Sultan heard Badr al Din Hasan's explanation, he said to his uncle Shams al Din, "Truly this the son of thy brother is perfect in courtly breeding, and I do not think that his like can be found in Cairo." At this Hasan arose and kissed the ground before him and sat down again as a Mameluke should sit before his master. When the Sultan had thus assured himself of his courtly breeding and bearing and his knowledge of the liberal arts and belles lettres, he joyed with exceeding joy and invested him with a splendid robe of honour and promoted him to an office whereby he might better his condition. Then Badr al Din Hasan arose and, kissing the ground before the King, wished him continuance of glory and asked leave to retire with his uncle the Wazir Shams al Din. The Sultan gave him leave and he issued forth and the two returned home, where food was set before them and they ate what Allah had given them. After finishing his meal Hasan repaired to the sitting chamber of his wife the Lady of Beauty and told her what had passed between him and the Sultan, whereupon quoth she, "He cannot fail to make thee a cup companion and give thee largesse in excess and load thee with favours and bounties. So shalt thou, by Allah's blessing, dispread like the greater light the rays of thy perfection wherever thou be, on shore or on sea." Said he to her, "I purpose to recite a Kasidah, an ode in his praise, that he may redouble in affection for me." "Thou art right in thine intent," she answered, "so gather thy wits together and weigh thy words, and I shall surely see my husband favoured with his highest favour." Thereupon Hasan shut himself up and composed these couplets on a solid base and abounding in inner grace, and copied them out in a handwriting of the nicest taste. They are as follows: Mine is a chief who reached most haught estate, treading the pathways of the good and great. His justice makes all regions safe and sure, and against froward foes bars every gate. Bold lion, hero, saint, e'en if you call seraph or sovereign, he with all may rate. The poorest supplicant rich from him returns; all words to praise him were inadequate. He to the day of peace is saffron morn, and murky night in furious warfare's bait. Bow 'neath his gifts our necks, and by his deeds, as king of free born souls, he joys his state. Allah increase for us his term of years, and from his lot avert all risks and fears. When he had finished transcribing the lines he dispatched them, in charge of one of his uncle's slaves, to the Sultan, who perused them and his fancy was pleased, so that he read them to those present and all praised them with the highest praise. Thereupon he sent for the writer to his sitting chamber and said to him, "Thou art from this day forth my boon companion, and I appoint to thee a monthly solde of 1,000 dirhams, over and above that I bestowed on thee aforetime." So Hasan rose and, kissing the ground before the King several times, prayed for the continuance of his greatness and glory and length of life and strength. Thus Badr al Din Hasan the Bassorite waxed high in honour and his fame flew forth to many regions, and he abode in all comfort and solace and delight of life with his uncle and his own folk till death overtook him. When the Caliph Harun al Rashid heard this story from the mouth of his Wazir Ja'afar the Barmecide, he marvelled much and said, "It behoves that these stories be written in letters of liquid gold." Then he set the slave at liberty and assigned to the youth who had slain his wife such a monthly stipend as sufficed to make his life easy. He also gave him a concubine from amongst his own slave girls, and the young man became one of his cup companions. Yet this story, continued Shahrazad, is in no wise stranger than the tale of the Tailor and the Hunchback and the Jew and the Reeve and the Nazarene and what betided them. Quoth the King, "And what may that be?" So Shahrazad began in these words: The Hunchback's Tale. It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that there dwelt during times of yore and years and ages long gone before, in a certain city of China, a tailor who was an open handed man that loved pleasuring and merry making, and who was wont, he and his wife, to solace themselves from time to time with public diversions and amusements. One day they went out with the first of the light and were returning in the evening, when they fell in with a hunchback whose semblance would draw a laugh from care and dispel the horrors of despair. So they went up to enjoy looking at him and invited him to go home with them and converse and carouse with them that night. He consented and accompanied them afoot to their home, whereupon the Tailor fared forth to the bazar, night having just set in, and bought a fried fish and bread and lemons and dry sweetmeats for dessert, and set the victuals before the Hunchback and they ate. Presently the Tailor's wife took a great fid of fish and gave it in a gobbet to the Gobbo, stopping his mouth with her hand and saying, "By Allah, thou must down with it at a single gulp and I will not give thee time to chew it." So he bolted it, but therein was a stiff bone which stuck in his gullet and, his hour being come, he died.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 17 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, translated by Richard Burton. Section 18. When it was the 25th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the tailor's wife gave the hunchback that mouthful of fish which ended his term of days, he died on the instant. Seeing this, the tailor cried aloud, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah! Alas, that this poor wretch should have died in so foolish fashion at our hands! And the woman rejoined, Why this idle talk? Hast thou not heard his saying who said, Why then waste I my time in grief, until I find no friend to bear my weight of woe? How sleep upon a fire that flames unquenched? Upon the flames to rest were hard enow. Asked her husband, And what shall I do with him? And she answered, Rise and take him in thine arms, and spread a silken kerchief over him. Then I will fare forth, with thee following me, this very night, and if thou meet any one, say, This is my son, and his mother and I are carrying him to the doctor, that he may look at him. So he rose, and taking the hunchback in his arms, bore him along the streets, preceded by his wife, who kept crying, O my son, Allah keep thee! What part paineth thee, and where hath this small pox attacked thee? So all who saw them said, "'Tis a child sick of small pox." They went along asking for the physician's house, till folk directed them to that of a leach which was a Jew. They knocked at the door, and there came down to them a black slave girl, who opened and, seeing a man bearing a babe, and a woman with him, said to them, What is the matter? We have a little one with us, answered the tailor's wife, and we wish to show him to the physician. So take this quarter dinar and give it to thy master, and let him come down and see my son, who is sore sick. The girl went up to tell her master, whereupon the tailor's wife walked into the vestibule and said to her husband, Leave the hunchback here, and let us fly for our lives. So the tailor carried the dead man to the top of the stairs and propped him upright against the wall, and ran away, he and his wife. Meanwhile the girl went in to the Jew and said to him, At the door are a man and a woman with a sick child, and they have given me a quarter dinar for thee, that thou mayest go down and look at the little one and prescribe for it. As soon as the Jew saw the quarter dinar he rejoiced and rose quickly in his greed of gain, and went forth hurriedly in the dark. But hardly had he made a step when he stumbled on the corpse and threw it over, when it rolled to the bottom of the staircase. So he cried out to the girl to hurry up with the light, and she brought it, whereupon he went down and, examining the hunchback, found that he was stone dead. So he cried out, O for Esdras! O for Moses! O for Aaron! O for Joshua son of Nun! O the 10 Commandments! I have stumbled against the sick one, and he hath fallen downstairs, and he is dead. How shall I get this man I have killed out of my house? O by the hoofs of the ass of Esdras! Then he took up the body and, carrying it into the house, told his wife what had happened, and she said to him, Why dost thou sit still? If thou keep him here till day break, we shall both lose our lives. Let us carry him to the terrace roof and throw him over into the house of our neighbour, the Moslem, for if he abide there a night, the dogs will come down on him from the adjoining terraces and eat him up. Now his neighbour was a Reeve, the controller of the Sultan's kitchen, and was wont to bring back great store of oil and fat and broken meats; but the cats and rats used to eat it, or if the dogs scented a fat sheep's tail, they would come down from the nearest roofs and tear at it. And on this wise the beasts had already damaged much of what he brought home. So the Jew and his wife carried the hunchback up to the roof, and letting him down by his hands and feet through the wind shaft into the Reeve's house, propped him up against the wall and went their ways. Hardly had they done this when the Reeve, who had been passing an evening with his friends hearing a recitation of the Koran, came home and opened the door and, going up with a lighted candle, found a son of Adam standing in the corner under the ventilator. When he saw this he said, "Wah! By Allah, very good forsooth! He who robbeth my stuff is none other than a man." Then he turned to the Hunchback and said, "So 'tis thou that stealest the meat and the fat! I thought it was the cats and dogs, and I kill the cats and dogs of the quarter and sin against them by killing them; and all the while 'tis thou comest down from the house terrace through the wind shaft. But I will avenge myself upon thee with my own hand." So he snatched up a heavy hammer and set upon him and smote him full on the breast, and he fell down. Then he examined him and finding that he was dead, cried out in horror, thinking that he had killed him, and said, "There is no Majesty and there is no Might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great!" And he feared for his life and added, "Allah curse the oil and the meat and the grease and the sheep's tails to boot! How hath Fate given this man his quietus at my hand?" Then he looked at the body and, seeing it was that of a Gobbo, said, "Was it not enough for thee to be a hunchback, but thou must likewise be a thief and prig flesh and fat? O thou veiler, deign to veil me with thy curtain of concealment." So he took him up on his shoulders and, going forth with him from his house about the latter end of the night, carried him to the nearest end of the bazar, where he set him up on his feet against the wall of a shop at the head of a dark lane, and left him and went away. After a while up came a Nazarene, the Sultan's broker, who, much bemused with liquor, was purposing for the Hammam bath, as his drunkenness whispered in his ear, "Verily the call to matins is nigh." He came plodding along and staggering about till he drew near the Hunchback and squatted down to make water over against him, when he happened to glance around and saw a man standing against the wall. Now some person had snatched off the Christian's turband in the first of the night, so when he saw the Hunchback hard by, he fancied that he also meant to steal his headdress. Thereupon he clenched his fist and struck him on the neck, felling him to the ground, and called aloud to the watchman of the bazar, and came down on the body in his drunken fury and kept on belabouring and throttling the corpse. Presently the Charley came up and, finding a Nazarene kneeling on a Moslem and frapping him, asked, "What harm hath this one done?" And the broker answered, "The fellow meant to snatch off my turband." "Get up from him," quoth the watchman. So he arose and the Charley went up to the Hunchback and, finding him dead, exclaimed, "By Allah, good indeed! A Christian killing a Mahometan!" Then he seized the broker and, tying his hands behind his back, carried him to the Governor's house; and all the while the Nazarene kept saying to himself, "O Messiah! O Virgin! how came I to kill this fellow? And in what a hurry he must have been to depart this life when he died of a single blow!" Presently, as his drunkenness fled, came dolour in its stead. So the broker and the body were kept in the Governor's palace till morning morrowed, when the Wali came out and gave order to hang the supposed murderer and commanded the executioner make proclamation of the sentence. Forthwith they set up a gallows under which they made the Nazarene stand, and the torch bearer, who was hangman, threw the rope round his neck and passed one end through the pulley and was about to hoist him up, when lo! the Reeve, who was passing by, saw the broker about to be hanged and, making his way through the people, cried out to the executioner, "Hold! hold! I am he who killed the Hunchback." Asked the Governor, "What made thee kill him?" And he answered, "I went home last night and there found this man who had come down the ventilator to steal my property; so I smote him with a hammer on the breast and he died forthright. Then I took him up and carried him to the bazar and set him up against the wall in such a place near such a lane," adding, "Is it not enough for me to have killed a Moslem without also killing a Christian? So hang none other but me." When the Governor heard these words he released the broker and said to the torch bearer, "Hang up this man on his own confession." So he loosed the cord from the Nazarene's neck and threw it round that of the Reeve, and making him stand under the gallows tree, was about to string him up, when behold, the Jewish physician pushed through the people and shouted to the executioner, "Hold, hold! It was I and none else killed the Hunchback. Last night I was sitting at home when a man and a woman knocked at the door carrying this Gobbo, who was sick, and gave my handmaid a quarter dinar, bidding her hand me the fee and tell me to come down and see him. Whilst she was gone the man and the woman brought him into the house and, setting him on the stairs, went away. And presently I came down and, not seeing him, for I was in the dark, stumbled over him and he fell to the foot of the staircase and died on the moment. Then we took him up, I and my wife, and carried him on to the top terrace, and the house of this Reeve being next door to mine, we let the body down through the ventilator. When he came home and found the Hunchback in his house, he fancied he was a thief and struck him with a hammer, so that he fell to the ground, and our neighbour made certain that he had slain him. Now is it not enough for me to have killed one Moslem unwittingly, without burdening myself with taking the life of another Moslem wittingly?" When the Governor heard this he said to the hangman, "Set free the Reeve and hang the Jew." Thereupon the torch bearer took him and slung the cord round his neck, when behold, the Tailor pushed through the people and shouted to the executioner, "Hold, hold! It was I and none else killed the Hunchback, and this was the fashion thereof. I had been out a pleasuring yesterday and, coming back to supper, fell in with this Gobbo, who was drunk and drumming away and singing lustily to his tambourine. So I accosted him and carried him to my house and bought a fish and we sat down to eat. Presently my wife took a fid of fish and, making a gobbet of it, crammed it into his mouth; but some of it went down the wrong way or stuck in his gullet, and he died on the instant. So we lifted him up, I and my wife, and carried him to the Jew's house, where the slave girl came down and opened the door to us, and I said to her, "Tell thy master that there are a man and a woman and a sick person for thee to see." I gave her a quarter dinar and she went up to tell her master, and whilst she was gone I carried the Hunchback to the head of the staircase and propped him up against the wall and went off with my wife. When the Jew came down he stumbled over him and thought that he had killed him. Then he asked the Jew, "Is this the truth?" And the Jew answered, "Yes." Thereupon the Tailor turned to the Governor and said, "Leave go the Jew and hang me." When the Governor heard the Tailor's tale he marvelled at the matter of this Hunchback and exclaimed, "Verily this is an adventure which should be recorded in books." Then he said to the hangman, "Let the Jew go and hang the Tailor on his own confession." The executioner took the Tailor and put the rope around his neck and said, "I am tired of such slow work. We bring out this one and change him for that other, and no one is hanged after all." Now the Hunchback in question was, they relate, jester to the Sultan of China, who could not bear him out of his sight. So when the fellow got drunk and did not make his appearance that night or the next day till noon, the Sultan asked some of his courtiers about him, and they answered, "O our lord, the Governor hath come upon him dead and hath ordered his murderer to be hanged; but as the hangman was about to hoist him up, there came a second and a third and a fourth, and each one said, 'It is I and none else killed the Hunchback,' and each gave a full and circumstantial account of the manner of the jester being killed." When the King heard this he cried aloud to the Chamberlain in waiting, "Go down to the Governor and bring me all four of them." So the Chamberlain went down at once to the place of execution, where he found the torch bearer on the point of hanging the Tailor, and shouted to him, "Hold, hold!" Then he gave the King's command to the Governor, who took the Tailor, the Jew, the Nazarene and the Reeve, the Hunchback's body being borne on men's shoulders, and went up with one and all of them to the King. When he came into the presence he kissed the ground and acquainted the ruler with the whole story, which it is needless to relate, for, as they say, there is no avail in a thrice told tale. The Sultan, hearing it, marvelled and was moved to mirth and commanded the story to be written in letters of liquid gold, saying to those present, did ye ever hear a more wondrous tale than that of my hunchback?" Thereupon the Nazarene broker came forward and said, "O King of the age, with thy leave I will tell thee a thing which happened to myself and which is still more wondrous and marvellous and pleasurable and delectable than the tale of the Hunchback." Quoth the King, "Tell us what thou hast to say." So he began in these words: The Nazarene Broker's Story. O King of the age, I came to this thy country with merchandise, and destiny stayed me here with you; but my place of birth was Cairo in Egypt, where I also was brought up, for I am one of the Copts, and my father was a broker before me. When I came to man's estate he departed this life and I succeeded to his business. One day as I was sitting in my shop, behold, there came up to me a youth as handsome as could be, wearing sumptuous raiment and riding a fine ass. When he saw me he saluted me and I stood up to do him honour. Then he took out a kerchief containing a sample of sesame and asked, "How much is this worth per ardab?" Whereto I answered, "100 dirhams." Quoth he, "Take porters and gaugers and metesmen and come to morrow to the Khan al Jawit by the Gate of Victory quarter, where thou wilt find me." Then he fared forth, leaving me with the sample of sesame in his kerchief, and I went the round of my customers and ascertained that every ardab would fetch 120 dirhams. Next day I took 4 metesmen and walked with them to the Khan, where I found him awaiting me. As soon as he saw me he rose and opened his magazine, when we measured the grain till the store was empty, and we found the contents 50 ardabs, making 5000 pieces of silver. Then said he, "Let 10 dirhams on every ardab be thy brokerage; so take the price and keep in deposit 4500 dirhams for me, and when I have made an end of selling the other wares in my warehouses, I will come to thee and receive the amount." "I will well," replied I, and kissing his hand went away, having made that day a profit of 1000 dirhams. He was absent a month, at the end of which he came to me and asked, "Where be the dirhams?" I rose and saluted him and answered to him, "Wilt thou not eat somewhat in my house?" But he refused with the remark, "Get the monies ready and I will presently return and take them." Then he rode away; so I brought out the dirhams and sat down to await him. But he stayed away for another month, when he came back and said to me, "Where be the dirhams?" I rose and saluting him asked, "Wilt thou not eat something in my house?" But he again refused, adding, "Get me the monies ready and I will presently return and take them." Then he rode off. So I brought out the dirhams and sat down to await his return. But he stayed away from me a third month, and I said, "Verily this young man is liberality in incarnate form." At the end of the month he came up, riding a mare mule and wearing a suit of sumptuous raiment. He was as the moon on the night of fullness, and he seemed as if fresh from the baths, with his cheeks rosy bright and his brow flower white, and a mole spot like a grain of ambergris delighting the sight, even as was said of such an one by the poet: Full moon with sun in single mansion, in brightest sheen and fortune rose and shone, with happy splendour changing every sprite. Hail to what guerdons prayer with blissful boon! Their charms and grace have gained perfection's height, all hearts have conquered and all wits have won. Laud to the Lord for works so wonder strange, and what the Almighty wills His hand hath done. When I saw him I rose to him and, invoking blessings on him, asked, "O my lord, wilt thou not take thy monies?" "Whence the hurry?" quoth he. "Wait till I have made an end of my business, and then I will come and take them." Again he rode away and I said to myself, "By Allah, when he comes next time, needs must I make him my guest, for I have traded with his dirhams and have gotten large gains thereby." At the end of the year he came again, habited in a suit of clothes more sumptuous than the former, and when I conjured him by the Evangel to alight at my house and eat of my guest food, he said, "I consent, on condition that what thou expendest on me shall be of my monies still in thy hand." I answered, "So be it," and made him sit down whilst I got ready what was needful of meat and drink and else besides, and set the tray before him, with the invitation "Bismillah!" Then he drew near the tray and put out his left hand and ate with me, and I marvelled at his not using the right hand. When we had done eating I poured water on his hand and gave him wherewith to wipe it. Upon this we sat down to converse after I had set before him some sweetmeats, and I said to him, "O my master, prithee relieve me by telling me why thou eatest with thy left hand. Perchance something aileth thy other hand." When he heard my words he repeated these verses, "Dear friend, ask not what burneth in my breast, lest thou see fiery pangs eye never saw. Wills not my heart to harbour Salma instead of Layla's love, but need hath ne'er a law." And he put out his right arm from his sleeve and behold, the hand was cut off, a wrist without a fist. I was astounded at this, but he said, "Marvel not and think not that I ate with my left hand for conceit and insolence, but from necessity, and the cutting off my right hand was caused by an adventure of the strangest." Asked I, "And what caused it?" And he answered, "Know that I am of the sons of Baghdad and my father was of notables of that city. When I came to man's estate I heard the pilgrims and wayfarers, travellers and merchants talk of the land of Egypt, and their words sank deep into my mind till my parent died, when I took a large sum of money and furnished myself for trade with stuffs of Baghdad and Mosul, and packing them up in bales set out on my wanderings; and Allah decreed me safety till I entered this your city." Then he wept and began repeating, "The blear eyed 'scapes the pit wherein the lynx eyed fall; a word the wise man slays and saves the natural. The Moslem fails of food, the Kafir feasts in hall. What art or act is man's? God's will obligeth all." Now when he had ended his verse he said, "So I entered Cairo and took off my loads and stored my stuffs in the Khan al Masrur. Then I gave the servant a few silvers wherewith to buy me some food and lay down to sleep awhile. When I awoke I went to the street called Bayn al Kasrayn, between the two palaces, and presently returned and rested my night in the Khan. When it was morning I opened a bale and took out some stuff, saying to myself, I will be off and go through some of the bazars and see the state of the market. So I loaded the stuff on some of my slaves and fared forth till I reached the Kaysariyah or exchange of Jaharkas, where the brokers who knew of my coming came to meet me. They took the stuffs and cried them for sale, but could not get the prime cost of them. I was vexed at this. However, the Shaykh of the brokers said to me, "O my lord, I will tell thee how thou mayest make a profit of thy goods. Thou shouldest do as the merchants do and sell thy merchandise at credit for a fixed period, on a contract drawn up by a notary and duly witnessed, and employ a shroff to take thy dues every Monday and Thursday. So shalt thou gain 2 dirhams and more for every one, and thou shalt solace and divert thyself by seeing Cairo and the Nile." Quoth I, "This is sound advice," and carried the brokers to the Khan. They took my stuffs and went with them on 'change, where I sold them well, taking bonds for the value. These bonds I deposited with a shroff, a banker, who gave me a receipt with which I returned to the Khan. Here I stayed a whole month, every morning breaking my fast with a cup of wine and making my meals on pigeon's meat, mutton and sweetmeats, till the time came when my receipts began to fall due. So every Monday and Thursday I used to go on 'change and sit in the shop of one or other of the merchants, whilst the notary and money changer went round to recover the monies from the traders, till after the time of mid afternoon prayer, when they brought me the amount and I counted it and sealing the bags returned with them to the Khan. On a certain day, which happened to be a Monday, I went to the Hammam and thence back to my Khan and, sitting in my own room, broke my fast with a cup of wine, after which I slept a little. When I awoke I ate a chicken and, perfuming my person, repaired to the shop of a merchant hight Badr al Din al Bast, or the Gardener, who welcomed me, and we sat talking awhile till the bazar should open. Presently, behold, up came a lady of stately figure, wearing a head dress of the most magnificent, perfumed with the sweetest of scents, and walking with graceful swaying gait. And seeing me she raised her mantilla, allowing me a glimpse of her beautiful black eyes. She saluted Badr al Din, who returned her salutation, and stood up and talked with her. And the moment I heard her speak, the love of her got hold of my heart. Presently she said to Badr al Din, "Hast thou by thee a cut piece of stuff woven with thread of pure gold?" So he brought out to her a piece from those he had bought of me and sold it to her for 1,200 dirhams, when she said, "I will take the piece home with me and send thee its price." "That is impossible, O my lady," the merchant replied, "for here is the owner of the stuff and I owe him a share of profit." "Fie upon thee!" she cried. "Do I not use to take from thee entire rolls of costly stuff and give thee a greater profit than thou expectest and send thee the money?" "Yes," rejoined he, "but I stand in pressing need of the price this very day." Hereupon she took up the piece and threw it back upon his lap, saying, "Out on thee! Allah confound the tribe of you which estimates nothing at the right value!" And she turned to go. I felt my very soul going with her, so I stood up and stayed her, saying, "I conjure thee by the Lord, O my lady, favour me by retracing thy gracious steps." She turned back with a smile and said, "For thy sake I return," and took a seat opposite me in the shop. Then quoth I to Badr al Din, "What is the price they asked thee for this piece?" And quoth he, 1,100 dirhams. I rejoined, "The odd hundred shall be thy profit. Bring me a sheet of paper and I will write thee a discharge for it." Then I wrote him a receipt in my own handwriting and gave the piece to the lady, saying, "Take it away with thee and, if thou wilt, bring me its price next bazar day, or, better still, accept it as my guest gift to thee." "Allah requite thee with good," answered she, "and make thee my husband and lord and master of all I have." And Allah favoured her prayer. I saw the gates of Paradise swing open before me and said, "O my lady, let this piece of stuff be now thine, and another like it is ready for thee: only let me have one look at thy face." So she raised her veil and I saw a face the sight of which bequeathed to me 1,000 sighs, and my heart was so captivated by her love that I was no longer ruler of my reason. Then she let fall her face veil and, taking up the piece of stuff, said, "O my lord, make me not desolate by thine absence," and turned away and disappeared from my sight. I remained sitting on 'Change till past the hour of afternoon prayer, lost to the world by the love which had mastered me; and the violence of my passion compelled me to make enquiries concerning her of the merchant, who answered me, "This is a lady and a rich. She is the daughter of a certain Emir who lately died and left her a large fortune." Then I took leave of him and returned home to the Khan, where they set supper before me. But I could not eat for thinking of her, and when I lay down to sleep, sleep came not near me. So I watched till morning, when I arose and donned a change of raiment and drank a cup of wine; and, after breaking my fast on some slight matter, I went to the merchant's shop where I saluted him and sat down by him. Presently up came the lady as usual, followed by a slave girl and wearing a dress more sumptuous than before; and she saluted me without noticing Badr al Din and said in fluent graceful speech, "Never heard I voice softer or sweeter. Send one with me to take the 1,200 dirhams, the price of the piece." "Why this hurry?" asked I, and she answered, "May we never lose thee!" and handed me the money. Then I sat talking with her and presently I signed to her in dumb show, whereby she understood that I longed to enjoy her person, and she rose up in haste with a show of displeasure. My heart clung to her and I went forth from the bazar and followed on her track. As I was walking, suddenly a black slave girl stopped me and said, "O my master, come speak with my mistress." At this I was surprised and replied, "There is none who knows me here." But she rejoined, "O my lord, how soon hast thou forgotten her? My lady is the same who was this day at the shop of such a merchant." Then I went with her to the Shroff's, where I found the lady, who drew me to her side and said, "O my beloved, thine image is firmly stamped upon my fancy, and love of thee hath gotten hold of my heart. From the hour I first saw thee, nor sleep nor food nor drink hath given me aught of pleasure." I replied, "The double of that suffering is mine, and my state dispenseth me from complaint." Then said she, "O my beloved, at thy house or at mine? I am a stranger here and have no place of reception save the Khan; so, by thy favour, it shall be at thy house." "So be it; but this is Friday night and nothing can be done till to morrow after public prayers. Go to the mosque and pray; then mount thine ass and ask for the Habbiya quarter, and when there look out for the mansion of Al Nakib Barak, popularly known as Abu Shih the Syndic, for I live there; so do not delay as I shall be expecting thee." I rejoiced with still greater joy at this and took leave of her and returned to my Khan, where I passed a sleepless night. Hardly was I assured that morning had dawned when I rose, changed my dress, perfumed myself with essences and sweet scents, and taking 50 dinars in a kerchief, went from the Khan Mas to the Zuwaylah Gate, where I mounted an ass and said to its owner, "Take me to the Habbaniyah." So he set off with me and brought up in the twinkling of an eye at a street known as Darb al Munkari, where I said to him, "Go in and ask for the Syndic's mansion." He was absent awhile and then returned and said, "Alight." "Go thou before me to the house," quoth I, adding, "Come back with the earliest light and bring me home." And he answered, "In Allah's name!" Whereupon I gave him a quarter dinar of gold and he took it and went his ways. Then I knocked at the door and out came two white slave girls, both young, high bosomed virgins as they were moons, and said to me, "Enter, for our mistress is expecting thee and she hath not slept the night long for her delight in thee." I passed through the vestibule into a saloon with 7 doors, floored with parti coloured marbles and furnished with curtains and hangings of coloured silks. The ceiling was cloisonné with gold and corniced with inscriptions, emblazoned in lapis lazuli, and the walls were stuccoed with Sulti gypsum, which mirrored the beholder's face. Around the saloon were latticed windows overlooking a garden full of all manner of fruits, whose streams were railing and riffling, and whose birds were trilling and shrilling. And in the heart of the hall was a jetting fountain, at whose corners stood birds fashioned in red gold crusted with pearls and gems, and spouting water crystal clear. When I entered and took a seat,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 18 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 19, Volume 1 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Sir Richard Burton. When it was the 26th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued, When I entered and took a seat, the lady at once came in crowned with a diadem of pearls and jewels, her face dotted with artificial moles in indigo, her eyebrows pencilled with kohl, and her hands and feet reddened with henna. When she saw me she smiled in my face and took me to her embrace and clasped me to her breast. Then she put her mouth to my mouth and sucked my tongue, and I did likewise, and said, "Can it be true, O my little darkling, thou art come to me?" adding, "Welcome and good cheer to thee! By Allah, from the day I saw thee, sleep hath not been sweet to me, nor hath food been pleasant." Quoth I, "Such hath also been my case, and I am thy slave, thy negro slave." Then we sat down to converse and I hung my head earthwards in bashfulness; but she delayed not long ere she set before me a tray of the most exquisite viands, marinated meats, fritters soaked in bees' honeys, and chickens stuffed with sugar and pistachio nuts, whereof we ate till we were satisfied. Then they brought basin and ewer and I washed my hands, and we scented ourselves with rose water musked, and sat down again to converse. Then she began repeating these couplets:— Had we wist of thy coming, thy way had been strewn with the blood of our heart and the balls of our sight, our cheek as a footcloth to greet thee been thrown, that thy step on our eyelids should softly alight. And she kept plaining of what had befallen her and I of what had betided me, and love of her got so firm hold of my heart that all my wealth seemed a thing of naught in comparison with her. Then we fell to toying and groping and kissing till nightfall, when the handmaidens set before us meats and a complete wine service, and we sat carousing till the noon of night, when we lay down and I lay with her. Never in my life saw I a night like that night. When morning morrowed I arose and took leave of her, throwing under the carpet bed the kerchief wherein were the dinars; and as I went out she wept and said, "O my lord, when shall I look upon that lovely face again?" "I will be with thee at sunset," answered I, and going out found the donkey boy, who had brought me the day before, awaiting at the door. So I mounted ass and rode to the Khan of Masrur, where I alighted and gave the man a half dinar, saying, "Return at sunset;" and he said, "I will." Then I breakfasted and went out to seek the price of my stuffs; after which I returned and, taking a roast lamb and some sweetmeats, called a porter and put the provision in his crate, and sent it to the lady paying the man his hire. I went back to my business till sunset, when the ass driver came to me, and I took 50 dinars in a kerchief and rode to her house, where I found the marble floor swept, the brasses burnished, the branch lights burning, the wax candles ready lighted, the meat served up and the wine strained. When my lady saw me she threw her arms about my neck and cried, "Thou hast desolated me by thine absence." Then she set the tables before me and we ate till we were satisfied, when the slave girls carried off the trays and served up wine. We gave not over drinking till half the night was past, and being well warmed with drink we went to the sleeping chamber and lay there till morning. I then arose and fared forth from her, leaving the 50 dinars with her as before, and finding the donkey boy at the door rode to the Khan and slept awhile. After that I went out to make ready the evening meal and took a brace of geese with gravy on 2 platters of dressed and peppered rice, and got ready colocasia roots fried and soaked in honey, and wax candles and fruits and conserves and nuts and almonds and sweet scented cowers, and I sent them all to her. As soon as it was night I again tied up 50 dinars in a kerchief and, mounting the ass as usual, rode to the mansion, where we ate and drank and lay together till morning, when I threw the kerchief and dinars to her and rode back to the Khan. I ceased not doing after that fashion till, after a sweet night, I woke one fine morning and found myself beggared, dinarless and dirhamless. So I said to myself, "All this be Satan's work," and began to recite these couplets:— Poverty dims the sheen of man, whate'er his wealth has been, E'en as the sun about to set shines with a yellowing light, absent he falls from memory, forgotten by his friends, present he shareth not their joys, for none in him delight. He walks the market shunned of all, too glad to hide his head, in desert places tears he sheds, and moans his bitter plight. By Allah, mid his kith and kin a man, however good, waylaid by want and penury, is but a stranger wight. I fared forth from the Khan and walked down "Between the Palaces" street till I came to the Zuwaylah port, where I found the people crowding and the gateway blocked for the much folk. And by the decree of destiny I saw there a trooper, against whom I pressed unintentionally, so that my hand came upon his bosom pocket and I felt a purse inside it. I looked and seeing a string of green silk hanging from the pocket knew it for a purse, and the crush grew greater every minute, and just then a camel laden with a load of fuel happened to jostle the trooper on the opposite side, and he turned round to fend it off from him, lest it tear his clothes, and Satan tempted me, so I pulled the string and drew out a little bag of blue silk containing something which chinked like coin. But the soldier, feeling his pocket suddenly lightened, put his hand to it and found it empty, whereupon he turned to me and, snatching up his mace from his saddle bow, struck me with it on the head. I fell to the ground, whilst the people came round us and, seizing the trooper's mare by the bridle, said to him, "Strikest thou this youth such a blow as this for a mere push?" But the trooper cried out at them, "This fellow is an accursed thief." Whereupon I came to myself and stood up, and the people looked at me and said, "Nay, he is a comely youth, he would not steal anything." And some of them took my part and others were against me, and question and answer waxed loud and warm. The people pulled at me and would have rescued me from his clutches, but as fate decreed, behold, the Governor, the Chief of Police and the watch entered the Zuwaylah gate at this moment, and seeing the people gathered together around me and the soldier, the Governor asked, "What is the matter?" "By Allah, O Emir," answered the trooper, "this is a thief. I had in my pocket a purse of blue silk lined with 20 good gold pieces, and he took it whilst I was in the crush." Quoth the Governor, "Was any one by thee at the time?" And quoth the soldier, "No." Thereupon the Governor cried out to the Chief of Police, who seized me, and on this wise the curtain of the Lord's protection was withdrawn from me. Then he said, "Strip him," and when they stripped me they found the purse in my clothes. The Wali took it, opened it and counted it, and finding in it 20 dinars as the soldier had said, waxed exceeding wroth and bade his guard bring me before him. Then said he to me, "Now, O youth, speak truly, didst thou steal this purse?" At this I hung my head to the ground and said to myself, "If I deny having stolen it, I shall get myself into terrible trouble." So I raised my head and said, "Yes, I took it." When the Governor heard these words he wondered and summoned witnesses who came forward and attested my confession. All this happened at the Zuwaylah gate. Then the Governor ordered the link bearer to cut off my right hand, and he did so, after which he would have struck off my left foot also, but the heart of the soldier softened and he took pity on me and interceded for me with the Governor that I should not be slain. Thereupon the Wali left me and went away, and the folk remained round me and gave me a cup of wine to drink. As for the trooper, he pressed the purse upon me and said, "Thou art a comely youth and it befitteth not thou be a thief." So I repeated these verses: I swear by Allah's name, fair sir, no thief was I, nor, O thou best of men, was I a bandit bred; but Fortune's change and chance o'erthrew me suddenly, and cark and care and penury my course misled. I shot it not, indeed 'twas Allah shot the shaft that rolled in dust the kingly diadem from my head. The soldier turned away after giving me the purse, and I also went my ways, having wrapped my hand in a piece of rag and thrust it into my bosom. My whole semblance had changed and my colour had waxed yellow from the shame and pain which had befallen me. Yet I went on to my mistress's house where, in extreme perturbation of spirit, I threw myself down on the carpet bed. She saw me in this state and asked me, "What aileth thee and why do I see thee so changed in looks?" And I answered, "My head paineth me and I am far from well." Whereupon she was vexed and was concerned on my account and said, "Burn not my heart, O my lord, but sit up and raise thy head and recount to me what hath happened to thee to day, for thy face tells me a tale." "Leave this talk," replied I. But she wept and said, "Meseems thou art tired of me, for I see thee contrary to thy wont." But I was silent and she kept on talking to me albeit I gave her no answer, till the night came on. Then she set food before me, but I refused it, fearing lest she see me eating with my left hand, and said to her, "I have no stomach to eat at present." Quoth she, "Tell me what hath befallen thee to day and why art thou so sorrowful and broken in spirit and heart?" Quoth I, "Wait awhile, I will tell thee all at my leisure." Then she brought me wine, saying, "Down with it; this will dispel thy grief. Thou must indeed drink and tell me of thy tidings." I asked her, "Perforce must I tell thee?" and she answered, "Yes." Then said I, "If it needs must be so, then give me to drink with thine own hand." She filled and drank and filled again and gave me the cup, which I took from her with my left hand and wiped the tears from my eyelids and began repeating, "When Allah willeth aught befal a man, who hath of ears and eyes and wits full share, His ears He deafens and His eyes He blinds, and draws His wits e'en as we draw a hair, Till, having wrought His purpose, He restores man's wits, that warned more circumspect he fare." When I ended my verses I wept and she cried out with an exceeding loud cry, "What is the cause of thy tears? Thou burnest my heart. What makes thee take the cup with thy left hand?" Quoth I, "Truly I have on my right hand a boil;" and quoth she, "Put it out and I will open it for thee." "It is not yet time to open it," I replied, "so worry me not with thy words, for I will not take it out of the bandage at this hour." Then I drank off the cup and she gave not over plying me with drink until drunkenness overcame me and I fell asleep in the place where I was sitting. Whereupon she looked at my right hand and saw a wrist without a fist. So she searched me closely and found with me the purse of gold and my severed hand wrapped up in the bit of rag. With this such sorrow came upon her as never overcame any, and she ceased not lamenting on my account till the morning. When I awoke I found that she had dressed me a dish of broth of 4 boiled chickens, which she brought to me together with a cup of wine. I ate and drank and laying down the purse would have gone out, but she said to me, "Whither away?" and I answered, "Where my business calleth me;" and said she, "Thou shalt not go; sit thee down." So I sat down and she resumed, "Hath thy love for me so overpowered thee that thou hast wasted all thy wealth and hast lost thy hand on my account? I take thee to witness against me, and also Allah be my witness, that I will never part with thee, but will die under thy feet; and soon thou shalt see that my words are true." Then she sent for the Kazi and witnesses and said to them, "Write my contract of marriage with this young man and bear ye witness that I have received the marriage settlement." When they had drawn up the document she said, "Be witness that all my monies which are in this chest and all I have in slaves and handmaidens and other property is given in free gift to this young man." So they took act of this statement, enabling me to assume possession in right of marriage, and then withdrew after receiving their fees. Thereupon she took me by the hand and leading me to a closet opened a large chest and said to me, "See what is herein." And I looked and behold, it was full of kerchiefs. Quoth she, "This is the money I had from thee, and every kerchief thou gavest me containing 50 dinars I wrapped up and cast into this chest. So now take thine own, for it returns to thee, and this day thou art become of high estate. Fortune and Fate afflicted thee so that thou didst lose thy right hand for my sake, and I can never requite thee; nay, although I gave my life 'twere but little and I should still remain thy debtor." Then she added, "Take charge of thy property." So I transferred the contents of her chest to my chest and added my wealth to her wealth which I had given her, and my heart was eased and my sorrow ceased. I stood up and kissed her and thanked her, and she said, "Thou hast given thy hand for the love of me, and how am I able to give thee an equivalent? By Allah, if I offered my life for thy love it were indeed but little and would not do justice to thy claim upon me." Then she made over to me by deed all that she possessed in clothes and ornaments of gold and pearls and goods and farms and chattels, and lay not down to sleep that night, being sorely grieved for my grief, till I told her the whole of what had befallen me. I passed the night with her, but before we had lived together a month's time she fell sorely sick and illness increased upon her by reason of her grief for the loss of my hand, and she endured but 50 days before she was numbered among the folk of futurity and the heirs of immortality. So I laid her out and buried her body in Mother Earth, and let make a pious perfection of the Koran for the health of her soul, and gave much money in alms for her. After which I turned me from the grave and returned to the house. There I found that she had left much substance in ready money and slaves, mansions, lands and domains, and among her storehouse was a granary of sesame seed, whereof I sold part to thee, and I had neither time nor inclination to take count with thee till I had sold the rest of the stock in store; nor indeed even now have I made an end of receiving the price. So I desire thou baulk me not in what I am about to say to thee. Twice have I eaten of thy food, and I wish to give thee as a present the monies for the sesame which are by thee. Such is the cause of the cutting off of my right hand and my eating with my left." "Indeed," said I, "thou hast shown me the utmost kindness and liberality." Then he asked me, "Why shouldst thou not travel with me to my native country, whither I am about to return with Cairene and Alexandrian stuffs? Say me, wilt thou accompany me?" And I answered, "I will." So I agreed to go with him at the head of the month, and I sold all I had and bought other merchandise. Then we set out and travelled, I and the young man, to this country of yours, where he sold his venture and bought other investment of country stuffs and continued his journey to Egypt. But it was my lot to abide here, so that these things befell me in my strangerhood which befell last night. And is not this tale, O King of the Age, more wondrous and marvellous than the story of the Hunchback?" "Not so," quoth the King, "I cannot accept it. There is no help for it but you be hanged, every one of you."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 27th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the King of China declared, "There is no help for it but you be hanged," the Reeve of the Sultan's kitchen came forward and said, "If thou permit me, I will tell thee a tale of what befell me just before I found this Gobbo; and if it be more wondrous than his story, do thou grant us our lives." And when the King answered, "Yes," he began to recount the Reeve's tale. "Know, O King, that last night I was at a party where they made a perfection of the Koran and got together doctors of law and religion skilled in recitation and intoning; and when the readers ended, the table was spread, and amongst other things they set before us was a marinated ragout flavoured with cumin seed. So we sat down, but one of our number held back and refused to touch it. We conjured him to eat of it, but he swore he would not; and when we again pressed him he said, "Be not instant with me; sufficeth me that which hath already befallen me through eating it." And he began reciting, "Shoulder thy tray and go straight to thy goal; and if suit thee this coal, why, use this coal." When he ended his verse we said to him, "Allah upon thee, tell us thy reason for refusing to eat of the cumin ragout." "If so it be," he replied, "and needs must I eat of it, I will not do so except I wash my hand 40 times with soap, 40 times with potash, and 40 times with galangale, the total being 120 washings." Thereupon the hospitable host bade his slaves bring water and whatso he required, and the young man washed his hand as aforementioned. Then he sat down as if disgusted and frightened withal, and dipping his hand in the ragout began eating and at the same time showing signs of anger. And we wondered at him with extreme wonderment, for his hand trembled and the morsel in it shook, and we saw that his thumb had been cut off and he ate with his four fingers only. So we said to him, "Allah upon thee, what happened to thy thumb? Is thy hand thus by the creation of God, or hath some accident befallen it?" "O my brothers," he answered, "it is not only thus with this thumb, but also with my other thumb and with both my great toes, as you shall see." So saying he uncovered his left hand and his feet, and we saw that the left hand was even as the right, and in like manner that each of his feet lacked its great toe. When we saw him after this fashion our amazement waxed still greater and we said to him, "We have hardly patience enough to await thy history and to hear the manner of the cutting off of thy thumbs and the reason of thy washing both hands 120 times." "Know then," said he, "that my father was chief of the merchants and the wealthiest of them all in Baghdad city during the reign of the Caliph Harun al Rashid, and he was much given to wine drinking and listening to the lute and other instruments of pleasaunce, so that when he died he left nothing. I buried him and had perlections of the Koran made for him and mourned him days and nights. Then I opened his shop and found that he had left in it few goods while his debts were many. However, I compounded with his creditors for time to settle their demands, and betook myself to buying and selling, paying them something from week to week on account; and I gave not over doing this till I had cleared off his obligations in full and began adding to my principal. One day as I sat in my shop, suddenly and unexpectedly there appeared before me a young lady, than whom I never saw a fairer, wearing the richest raiment and ornaments and riding a she mule, with one negro slave walking before her and another behind her. She drew rein at the head of the Exchange bazar and entered followed by an eunuch, who said to her, "O my lady, come out and away without telling any one, lest thou light a fire which will burn us all up." Moreover, he stood before her guarding her from view whilst she looked at the merchants' shops. She found none open but mine, so she came up with the eunuch behind her and, sitting down in my shop, saluted me. Never heard I aught fairer than her speech or sweeter than her voice. Then she unveiled her face and I saw that she was like the moon, and I stole a glance at her whose sight caused me 1,000 sighs, and my heart was captivated with love of her, and I kept looking again and again upon her face, repeating these verses: "Say to the charmer in the dove hued veil, Death would be welcome to abate thy bale. Favour me with thy favours that I live; See, I stretch forth my palm to take thy veil." When she heard my verse she answered me, saying, "I've lost all patience by despite of you; My heart knows nothing save love plight to you. If aught I sight save charms so bright of you, My parting end not in the sight of you. I swear I'll ne'er forget the right of you, And fain this breast would soar to height of you. You made me drain the love cup and I lief a love cup tender for delight of you. Take this my form where'er you go, and when you die entomb me in the sight of you. Call on me in my grave and hear my bones sigh their responses to the shright of you. And were I asked, 'Of God what wouldst thou see?' I answer, 'First His will, then thy decree.'" When she ended her verse she asked me, "O youth, hast thou any fair stuffs by thee?" And I answered, "O my lady, thy slave is poor; but have patience till the merchants open their shops, and I will suit thee with what thou wilt." Then we sat talking, I and she, and I was drowned in the sea of her love, dazed in the desert of my passion for her, till the merchants opened their shops, when I rose and fetched her all she sought to the tune of 5,000 dirhams. She gave the stuff to the eunuch and, going forth by the door of the Exchange, she mounted mule and went away, without telling me whence she came, and I was ashamed to speak of such trifle. When the merchants dunned me for the price, I made myself answerable for 5000 dirhams and went home drunken with the love of her. They set supper before me and I ate a mouthful, thinking only of her beauty and loveliness, and sought to sleep, but sleep came not to me. And such was my condition for a whole week, when the merchants required their monies of me; but I persuaded them to have patience for another week, at the end of which time she again appeared mounted on a she mule and attended by her eunuch and her 2 slaves. She saluted me and said, "O my master, we have been long in bringing thee the price of the stuffs, but now fetch the shroff and take thy monies." So I sent for the money changer and the eunuch counted out the coin before him and made it over to me. Then we sat talking, I and she, till the market opened, when she said to me, "Get me this and that." So I got her from the merchants whatso she wanted, and she took it and went away without saying a word to me about the price. As soon as she was out of sight I repented me of what I had done, for the worth of the stuffs bought for her amounted to 1000 dinars, and I said in my soul, "What manner of love is this? She hath brought me 5000 dirhams and hath taken goods for 1000 dinars." I feared lest I should be beggared through having to pay the merchants their money, and I said, "They know none other but me. This lovely lady is naught but a cheat and a swindler, who hath diddled me with her beauty and grace, for she saw that I was a mere youth and laughed at me for not asking her address." I ceased not to be troubled by these doubts and fears, as she was absent more than a month, till the merchants pestered me for their money and were so hard upon me that I put up my property for sale and stood on the very brink of ruin. However, as I was sitting in my shop one day, drowned in melancholy musings, she suddenly rode up and, dismounting at the bazar gate, came straight towards me. When I saw her all my cares fell from me and I forgot every trouble. She came close up to me and greeted me with her sweet voice and pleasant speech, and presently said, "Fetch me the shroff and weigh thy money." So she gave me the price of what goods I had gotten for her and more, and fell to talking freely with me, till I was like to die of joy and delight. Presently she asked me, "Hast thou a wife?" and I answered, "No, indeed, I have never known woman," and began to shed tears. Quoth she, "Why weepest thou?" Quoth I, "It is nothing." Then, giving the eunuch some of the gold pieces, I begged him to be go between in the matter, but he laughed and said, "She is more in love with thee than thou with her. She hath no occasion for the stuffs she hath bought of thee, and did all this only for love of thee. So ask of her what thou wilt and she will deny thee nothing." When she saw me giving the dinars to the eunuch she returned and sat down again, and I said to her, "Be charitable to thy slave and pardon him what he is about to say." Then I told her what was in my mind, and she assented and said to the eunuch, "Thou shalt carry my message to him," adding to me, "And do thou whatso the eunuch biddeth thee." Then she got up and went away, and I paid the merchants their monies and they all profited; but as for me, regret at the breaking off of our intercourse was all my gain, and I slept not the whole of that night. However, before many days passed her eunuch came to me, and I entreated him honourably and asked him after his mistress. "Truly she is sick with love of thee," he replied, and I rejoined, "Tell me who and what she is." Quoth he, "The Lady Zubaydah, Queen Consort of Harun al Rashid, brought her up as a rearling and hath advanced her to be stewardess of the Harim and gave her the right of going in and out of her own sweet will. She spoke to her lady of thee and begged her to marry her to thee; but she said, 'I will not do this till I see the young man, and if he be worthy of thee I will marry thee to him.' So now we look for the moment to smuggle thee into the palace, and if thou succeed in entering privily thou wilt win thy wish to wed her; but if the affair get wind, the Lady Zubaydah will strike off thy head. What sayest thou to this?" I answered, "I will go with thee and abide the risk whereof thou speakest." Then said he, "As soon as it is night, go to the mosque built by the Lady Zubaydah on the Tigris and pray the night prayers and sleep there." "With love and gladness," cried I. So at nightfall I repaired to the mosque where I prayed and passed the night. With the earliest dawn, behold, came sundry eunuchs in a skiff with a number of empty chests, which they deposited in the mosque. Then all of them went their ways but one, and looking curiously at him, I saw he was our go between. Presently in came the handmaiden, my mistress, walking straight up to us, and I rose to her and embraced her while she kissed me and shed tears. We talked awhile, after which she made me get into one of the chests, which she locked upon me. Presently the other eunuchs came back with a quantity of packages, and she fell to stowing them in the chests, which she locked down one by one, till all were shut. When all was done the eunuchs embarked the chests in the boat and made for the Lady Zubaydah's palace. With this thought began to beset me, and I said to myself, "Verily thy lust and wantonness will be the death of thee, and the question is, after all, shalt thou win to thy wish or not?" And I began to weep, boxed up as I was in the box and suffering from cramp; and I prayed Allah that He deliver me from the dangerous strait I was in, whilst the boat gave not over going on till it reached the palace gate, where they lifted out the chests, and amongst them that in which I was. Then they carried them in, passing through a troop of eunuchs, guardians of the Harim and of the ladies behind the curtain, till they came to the post of the eunuch in chief, who started up from his slumbers and shouted to the damsel, "What is in those chests?" "They are full of wares for the Lady Zubaydah." "Open them one by one, that I may see what is in them." "And wherefore wouldst thou open them? Give me no words and exceed not in talk. These chests must and shall be opened." So saying he sprang to his feet, and the first which they brought to him to open was that wherein I was; and when I felt his hands upon it my senses failed me and I bepissed myself in my funk, the water running out of the box. Then said she to the eunuch in chief, "O steward, thou wilt cause me to be killed and thyself too, for thou hast damaged goods worth 10,000 dinars. This chest contains coloured dresses and 4 gallon flasks of Zemzem water, and now one of them hath got unstoppered and the water is running out over the clothes, and it will spoil their colours." The eunuch answered, "Take up thy boxes and get thee gone, to the curse of God." So the slaves carried off all the chests, including mine, and hastened on with them till suddenly I heard the voice of one say, "Alack and alack! the Caliph! the Caliph!" When that cry struck mine ears I died in my skin and said a saying which never yet shamed the sayer, "There is no Majesty and there is no Might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great! I, and only I, have brought this calamity upon myself." Presently I heard the Caliph say to my mistress, "A plague on thee! what is in those boxes?" And she answered, "Dresses for the Lady Zubaydah." Whereupon he, "Open them before me." When I heard this I died my death outright and said to myself, "By Allah, to day is the very last of my days in this world. If I come safe out of this I am to marry her and no more words; but detection stares me in the face and my head is as good as stricken off." Then I repeated the profession of Faith, saying, "There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the Apostle of God."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 19. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 1, Section 20. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 20, Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Sir Richard Burton. When it was the 28th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued as follows. Now when I testified, I bear witness that there is no God save the God, I heard my mistress the handmaid declare to the Caliph, These chests, O Commander of the Faithful, have been committed to my charge by the Lady Zubaydah, and she doth not wish their contents to be seen by any one." "No matter," quoth the Caliph, "needs must they be opened. I will see what is in them." And he cried aloud to the eunuchs, "Bring the chests here before me." At this I made sure of death, without benefit of a doubt, and swooned away. Then the eunuchs brought the chests up to him one after another, and he fell to inspecting the contents; but he saw in them only ottars and stuffs and fine dresses, and they ceased not opening the chests and he ceased not looking to see what was in them, finding only clothes and such matters, till none remained unopened but the box in which I was boxed. They put forth their hands to open it, but my mistress the handmaid made haste and said to the Caliph, "This one shalt thou see only in the presence of the Lady Zubaydah, for that which is in it is her secret." When he heard this he gave orders to carry in the chests; so they took up that wherein I was and bore it with the rest into the Harim and set it down in the midst of the saloon; and indeed my spittle was dried up for very fear. Then my mistress opened the box and took me out, saying, "Fear not; no harm shall betide thee now nor dread; but broaden thy breast and strengthen thy heart and sit thee down till the Lady Zubaydah come, and surely thou shalt win thy wish of me." So I sat down and after a while in came 10 handmaidens, virgins like moons, and ranged themselves in 2 rows, 5 facing 5; and after them 20 other damsels, high bosomed virginity, surrounding the Lady Zubaydah, who could hardly walk for the weight of her raiment and ornaments. As she drew near the slave girls dispersed from around her, and I advanced and kissed the ground between her hands. She signed to me to sit and, when I sat down before her chair, she began questioning me of my forbears and family and condition, to which I made such answers that pleased her, and she said to my mistress, "Our nurturing of thee, O damsel, hath not disappointed us." Then she said to me, "Know that this handmaiden is to us even as our own child, and she is a trust committed to thee by Allah." I again kissed the ground before her, well pleased that I should marry my mistress, and she bade me abide 10 days in the palace. So I abode there 10 days, during which time I saw not my mistress nor anybody save one of the concubines, who brought me the morning and evening meals. After this the Lady Zubaydah took counsel with the Caliph on the marriage of her favourite handmaid, and he gave her leave and assigned to her a wedding portion of 10,000 gold pieces. So the Lady Zubaydah sent for the Kazi and witnesses, who wrote our marriage contract; after which the women made ready sweetmeats and rich viands and distributed them among all the Odahs of the Harim. Thus they did other 10 days, at the end of which time my mistress went to the baths. Meanwhile they set before me a tray of food whereon were various meats, and among those dishes, which were enough to daze the wits, was a bowl of cumin ragout containing chickens' breasts, fricandoed and flavoured with sugar, pistachios, musk and rose water. Then, by Allah, fair sirs, I did not long hesitate, but took my seat before the ragout and fell to and ate of it till I could no more. After this I wiped my hands but forgot to wash them, and sat till it grew dark, when the wax candles were lighted and the singing women came in with their tambourines and proceeded to display the bride in various dresses and to carry her in procession from room to room all round the palace, getting their palms crossed with gold. Then they brought her to me and disrobed her. When I found myself alone with her on the bed I embraced her, hardly believing in our union. But she smelt the strong odours of the ragout upon my hands and forthwith cried out with an exceedingly loud cry, at which the slave girls came running to her from all sides. I trembled with alarm, unknowing what was the matter, and the girls asked her, "What aileth thee, O our sister?" She answered them, "Take this madman away from me! I had thought he was a man of sense." Quoth I to her, "What makes thee think me mad?" Quoth she, "Thou madman! what made thee eat of cumin ragout and forget to wash thy hand? By Allah, I will requite thee for thy misconduct! Shall the like of thee come to bed with the like of me with unclean hands?" Then she took from her side a plated scourge and came down with it on my back and the place where I sit, till her forearms were benumbed and I fainted away from the much beating, when she said to the handmaids, "Take him and carry him to the Chief of Police, that he may strike off the hand wherewith he ate of the cumin ragout and which he did not wash." When I heard this I said, "There is no Majesty and there is no Might save in Allah! Wilt thou cut off my hand because I ate of a cumin ragout and did not wash?" The handmaidens also interceded with her and kissed her hand, saying, "O our sister, this man is a simpleton; punish him not for what he hath done this nonce." But she answered, "By Allah, there is no help but that I dock him of somewhat, especially the offending member." Then she went away and I saw no more of her for 10 days, during which time she sent me meat and drink by a slave girl, who told me that she had fallen sick of the smell of the cumin ragout. After that time she came to me and said, "O black of face, I will teach thee how to eat cumin ragout without washing thy hands." Then she cried out to the handmaids, who pinioned me, and she took a sharp razor and cut off my thumbs and great toes, even as you see, O fair assembly. Thereupon I swooned away and she sprinkled some powder of healing herbs upon the stumps, and when the blood was stanched I said, "Never again will I eat of cumin ragout without washing my hands 40 times with potash and 40 times with galangale and 40 times with soap." And she took of me an oath and bound me by a covenant to that effect. When therefore you brought me the cumin ragout, my colour changed and I said to myself, "It was this very dish that caused the cutting off of my thumbs and great toes;" and when you forced me I said, "Needs must I fulfil the oath I have sworn." "And what befell thee after this?" asked those present; and he answered, "When I swore to her, her anger was appeased and I slept with her that night. We abode thus awhile till she said to me one day, 'Verily the palace of the Caliph is not a pleasant place for us to live in, and none ever entered it save thyself, and thou only by grace of the Lady Zubaydah. Now she hath given me 50,000 dinars,' adding, 'Take this money and go out and buy us a fair dwelling house.' So I fared forth and bought a fine and spacious mansion, whither she removed all the wealth she owned and what riches I had gained in stuffs and costly rarities. Such is the cause of the cutting off of my thumbs and great toes. We ate," continued the Reeve, "and were returning to our homes, when there befell me with the Hunchback that thou wottest of." "This then is my story and peace be with thee!" Quoth the King, "This story is on no wise more delectable than the story of the Hunchback; nay, it is even less so, and there is no help for the hanging of the whole of you." Then came forward the Jewish physician and kissing the ground said, "O King of the age, I will tell thee an history more wonderful than that of the Hunchback." "Tell on," said the King of China. So he began the Tale of the Jewish Doctor. Right marvellous was a matter which came to pass to me in my youth. I lived in Damascus of Syria studying my art, and one day, as I was sitting at home, behold, there came to me a Mameluke from the household of the Sahib and said to me, "Speak with my lord." So I followed him to the Viceroy's house and, entering the great hall, saw at its head a couch of cedar plated with gold, whereon lay a sickly youth beautiful withal, fairer than he one could not see. I sat down by his head and prayed to Heaven for a cure, and he made me a sign with his eyes; so I said to him, "O my lord, favour me with thy hand and safety be with thee." Then he put forth his left hand and I marvelled thereat and said, "By Allah, strange that this handsome youth, the son of a great house, should so lack good manners! This can be nothing but pride and conceit." However, I felt his pulse and wrote him a prescription and continued to visit him for 10 days, at the end of which time he recovered and went to the Hammam, whereupon the Viceroy gave me a handsome dress of honour and appointed me superintendent of the hospital which is in Damascus. I accompanied him to the baths, the whole of which they had kept private for his accommodation, and the servants came in with him and took off his clothes within the bath, and when he was stripped I saw that his right hand had been newly cut off, and this was the cause of his weakliness. At this I was amazed and grieved for him. Then, looking at his body, I saw on it the scars of scourge stripes, whereto he had applied unguents. I was troubled at the sight, and my concern appeared in my face. The young man looked at me and, comprehending the matter, said, "O physician of the age, marvel not at my case. I will tell thee my story as soon as we quit the baths." Then we washed and, returning to his house, ate somewhat of food and took rest awhile; after which he asked me, "What sayest thou to solacing thee by inspecting the supper hall?" And I answered, "So let it be." Thereupon he ordered the slaves to carry out the carpets and cushions required and roast a lamb and bring us some fruit. They did his bidding and we ate together, he using the left hand for the purpose. After a while I said to him, "Now tell me thy tale." "O physician of the age," replied he, "hear what befell me. Know that I am of the sons of Mosul, where my grandfather died, leaving 9 children, of whom my father was the eldest. All grew up and took to them wives, but none of them was blessed with offspring except my father, to whom Providence vouchsafed me. So I grew up amongst my uncles, who rejoiced in me with exceeding joy till I came to man's estate. One day, which happened to be a Friday, I went to the cathedral mosque of Mosul with my fathers and my uncles, and we prayed the congregational prayers; after which the folk went forth, except my father and uncles, who sat talking of wondrous things in foreign parts and the marvellous sights of strange cities. At last they mentioned Egypt, and one of my uncles said, "Travellers tell us that there is not on earth's face aught fairer than Cairo and her Nile," and these words made me long to see Cairo. Quoth my father, "Whoso hath not seen Cairo hath not seen the world. Her dust is golden and her Nile a miracle holden, and her women are as Houris fair, puppets, beautiful pictures. Her houses are palaces rare, her water is sweet and light, and her mud a commodity and a medicine beyond compare, even as said the poet in this his poetry: The Nile flood this day is the gain you own; you alone in such gain and bounties wone. The Nile is my tear flood of severance, and here none is forlorn but I alone. Moreover, temperate is her air and with fragrance blent, which surpasseth aloes wood in scent; and how should it be otherwise, she being the mother of the world? And Allah favour him who wrote these lines: An I quit Cairo and her pleasaunces, where can I wend to find so gladsome ways? Shall I desert that sight, whose grateful scents joy every soul and call for loudest praise? Where every palace as another Eden carpets and cushions richly wrought displays; A city wooing sight and sprite to glee, where saint meets sinner and each joys his craze; Where friend meets friend by Providence united in greeny garden and in palmy maze. People of Cairo, and by Allah's doom I fare with you in thoughts I wone always. Whisper not Cairo in the ear of Zephyr, lest for her like of garden scents he reave her. And if your eyes saw her earth, and the adornment thereof with bloom, and the purfling of it with all manner blossoms, and the islands of the Nile, and how much is therein of wide spread and goodly prospect; and if you bent your sight upon the Abyssinian pond, your glance would not revert from the scene quit of wonder; for nowhere would you behold the fellow of that lovely view, and indeed the 2 arms of the Nile embrace most luxuriant verdure, as the white of the eye encompasseth its black, or like filigreed silver surrounding chrysolites. And divinely gifted was the poet who there anent said these couplets: By th' Abyssinian pond, O day divine, in morning twilight and in sunny shine, the water prisoned in its verdurous walls like sabre flashes before shrinking eyne; and in the garden sat we while it drains, slow draught with purfled sides dyed finest fine. The stream is rippled by the hands of clouds; we too a rippling on our rugs recline, passing pure wine, and whoso leaves us there shall ne'er arise from fall his woes design. Draining long draughts from large and brimming bowls, administering thirst's only medicine, wine. And what is there to compare with the Rasad, the observatory, and its charms, whereof every viewer as he approacheth saith, "Verily this spot is specialised with all manner of excellence." And if thou speak of the night of Nile full, give the rainbow and distribute it. And if thou behold the garden at eventide, with the cool shades sloping far and wide, a marvel thou wouldst see, and wouldst incline to Egypt in ecstasy. And wert thou by Cairo's river side, when the sun is sinking, and the stream dons mailcoat and habergeon over its other vestments, thou wouldst be quickened to new life by its gentle zephyrs and by its all sufficient shade. So spake he, and the rest fell to describing Egypt and her Nile. As I heard their accounts my thoughts dwelt upon the subject, and when after talking their fill all arose and went their ways, I lay down to sleep that night; but sleep came not because of my violent longing for Egypt, and neither meat pleased me nor drink. After a few days my uncles equipped themselves for a trade journey to Egypt, and I wept before my father till he made ready for me fitting merchandise, and he consented to my going with them, saying, however, let him not enter Cairo, but leave him to sell his wares at Damascus. So I took leave of my father and we fared forth from Mosul and gave not over travelling till we reached Aleppo, where we halted certain days. Then we marched onwards till we made Damascus, and we found her a city as though she were a paradise, abounding in trees and streams and birds and fruits of all kinds. We alighted at one of the Khans, where my uncles tarried awhile selling and buying, and they bought and sold also on my account, each dirham turning a profit of 5 on prime cost, which pleased me mightily. After this they left me alone and set their faces Egyptwards, whilst I abode at Damascus, where I had hired from a jeweller, for 2 dinars a month, a mansion whose beauties would beggar the tongue. Here I remained, eating and drinking and spending what monies I had in hand, till one day, as I was sitting at the door of my house, behold, there came a young lady clad in costliest raiment; never saw my eyes richer. I winked at her and she stepped inside without hesitation and stood within. I entered with her and shut the door upon myself and her, whereupon she raised her face veil and threw off her mantilla, when I found her like a pictured moon of rare and marvellous loveliness, and love of her gat hold of my heart. So I rose and brought a tray of the most delicate eatables and fruits and whatso befitted the occasion, and we ate and played, and after that we drank till the wine turned our heads. Then I lay with her the sweetest of nights, and in the morning I offered her 10 gold pieces, when her face lowered and her eyebrows wrinkled and shaking with wrath she cried, "Fie upon thee, O my sweet companion! Dost thou deem that I covet thy money?" Then she took out from the bosom of her shift 15 dinars and, laying them before me, said, "By Allah, unless thou take them I will never come back to thee." So I accepted them and she said to me, "O my beloved, expect me again in 3 days' time, when I will be with thee between sunset and supper tide; and do thou prepare for us with these dinars the same entertainment as yesternight." So saying she took leave of me and went away, and all my senses went with her. On the 3rd day she came again, clad in stuff weft with gold wire, and wearing raiment and ornaments finer than before. I had prepared the place for her ere she arrived, and the repast was ready. So we ate and drank and lay together as we had done, till the morning, when she gave me other 15 gold pieces and promised to come again after 3 days. Accordingly I made ready for her, and at the appointed time she presented herself more richly dressed than on the first and second occasions, and said to me, "O my lord, am I not beautiful? Yea, by Allah thou art, answered I; and she went on, Wilt thou allow me to bring with me a young lady fairer than I and younger in years, that she may play with us and thou and she may laugh and make merry and rejoice her heart; for she hath been very sad this long time past and hath asked me to take her out and let her spend the night abroad with me. Yea, by Allah, I replied; and we drank till the wine turned our heads and slept till the morning, when she gave me other 15 dinars, saying, Add something to thy usual provision on account of the young lady who will come with me. Then she went away, and on the 4th day I made ready the house as usual, and soon after sunset, behold, she came accompanied by another damsel carefully wrapped in her mantilla. They entered and sat down, and when I saw them I repeated these verses: How dear is our day and how lucky our lot, when the cynic's away with his tongue malign; when love and delight and the swimming of head send cleverness trotting, the best boon of wine; when the full moon shines from the cloudy veil and the branchlet sways in her greens that shine; when the red rose mantles in freshest cheek and Narcissus opeth his love sick eyne; when pleasure with those I love is so sweet, when friendship with those I love is complete. I rejoiced to see them and lighted the candles after receiving them with gladness and delight. They doffed their heavy outer dresses and the new damsel uncovered her face, when I saw that she was like the moon at its full, never beheld I aught more beautiful. Then I rose and set meat and drink before them, and we ate and drank, and I kept giving mouthfuls to the new comer, crowning her cup and drinking with her till the first damsel, waxing inwardly jealous, asked me, By Allah, is she not more delicious than I? Whereto I answered, Ay, by the Lord! It is my wish that thou lie with her this night, for I am thy mistress, but she is our visitor. Upon my head be it and my eyes. Then she rose and spread the carpets for our bed, and I took the young lady and lay with her that night till morning, when I awoke and found myself wet, as I thought with sweat. I sat up and tried to arouse the damsel, but when I shook her by the shoulders my hand became crimson with blood and her head rolled off the pillow. Thereupon my senses fled and I cried aloud, saying, O all powerful Protector, grant me thy protection! Then, finding her neck had been severed, I sprung up and the world waxed black before my eyes and I looked for the lady my former love, but could not find her. So I knew that it was she who had murdered the damsel in her jealousy, and said, There is no Majesty and there is no Might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great! What is to be done now? I considered awhile, then, doffing my clothes, dug a hole in the middle of the courtyard, wherein I laid the murdered girl with her jewellery and golden ornaments, and throwing back the earth on her, replaced the slabs of the marble pavement. After this I made the ghusl or total ablution, and put on pure clothes. Then, taking what money I had left, locked up the house and summoned courage and went to its owner, to whom I paid a year's rent, saying, I am about to join my uncles in Cairo. Presently I set out and, journeying to Egypt, foregathered with my uncles who rejoiced in me, and I found that they had made an end of selling their merchandise. They asked me, What is the cause of thy coming? And I answered, I longed for a sight of you, but did not let them know that I had any money with me. I abode with them a year, enjoying the pleasures of Cairo and her Nile, and squandering the rest of my money in feasting and carousing till the time drew near for the departure of my uncles, when I fled from them and hid myself. They made enquiries and sought for me, but hearing no tidings they said, He will have gone back to Damascus. When they departed I came forth from my hiding place and abode in Cairo 3 years, until naught remained of my money. Now every year I used to send the rent of the Damascus house to its owner, until at last I had nothing left but enough to pay him for 1 year's rent, and my breast was straitened. So I travelled to Damascus and alighted at the house, whose owner, the jeweller, was glad to see me, and I found everything locked up as I had left it. I opened the closets and took out my clothes and necessaries and came upon, beneath the carpet bed, whereon I had lain that night with the girl who had been beheaded, a golden necklace set with 10 gems of passing beauty. I took it up and cleansing it of the blood, sat gazing upon it and wept awhile. Then I abode in the house 2 days and on the third I entered the Hammam and changed my clothes. I had no money by me now, so Satan whispered temptation to me that the decree of destiny be carried out. Next day I took the jewelled necklace to the bazar and handed it to a broker, who made me sit down in the shop of the jeweller my landlord, and bade me have patience till the market was full, when he carried off the ornament and proclaimed it for sale, privily, and without my knowledge. The necklet was priced as worth 2000 dinars, but the broker returned to me and said, "This collar is of copper, a mere counterfeit after the fashion of the Franks, and 1000 dirhams have been bidden for it." "Yes," I answered, "I knew it to be copper, as we had it made for a certain person that we might mock her. Now my wife hath inherited it and we wish to sell it, so go and take over the 1000 dirhams."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 29th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the beautiful youth said to the broker, "Take over the 1000 dirhams." And when the broker heard this he knew that the case was suspicious. So he carried the collar to the Syndic of the bazar, and the Syndic took it to the Governor, who was also Prefect of Police, and said to him falsely enough, "This necklet was stolen from my house and we have found the thief in trader's dress." So before I was aware of it the watch got round me and, making me their prisoner, carried me before the Governor, who questioned me of the collar. I told him the tale I had told to the broker, but he laughed and said, "These words are not true." Then, before I knew what was doing, the guards stripped off my clothes and came down with palm rods upon my ribs, till for the smart of the stick I confessed, "It was I who stole it," saying to myself, "'Tis better for thee to say, I stole it, than to let them know that its owner was murdered in thy house, for then would they slay thee to avenge her." So they wrote down that I had stolen it and they cut off my hand and scalded the stump in oil, when I swooned away for pain. But they gave me wine to drink and I recovered and, taking up my hand, was going to my fine house, when my landlord said to me, "Inasmuch, O my son, as this hath befallen thee, thou must leave my house and look out for another lodging for thee, since thou art convicted of theft. Thou art a handsome youth, but who will pity thee after this?" "O my master," said I, "bear with me but 2 days or 3, till I find me another place." He answered, "So be it," and went away and left me. I returned to the house where I sat weeping and saying, "How shall I go back to my own people with my hand lopped off and they know not that I am innocent? Perchance even after this Allah may order some matter for me." And I wept with exceeding weeping; grief beset me and I remained in sore trouble for 2 days. But on the 3rd day my landlord came suddenly in to me, and with him some of the guard and the Syndic of the bazar, who had falsely charged me with stealing the necklet. I went up to them and asked, "What is the matter?" However, they pinioned me without further parley and threw a chain about my neck, saying, "The necklace which was with thee hath proved to be the property of the Wazir of Damascus, who is also her Viceroy." And they added, "It was missing from his house 3 years ago at the same time as his younger daughter." When I heard these words my heart sank within me and I said to myself, "Thy life is gone beyond a doubt. By Allah, needs must I tell the Chief my story; and, if he will, let him kill me, and if he please, let him pardon me." So they carried me to the Wazir's house and made me stand between his hands. When he saw me he glanced at me out of the corner of his eye and said to those present, "Why did ye lop off his hand? This man is unfortunate and there is no fault in him; indeed ye have wronged him in cutting off his hand." When I heard this I took heart and my soul presaging good, I said to him, "By Allah, O my lord, I am no thief! but they calumniated me with a vile calumny, and they scourged me midmost the market, bidding me confess, till, for the pain of the rods, I lied against myself and confessed the theft, albeit I am altogether innocent of it. Fear not, quoth the Viceroy, no harm shall come to thee. Then he ordered the Syndic of the bazar to be imprisoned and said to him, Give this man the blood money for his hand, and if thou delay I will hang thee and seize all thy property. Moreover he called to his guards who took him and dragged him away, leaving me with the Chief. Then they loosed by his command the chain from my neck and unbound my arms, and he looked at me and said, O my son, be true with me and tell me how this necklace came to thee. And he repeated these verses: Truth best befits thee, albeit truth shall bring thee to burn on the threatened fire. By Allah, O my lord, answered I will tell thee nothing but the truth. Then I related to him all that had passed between me and the first lady, and how she had brought me the second, and had slain her out of jealousy, and I detailed for him the tale to its full. When he heard my story he shook his head and struck his right hand upon the left, and putting his kerchief over his face wept awhile, and then repeated, I see the woes of the world abound, and the worldings sick with spleen and teen. There's one who the meeting of two shall part, and who part not are few and far between. Then he turned to me and said, Know, O my son, that the elder damsel who first came to thee was my daughter whom I used to keep closely guarded. When she grew up I sent her to Cairo and married her to her cousin, my brother's son. After a while he died and she came back, but she had learnt wantonness and ungraciousness from the people of Cairo; so she visited thee 4 times and at last brought her younger sister. Now they were sisters german and much attached to each other; and when that adventure happened to the elder she disclosed her secret to her sister, who desired to go out with her. So she asked thy leave and carried her to thee, after which she returned alone; and finding her weeping I questioned her of her sister, but she said, I know nothing of her. However, she presently told her mother privily of what had happened, and how she had cut off her sister's head, and her mother told me. Then she ceased not to weep and say, By Allah, I shall cry for her till I die. Nor did she give over mourning till her heart broke and she died, and things fell out after that fashion. See then, O my son, what hath come to pass. And now I desire thee not to thwart me in what I am about to offer thee, and it is that I purpose to marry thee to my youngest daughter, for she is a virgin and born of another mother. And I will take no dower of thee, but, on the contrary, will appoint thee an allowance, and thou shalt abide with me in my house in the stead of my son. So be it, I answered, and how could I hope for such good fortune? Then he sent at once for the Kazi and witnesses, and let write my marriage contract with his daughter, and I went in to her. Moreover, he got me from the Syndic of the bazar a large sum of money, and I became in high favour with him. During this year news came to me that my father was dead, and the Wazir dispatched a courier with letters bearing the royal sign manual to fetch me the money which my father had left behind him, and now I am living in all the solace of life. Such was the manner of the cutting off of my right hand. I marvelled at his story, continued the Jew, and I abode with him 3 days, after which he gave me much wealth, and I set out and travelled eastward till I reached this your city, and the sojourn suited me right well; so I took up my abode here, and there befell me what thou knowest with the Hunchback. Thereupon the King of China shook his head and said, This story of thine is not stranger and more wondrous and marvellous and delectable than the tale of the Hunchback, and so needs must I hang the whole number of you. However, there yet remains the Tailor, who is head of all the offence. And he added, O Tailor, if thou canst tell me anything more wonderful than the story of the Hunchback, I will pardon you all your offences. Thereupon the man came forward. and began to tell the Tale of the Tailor. End of Section 20.
Section 21, Volume 1, of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Section 21. Know, O King of the Age, that most marvellous was that which befell me but yesterday, before I foregathered with the hunchback. It so chanced that in the early day I was at the marriage feast of one of my companions, who had gotten together in his house some 20 of the handicraftsmen of the city, amongst them tailors and silk spinners and carpenters, and others of the same kidney. As soon as the sun had risen, they set food before us that we might eat, when behold, the master of the house entered, and with him a foreign youth and well favoured of the people of Baghdad, wearing clothes as handsome could be, and he was of right comely presence, save that he was lame of one leg. He came and saluted us, and we stood up to receive him. But when he was about to sit down, he espied amongst us a certain man which was a barber, whereupon he refused to be seated, and would have gone away. But we stopped him, and our host also stayed him, making oath that he should not leave us, and asked him, "What is the reason of thy coming in and going out again at once?" Whereunto he answered, "By Allah, O my lord, do not hinder me, for the cause of my turning back is yon barber of bad omen, yon black-a-face, yon ne'er-do-well." When the housemaster heard these words, he marvelled with extreme marvel and said, "How cometh this young man, who haileth from Baghdad, to be so troubled and perplexed about this barber?" Then we looked at the stranger and said, "Explain the cause of thine anger against the barber." "O fair companion," quoth the youth, "there befell me a strange adventure with this barber in Baghdad, which is my native city. He was the cause of the breaking of my leg and of my lameness, and I have sworn never to sit in the same place with him, nor even tarry in any town where he happens to abide, and I have bidden adieu to Baghdad and have travelled far from it and came to stay in this your city, yet I have hardly passed one night before I meet him again. But not another day shall go by ere I fare forth from here." Said we to him, "Allah upon thee, tell us the tale," and the youth replied, the barber changing colour from brown to yellow as he spoke, "Know, O fair company, that my father was one of the chief merchants of Baghdad, and Almighty Allah had blessed him with no son but myself. When I grew up and reached man's estate, my father was received into the mercy of Allah, whose name be exalted, and left me money and eunuchs, servants and slaves, and I used to dress well and diet well. Now Allah has made me a hater of womankind, and one day, as I was walking along a street in Baghdad, a party of females met me face to face in the footway, so I fled from them, and entering an alley which was no thoroughfare, sat down upon a stone bench at its other end. I had not sat there long before the latticed window of one of the houses opposite was thrown open, and there appeared at it a young woman, as she were the full moon at its fullest. Never in my life saw I her like, and she began to water some flowers on the window sill. She turned right and left, and seeing me watching her, shut the window and went away. Thereupon fire was suddenly enkindled in my heart, my mind was possessed with her, and my woman hate turned to woman love. I continued sitting there, lost to the world, till sunset, when lo! the Kazi of the city came riding by with his slaves before him and his eunuchs behind him, and dismounting, entered the house in which the damsel had appeared. By this I knew that he was her father. So I went home sorrowful and cast myself upon my carpet bed in grief. Then my handmaids flocked in and sat about me, unknowing what ailed me, but I addressed no speech to them, and they wept and wailed over me. Presently in came an old woman who looked at me and saw with a glance what was the matter with me. So she by my head spoke me fair, saying, "O my son, tell me all about it, and I will be the means of thy union with her." So I related to her what had happened, and she answered, "O my son, this one is the daughter of the Kazi of Baghdad, who keepeth her in the closest seclusion, and the window where thou sawest her is her floor, whilst her father occupies the large saloon in the lower story. She is often there alone, and I am wont to visit at the house, so thou shalt not win to her save through me. Now set thy wits to work and be of good cheer." With these words she went away and I took heart at what she said, and my people rejoiced that day, seeing me rise in the morning safe and sound. By and by the old woman returned, looking chopfallen, and said, "O my son, do not ask me how I fared with her." When I told her that, she cried to me, "If thou hold not thy peace, O hag of ill omen, and leave not such talk, I will entreat thee as thou deservest, and do thee die by the foulest of deaths." But needs must I have at her a second time. When I heard this, I added ailment to my ailment, and the neighbours visited me, and judged that I was not long for this world. But after some days the old woman came to me, and putting her mouth close to my ear, whispered, "O my son, I claim from thee the gift of good news." With this my soul returned to me, and I said, "Whatever thou wilt shall be thine." Thereupon she began, "Yesterday I went to the young lady who, seeing me broken in spirit and shedding tears from reddened eyes, asked me, 'O Nanti mine, what ails thee, that I see thy breast so straitened?' And I answered her, weeping bitterly, 'O my lady, I am just come from the house of a youth who loves thee and is about to die for sake of thee.' Quoth she, and her heart was softened, 'And who is this youth of whom thou speakest?' And quoth I, 'He is to me as the sun and fruit of my vitals. He saw thee some days ago at the window watering thy flowers, and espying thy face and wrists, he fell in love at first sight. I let him know what happened to me the last time I was with thee. Whereupon his ailment increased. He took to the pillow, and he is not now, but a dead man, and no doubt whatever of it.' At this she turned pale and asked, 'All this for my sake?' And I answered, 'Ay, by Allah.' 'What wouldst thou have me do?' Said she, 'Go back to him and greet him for me, and tell him that I am twice more heartsick than he; and on Friday, before the hour of public prayer, bid him here to the house, and I will come down and open the door for him. Then I will carry him up to my chamber and foregather with him for a while and let him depart before my father return from the mosque.' When I heard the old woman's words, all my sickness suddenly fell from me and my anguish ceased, my heart was comforted. I took off what clothes were on me and gave them to her, and as she turned to go, she said, 'Keep a good heart.' 'I have not a jot of sorrow left,' I replied. My household and inmates rejoiced in my recovery, and I abode thus till Friday, when behold, the old woman came in and asked me how I did, to which I answered that I was well and in good case. Then I donned my clothes and perfumed myself and sat down to await the congregation going in to prayers, that I might betake myself to her. But the old woman said to me, 'Thou hast time and to spare, so thou wouldst do well to go to the Hammam and have thy hair shaven off, especially after thy ailment, so as not to show traces of sickness.' 'This were the best way,' answered I. 'I have just now bathed in hot water, but I will have my head shaved.' Then I said to my page, 'Go to the bazar and bring me a barber, a discreet fellow, and one not inclined to meddling or impertinent curiosity, or likely to split my head with his excessive talk.' The boy went at once and brought back with him this wretched old man, this Shaykh of ill omen. When he came in, he saluted me and I returned his salutation. Then quoth he, 'Of a truth I see thee thin of body,' and quoth I, 'I have been ailing.' He continued, 'Allah drive away from thee thy woe and thy sorrow and thy trouble and thy distress.' 'Allah grant thy prayer,' said I. He pursued, 'All gladness to thee, O my master, for indeed recovery is come to thee. Dost thou wish to be polled or to be blooded?' Indeed, it was a tradition of Ibn Abbas (Allah accept of him) that the Apostle said, 'Whoso cutteth his hair on a Friday, the Lord shall avert from him 70 calamities.' And again is related of him also that he said, 'Cupping on a Friday keepeth from loss of sight and a host of diseases.'" "Leave this talk," I cried. "Come, shave my head at once, for I can't stand it." So he rose and put forth his hand in a most leisurely way and took out a kerchief and unfolded it, and lo! it contained an astrolabe with 7 parallel plates mounted in silver. Then he went to the middle of the court and raised head and instrument towards the sun's rays and looked for a long while. When this was over he came back and said to me, "Know that there have elapsed of this day, which be Friday, and this Friday be the 10th of the month Safar, in the 653rd year since the Hejirah or flight of the Apostle, on whom be the bestest of blessings and peace, and the 7320th year of the era of Alexander, 8 degrees and 6 minutes. Furthermore, the ascendant of this our day is, according to the exactest science of computation, the planet Mars, and it so happeneth that Mercury is in conjunction with him, denoting an auspicious moment for hair cutting, and this also maketh manifest to me that thou desirest union with a certain person, and that your intercourse will not be propitious. But after this there occurreth a sign respecting a matter which will befall thee, and whereof I will not speak." "O thou," cried I, "by Allah thou weariest me and scatterest my wits and thy forecast is other than good. I sent for thee to pall my head and naught else; so up and shave me and prolong not thy speech." "By Allah," replied he, "if thou but knew what was to befall thee, thou wouldst do nothing this day, and I counsel thee to act as I tell thee by computation of the constellations." "By Allah," said I, "never did I see a barber who excelled in judicial astrology save thyself. But I think and I know that thou art most prodigal of frivolous talk. I sent for thee only to shave my head, but thou comest and pesterest me with this sorry prattle." "What more wouldst thou have?" replied he. "Allah hath bounteously bestowed on thee a barber who is an astrologer, one learned in alchemy and white magic, syntax, grammar, and lexicology, the arts of logic, rhetoric, and elocution, mathematics, arithmetic, and algebra, astronomy, astromancy, and geometry, theology, the traditions of the apostles, and the commentaries of the Koran. Furthermore, I have read books galore and digested them, and have had experiences of affairs and comprehended them. In short, I have learned the theoric and the practic of all the arts and sciences. I know everything of them by rote, and I am a past master in tota derisibili. Thy father loved me for my lack of officiousness, argal. To serve thee is a religious duty incumbent on me. I am no busybody as thou seemest to suppose, and on this account I am known as the Silent Man, also the Modest Man. Wherefore it behoves thee to render thanks to Allah Almighty and not cross me, for I am a true counsellor to thee and benevolently minded towards thee. Would that I were in thy service a whole year that thou mightst do me justice, and I would ask thee no wage for all this." When I heard his flow of words, I said to him, "Doubtless thou wilt be my death this day."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 30th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young man said to the barber, "Thou certainly wilt be the death of me this very night." "O master mine," replied he, "I am he, the Silent Man, by reason of the fewness of my words to distinguish me from my 6 brothers. For the eldest is called Al-Bakbuk, the prattler; the second Al-Hadar, the babbler; the third Al-Fakik, the gabbler; the fourth, his name is Al-Kuz al-Aswani, the long-necked gugglet, from his eternal chattering; the fifth is Al-Nashar, the tattler and tale-teller; the sixth Shakashik, or many clamours; and the seventh is famous as Al-Samit, the Silent Man, and this is my noble self." Whilst he redoubled his talk, I thought my gall bladder would have burst; so I said to the servant, "Give him a quarter dinar and dismiss him and let him go from me in the name of God who made him. I won't have my head shaved to-day." "What words be these, O my lord?" cried he. "By Allah, I will accept no hire of thee till I have served thee and have ministered to thy wants, and I care not if I never take money of thee. Thou know not my quality, I know thine, and I owe thy father, an honest man, on whom Allah Almighty have mercy, many a kindness, for he was a liberal soul and a generous. By Allah, he sent for me one day, as it were this blessed day, and I went in to him and found a party of his intimates about him. Quoth he to me, 'Let me blood.' So I pulled out my astrolabe and, taking the sun's altitude for him, I ascertained that the ascendant was inauspicious and the hour unfavourable for brooding. I told him of this and he did according to my bidding and awaited a better opportunity. So I made these lines in honour of him. I went to my patron some blood to let him, but found that the moment was far from good. So I sat and talked of all strangenesses, and with jests and jokes his good will I wooed. They pleased him and cried he, 'O man of wit, thou hast proved thee perfect in merry mood.' Quoth I, 'O thou lord of men, save thou lend me art and wisdom, I am fou and would in thee gather grace, boon, bounty, suavity, and I guerdon the world with lore, science, and gravity.' Thy father was delighted and cried out to the servant, 'Give him 103 gold pieces with a robe of honour.' The man obeyed his orders, and I awaited an auspicious moment, when I blooded him, and he did not baulk me; nay, he thanked me, and I was also thanked and praised by all present. When the bloodletting was over, I had no power to keep silence and asked him, 'By Allah, O my lord, what made thee say to the servant, Give him 103 dinars?' And he answered, 'One dinar was for the astrological observation, another for thy pleasant conversation, the third for the phlebotomization, and the remaining 100 and the dress were for thy verses in my commendation.'" "May Allah show small mercy to my father," exclaimed I, "for knowing the like of thee." He laughed and ejaculated, "There is no God but God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God. Glory to him that changeth and is changed not. I took thee for a man of sense, but I see thou babblest and dotest for illness. Allah hath said in the blessed book, Paradise is prepared for the godly, who bridle their anger and forgive men, and so forth, and in any case thou art excused. Yet I cannot conceive the cause of thy hurry and flurry, and thou must know that thy father and thy grandfather did nothing without consulting me, and indeed it hath been said truly enough, let the adviser be prized, and there is no vice in advice, and it is also said in certain saws, Whoso hath no counsellor elder than he, will never himself an elder be. And the poet says, Whatever needful thing thou undertake, consult the experienced and contraire him not. And indeed thou shalt never find a man better versed in affairs than I, and I am here standing on my feet to serve thee. I am not vexed with thee, why shouldst thou be vexed with me? But whatever happen, I will bear patiently with thee in memory of the much kindness thy father shewed me. By Allah, cried I, O thou with tongue long as the tail of a jackass, thou persistest in pestering me with thy prate, and thou becomest more longsome in thy long speeches, when all I want of thee is to shave my head and wend thy way. Then he lathered my head, saying, I perceive thou art vexed with me, but I will not take it ill of thee, for thy wit is weak, and thou art but a laddie. It was only yesterday I used to take thee on my shoulder and carry thee to school. O my brother, said I, for Allah's sake do what I want and go thy gait. And I rent my garments. When he saw me do this, he took the razor and fell to sharpening it, and gave not over stropping it, until my senses were well nigh leaving me. Then he came up to me and shaved part of my head. Then he held his hand, and then he said, O my lord, haste is Satan's gate, whilst patience is of Allah the Compassionate. But thou, O my master, I ken thou knowest not my rank, for verily this hand alighted upon the heads of kings and emirs and wazirs and sages and doctors learned in the law, and the poet said of one like me, All crafts are like necklaces strung on a string, but this barber's the union pair of the band. High over all craftsmen he ranketh, and why? The heads of the kings are under his hand. Then said I, Do leave off talking about what concerneth thee not. Indeed, thou hast straitened my breast and distracted my mind. Quoth he, Meseemeth thou art a hasty man, and quoth I, Yes, yes, yes! And he, I rede thee patience, restraint of self, for haste is Satan's pelf, which bequeatheth only repentance and ban and bane, and he, upon whom all blessings and peace, hath said, The best of works is that wherein deliberation lurks. But I, by Allah, have some doubt about thine affair, and so I should like thee to let me know what it is thou art in such haste to do, for I fear me it is other than good. Then he continued, It wanteth 3 hours yet to prayer time, but I do not wish to be in doubt upon this matter. Nay, I must know the moment exactly, for truly a guess shot in times of doubt oft brings harm about, especially on the like of me, a superior person, whose merits are famous amongst mankind at large, and it doth not befit me to talk at random, as do the common sort of astrologers. So saying, he threw down the razor and taking up the astrolabe, went forth under the sun and stood there a long time, after which he returned and counting on his fingers said to me, There remain still to prayer time 3 full hours and complete, neither more nor yet less, according to the most learned astronomicals and the wisest makers of almanacs. Allah upon thee, cried I, hold thy tongue with me, for thou breakest my liver in pieces. So he took the razor and after sharpening it as before and shaving other 2 hairs of my head, he again held his hand and said, I am concerned about thy hastiness, and indeed thou wouldst do well to let me know the cause of it. 'Twere the better for thee, as thou knowest that neither thy father nor thy grandfather ever did a single thing save by my advice. When I saw that there was no escape from him, I said to myself, The time for prayer draws near, and I wish to go to her before the folk come out of the mosque. If I am delayed much longer, I know not how to come to her. Then said I aloud, Be quick and stint this talk and impertinence, for I have to go to a party at the house of some of my intimates. When he heard me speak of the party, he said, This thy day is a blessed day for me. In very sooth, it was but yesterday I invited a company of my friends, and I have forgotten to provide anything for them to eat. This very moment I was thinking of it. Alas, how I shall be disgraced in their eyes. Be not distressed about this matter, answered I. Have I not told thee that I am bidden to an entertainment this day? So everything in my house, eatable and drinkable, shall be thine, if thou wilt only get through thy work and make haste to shave my head. He replied, Allah requite thee with good. Specify to me what is in thy house for my guests that I may beware of it." Quoth I, "5 dishes of meat and 10 chickens with reddened breasts and a roasted lamb." "Set them before me," quoth he, "that I may see them." So I told my people to buy, borrow, or steal them and bring them in anywise, and had all this set before him. When he saw it he cried, "The wine is wanting," and I replied, "I have a flagon or 2 of good old grape juice in the house," and he said, "Have it brought out." So I sent for it, and he exclaimed, "Allah bless thee for thy generous disposition! But there are still the essences and perfumes." So I bade them set before him a box containing nard, the best of compound perfumes, together with fine lign aloes, ambergris and musk unmixed, the whole worth 50 dinars. Now the time waxed strait and my heart straitened with it; so I said to him, "Take it all and finish shaving my head by the life of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and keep." "By Allah," said he, "I will not take it till I see all that is in it." So he bade the page open the box and the barber laid down the astrolabe, leaving the greater part of my head unpolled, and sitting on the ground, turned over the scents and incense and aloe woods and essences until I was not well nigh distraught. Then he took the razor and coming up to me shaved off some few hairs and repeated these lines, "The boy like his father shall surely grow, as the tree from its parent root shall grow." Then said he, "By Allah, O my son, I know not whether to thank thee or thy father, for my entertainment this day is all due to thy bounty and beneficence; and although none of my company be worthy of it, yet I have a set of honourable men, to wit, Zantut the bath keeper, and Salahi the corn chandler, and Salat the bean seller, and Akhrashah the greengrocer, and Humayd the scavenger, and Sa'id the camel man, and Suwayd the porter, and Abu Makarish the bathman, and Kasim the watchman, and Karim the groom. There is not among the whole of them a boor or a bully in his cups, nor meddler nor miser of his money, and each and every hath some dance which he danceth, and some of his own couplets which he caroleth, and the best of them is that, like thy servant, thy slave here, they know not what much talking is, nor what forwardness means. The bath keeper sings to the tom tom a song which enchants, and he stands up and dances and chants, "I am going, O mammy, to fill up my pot." As for the corn chandler, he brings more skill to it than any. He dances and sings, "O keener, O sweetheart, thou fallest not short," and leaves no one's vitals sound for laughing at him. But the scavenger sings so that the birds stop to listen to him, and dances and sings, "News my wife wots is not locked in a box," and he hath privilege, for 'tis a shrewd rogue and a witty, and speaking of his excellence, I am wont to say, "My life for the scavenger, right well I love him; like a waving bough he is sweet to my sight. Fate joined us one night, when to him quoth I, the while I grew weak and love gained more might, 'Thy love burns my heart, and no wonder,' quoth he, 'when the drawer of dung turns a stoker wight.'" And indeed each is perfect in whatsoever can charm the wit with joy and jollity, adding presently, "But hearing is not seeing, and indeed if thou makest up thy mind to join us and put off going to thy friends, 'twill be better for us and for thee. The traces of illness are yet upon thee, and haply thou art going among folk who be mighty talkers, men who commune together of what concerneth them not, or there may be amongst them some forward fellow who will split thy head, and thou half thy size from sickness." "This shall be for some other day," answered I, and laughed with heart angered. "Finish thy work and go, in Allah's almighty guard, to thy friends, for they will be expecting thy coming." "O my lord," replied he, "I seek only to introduce thee to these fellows of infinite mirth, the sons of men of worth, amongst whom there is neither precocity nor dicacity nor loquacity; for neither, since I grew to years of discretion, could I endure to consort with one who asketh questions concerning what concerneth him not, nor have I ever frequented any save those who are, like myself, men of few words. In sooth, if thou were to company with them, or even to see them once, thou wouldst forsake all thy intimates." "Allah fulfil thy joyance with them," said I, "needs must I come amongst them some day or other." But he said, "Would it were this very day, for I'd set my heart upon thy making one of us. Yet if thou must go to thy friends to day, I will take these good things, wherewith thou hast honoured and favoured me, to my guests and leave them to eat and drink and not wait for thee, whilst I will return to thee in haste and accompany thee to thy little party, for there is no ceremony between me and my intimates to prevent me leaving them. Fear not, I will soon be back with thee and wend with thee whithersoever thou wendest. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great." I shouted, "Go thou to thy friends and make merry with them, and do let me go to mine and be with them this day, for they expect me." But the Barber cried, "I will not let thee go alone," and I replied, "The truth is none can enter where I am going save myself." He rejoined, "I suspect that today thou art for an assignation with some woman, else thou hadst taken me with thee; yet I am the right man to take, one who could aid thee to the end thou wishest. But I fear me thou art running after strange women and thou wilt lose thy life; for in this our city of Baghdad one cannot do anything in this line, especially on a day like Friday. Our governor is an angry man and of a mighty sharp blade." "Shame on thee, thou wicked, bad old man!" cried I. "Be off! What words are these thou givest me?" "O cold of wit," cried he, "thou sayest to me what is not true and thou hidest thy mind from me; but I know the whole business for certain and I seek only to help thee this day with my best endeavour." I was fearful lest my people or my neighbours should hear the Barber's talk, so I kept silence for a long time whilst he finished shaving my head, by which time the hour of prayer was come and the Khutbah or sermon was about to follow. When he had done, I said to him, "Go to thy friends with their meat and drink, and I will await thy return; then we will fare together." In this way I hoped to pour oil on troubled waters and to trick the accursed loon, so haply I might get rid of him. But he said, "Thou art cozening me and thou wilt go alone to thy appointment and cast thyself into jeopardy, whence there will be no escape for thee. Now, by Allah, and again by Allah, do not go until I return, that I may accompany thee and watch the issue of thine affair." "So be it," I replied, "do not be long absent." Then he took all the meat and drink I had given him and the rest of it and went out of my house; but the accursed carle gave it in charge of a porter to carry to his home, but hid himself in one of the alleys. As for me, I rose on the instant, for the Muezzins had already called the Salam of Friday, the salute to the Apostle, and I dressed in haste and went out alone and, hurrying to the street, took my stand by the house wherein I had seen the young lady. I found the old woman on guard at the house awaiting me, and went up with her to the upper story, the damsel's apartment. Hardly had I reached it when behold, the master of the house returned from prayers and entering the grand saloon, closed the door. I looked down from the window and saw this Barber, Allah's curse upon him, sitting over against the door and said, "How did this devil find me out?" At this very moment, as Allah had decreed it for rending my veil of secrecy, so happened that a handmaid of the house master committed some offence for which he beat her. She shrieked out and his slave ran in to intercede for her, whereupon the Kazi beat him to boot and he also roared out. The damned Barber fancied that it was I who was being beaten, so he also fell to shouting and tore his garments and scattered dust on his head and kept on shrieking and crying, "Help! Help!" So the people came round about him and he went on yelling, "My master is being murdered in the Kazi's house." Then he went clamouring to my place with the folk after him and told my people and servants and slaves, and before I knew what was doing, up they came tearing their clothes and letting loose their hair and shouting, "Alas, our master!" And this Barber leading the rout with his clothes rent and in sorriest plight, and he also shouting like a madman and saying, "Alas for our murdered master!" And they all made an assault upon the house in which I was. The Kazi, hearing the yells and the uproar at his door, said to one of his servants, "See what is the matter." And the man went forth and returned and said, "O my master, at the gate there are more than 10,000 souls with what men and women and all crying out, 'Alas for our murdered master!' and they keep pointing to our house." When the Kazi heard this, the matter seemed serious and he waxed wroth; so he rose and opening the door saw a great crowd of people, whereat he was astounded and said, "O folk, what is there to do?" "O accursed! O dog! O hog!" my servants replied, "'tis thou who hast killed our master." Quoth he, "O good folk, and what hath your master done to me that I should kill him?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 31st Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Kazi said to the servants, "What hath your master done to me that I should kill him? This is my house and it is open to you all." Then quoth the Barber, "Thou didst beat him and I heard him cry out." And quoth the Kazi, "But what was he doing that I should beat him, and what brought him into my house, and whence came he and whither went he?" "Be not a wicked, perverse old man," cried the barber, "for I know the whole story, and the long and short of it is that thy daughter is in love with him and he loves her; and when thou knewest that he entered the house, thou badest thy servants beat him and they did so. By Allah, none shall judge between us and thee but the Caliph. Else do thou bring out our master that his folk may take him, before they go in, and save him perforce from thy house, and thou be put to shame." Then said the Kazi, and his tongue was bridled and his mouth was stooped by confusion before the people, "An thou sayest sooth, do thou come in and fetch him out." Whereupon the barber pushed forward and entered the house. When I saw this, I looked about for a means of escape and flight, but saw no hiding place except a great chest in the upper chamber where I was. So I got in and pulled the lid down upon myself and held my breath. The barber was hardly in the room before he began to look about for me, then turned him right and left and came straight to the place where I was, and stepped up to the chest and lifting it on his head, made off as fast as he could. At this my reason forsook me, for I knew that he would not let me be. So I took courage and opening the chest, threw myself to the ground. My leg was broken in the fall, and the door being open, I saw a great concourse of people looking in. Now I carried in my sleeve much gold and some silver, which I had provided for an ill day like this, and in the like of such occasion; so I kept scattering it amongst the folk to divert their attention from me, and whilst they were busy scrambling for it, I set off, hopping as fast as I could through the by streets of Baghdad, sifting and turning right and left. But whithersoever I went, this damned barber would go in after me, crying aloud, "They would have bereft me of my master! They would have slain him who was a benefactor to me and my family and my friends! Praised be Allah who made me prevail against them and delivered my lord from their hands!" Then to me, "Where wilt thou go now? Thou wouldst persist in following thine own evil devices, till thou broughtest thyself to this evil pass, and had not Allah vouchsafed me to thee, ne'er hadst thou escaped this strait into which thou hast fallen, for they would have cast thee into a calamity whence thou never couldst have won free. But I will not call thee to account for thine ignorance, as thou art so little of wit and inconsequential and addicted to hastiness." Said I to him, "Doth not what thou hast brought upon me suffice thee, but thou must run after me and talk me such talk in the bazaar streets?" And I well nigh gave up the ghost for excess of rage against him. Then I took refuge in the shop of a weaver amiddlemost of the market and sought protection of the owner who drove the barber away; and sitting in the back room, I said to myself, "If I return home, I shall never be able to get rid of this curse of a barber, who will be with me night and day, and I cannot endure the sight of him, even for a breathing space." So I sent out at once for witnesses and made a will, dividing the greater part of my property among my people, and appointed a guardian over them, to whom I committed the charge of great and small, directing him to sell my houses and domains. Then I set out on my travels that I might be free of this pimp, and I came to settle in your town where I have lived some time. When you invited me and I came hither, the first thing I saw was this accursed pander seated in the place of honour. How then can my heart be glad and my stay be pleasant in company with this fellow who brought all this upon me, and who was the cause of the breaking of my leg and of my exile from home and native land?" And the youth refused to sit down and went away. When we heard his story, continued the tailor, we were amazed beyond measure and amused and said to the barber, "By Allah, is it true what this young man saith of thee?" "By Allah," replied he, "I dealt thus by him of my courtesy and sound sense and generosity. Had it not been for me, he had perished, and none but I was the cause for his escape. Well it was for him that he suffered in his leg and not in his life. Had I been a man of many words, a meddler, and a busybody, I had not acted thus kindly by him. But now I will tell you a tale which befell me, that you may be well assured I am a man sparing of speech in whom is no forwardness, and a very different person from those 6 brothers of mine, and this it is." And so began the barber's tale of himself. End of Section 21 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Recording by Melissa.
Section 22, Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Calm Dragon. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Section 22. The Barber's Tale of Himself. I was living in Baghdad during the times of al-Mustansir Billah, son of al-Mustazi Billah, Then the Caliph, a prince who loved the poor and needy, and companied with the learned and pious. One day it happened to him that he was wroth with 10 persons, highwaymen who robbed on the Caliph's highway, and he ordered the prefect of Baghdad to bring them into the presence on the anniversary of the great festival. So the prefect sallied out and, making them his prisoners, embarked with them in a boat. I caught sight of them as they were embarking, and said to myself, "These are surely assembled for a marriage feast. Methinks they are spending their day in the boat eating and drinking, and none shall be companion of their cups but I myself." So I rose, O fairly assembled, and, of the excess of my courtesy and the gravity of my misunderstanding, I embarked with them and entered into conversation with them. They rowed across to the opposite bank, where they landed, and there came upon the watch and the guardians of the peace with chains, which they put round the robbers' necks. They chained me among the rest of them, and, O people, it is not a proof of my courtesy and spareness of speech that I held my peace and did not please to speak? Then they took us away in bilboes, and next morning carried us all before ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 Billah, commander of the faithful, who bade smite the necks of the 10 robbers. So the sworder came forward, after they were seated on the leather of blood, then drawing his blade, struck off one head after another until he had smitten the neck of the 10th, and I alone remained. The Caliph looked at me, and asked the headsman, saying, "What ails thee that thou hast struck off only 9 heads?" And he answered, "Allah forbid that I should behead only 9, when thou biddest me behead 10. Quoth the Caliph, "Meseems thou hast smitten the necks of only 9, and this man before thee is the 10th. "By thy beneficence," replied the headsman, "I have beheaded 10. "Count them," cried the Caliph, and when as they counted heads, lo! there were 10. The Caliph looked at me and said, "What made thee keep silence at a time like this, and how camest thou to company with these men of blood? Tell me the cause of all this, for albeit thou art a very old man, assuredly thy wits are weak." Now when I heard these words from the Caliph, I sprang to my feet and replied, "Know, O Prince of the Faithful, that I am the silent Shaykh, and am thus called to distinguish me from my 6 brothers. I am a man of immense learning, whilst, as for the gravity of my understanding, the wildness of my wits, and the spareness of my speech, there is no end of them, and my calling is that of a barber. I went out early on yesterday morning, and saw these men making for a skiff, and, fancying they were bound for a marriage feast, I joined them and mixed with them. After a while up came the watch and the guardians of the peace, who put chains round their necks and round mine with the rest, but, in the excess of my courtesy, I held my peace and spake not a word. Nor was this other but generosity on my part. They brought us into thy presence, and thou gavest an order to smite the necks of the 10. Yet did I not make myself known to thee and remain silent before the sworder, purely of my great generosity and courtesy which led me to share with them in their death. But all my life long have I dealt thus nobly with mankind, and they requite me the foulest and evilest requital. When the Caliph heard my words, and knew that I was a man of exceeding generosity and of very few words, one in which is no forwardness, as this youth who would have it, whom I rescued from mortal risk, and who hath so scurvily repaid me, he laughed with excessive laughter till he fell upon his back. Then said he to me, "O silent man, do thy 6 brothers favour thee in wisdom and knowledge, and spareness of speech?" I replied, "Never were they like me. Thou puttest reproach upon me, O Commander of the Faithful, and it becomes thee not to even my brothers with me, for, of the abundance of their speech, and their deficiency of courtesy and gravity, each one of them hath gotten some maim or other. One is monocular, another palsied, a third stone blind, a fourth cropped of ears and nose, and a fifth shorn of both lips, while the 6th is a hunchback and a cripple. And conceive not, O Commander of the Faithful, that I am a prodigal of speech, but I must perforce explain to thee that I am a man of greater worth and fewer words than any of them. From each one of my brothers hangs a tale of how he came by his bodily defect, and these I will relate to thee." So the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his first brother. "Then know, O Commander of the Faithful, that my first brother Al-Bakbuk, the prattler, is a hunchback who took to tailoring in Baghdad, and he used to sew in a shop hired from a man of much wealth, who dwelt over the shop, and there was also a flour mill in the basement. One day, as my brother, the hunchback, was sitting in his shop a tailoring, he chanced to raise his head and saw a lady like the rising full moon at a balconied window of his landlord's house, engaged in looking out at the passers-by. When my brother beheld her, his heart was taken with love of her, and he passed his whole day gazing at her and neglected his tailoring till eventide. Next morning he opened his shop and sat him down to sew, but, as often as he stitched a stitch, he looked to the window and saw her as before, and his passion and infatuation for her increased. On the third day, as he was sitting in his usual place gazing on her, she caught sight of him and, perceiving that he had been captivated with love of her, laughed in his face, and he smiled back at her. Then she disappeared, and presently sent her slave girl to him with a bundle containing a piece of red coward silk. The handmaiden accosted him and said, "My lady salameth to thee, and desireth thee of thy skill and good will, to fashion for her a shift of this piece and to sew it handsomely with thy best sewing." He replied, "Hearkening and obedience," and shaped for her a chemise and finished sewing it the same day. When the morning morrowed, the girl came back and said to him, "My lady salameth to thee and asks how thou hast passed yesternight, for she hath not tasted sleep by reason of her heart being taken up with thee." Then she laid before him a piece of yellow satin and said, "My lady biddeth thee cut her 2 pair of petticoat trousers out of this piece and sew them this very day." "Hearkening and obedience," replied he. "Greet her for me with many greetings and say to her, Thy slave is obedient to thine order, so command him as thou wilt." Then he applied himself to cutting out and worked hard at sewing the trousers, and after an hour the lady appeared at the lattice and saluted him by signs, now casting down her eyes, then smiling in his face, and he began to assure himself that he would soon make a conquest. She did not let him stir till he had finished the 2 pair of trousers, when she withdrew and sent the handmaiden to whom he delivered them, and she took them and went her ways. When it was night, he threw himself on his carpet bed and lay tossing about from side to side till morning, when he rose and sat down in his place. Presently the damsel came to him and said, "My master calleth for thee." Hearing these words he feared with exceeding fear, but the slave girl, seeing his affright, said to him, "No evil is meant to thee, naught but good awaiteth thee. My lady would have thee make acquaintance with my lord." So my brother the tailor, rejoicing with great joy, went with her, and when he came into the presence of his landlord, the lady's husband, he kissed the ground before him, and the master of the house returned his greeting and gave him a great piece of linen, saying, "Shape me shirts out of this stuff and sew them well." And my brother answered, "To hear is to obey." Thereupon he fell at work at once, snipping, shaping, and sewing till he had finished 20 shirts by supper time, without stopping to taste food. The house master asked him, "How much the wage for this?" And he answered, 20 dirhams. So the gentleman cried to the slave girl, "Bring me 20 dirhams," and my brother spake not a word, but the lady signed, "Take nothing from him," whereupon my brother said, "By Allah, I will take naught from thy hand," and he carried off his tailor's gear and returned to his shop, although he was destitute even to a red cent. Then he applied himself to do their work, eating, in his zeal and diligence, but a bit of bread and drinking only a little water for 3 days. At the end of this time came the handmaid, who said to him, "What hast thou done?" Quoth he, "They are finished," and carried the shirts to the lady's husbands, who would have paid him for his hire, but he said, "I will take nothing," for the fear of her, and, returning to his shop, passed the night without sleep because of his hunger. Now the dame had informed her husband how the case stood, my brother knowing naught of this, and the two had agreed to make him tailor for nothing, the better to mock and laugh at him. Next morning he went to his shop, and, as he sat there, the handmaid came to him and said, "Speak with my master." So he accompanied her to the husband, who said to him, "I wish thee to cut out for me 5 long-sleeved robes." So he cut them out and took the stuff and went away. Then he sewed them and carried them to the gentleman, who praised his sewing and offered him a purse of silver. He put out his hand to take it, but the lady signed to him from behind her husband not to do so, and he replied, "O my lord, there is no hurry. We have time enough for this." Then he went forth from the house meaner and meeker than a donkey, For verily 5 things were gathered together in him: love, beggary, hunger, nakedness, and hard labour. Nevertheless he heartened himself with the hope of gaining the ladies' favours. When he had made an end of all their jobs, they played him another trick and married him to their slave girl. But on the night when he thought to go in to her, they said to him, "Lie this night in the mill, and tomorrow all will go well." My brother concluded that there was some good cause for this, and nighted alone in the mill. Now the husband had set on the miller to make the tailor turn the mill. So when night was half spent, the man came in to him and began to say, "This bull of ours hath become useless and standeth still, instead of going round. He will not turn the mill this night, and yet we have great store of corn to be ground. However, I'll yoke him perforce, and make him finish grinding it before morning," as the folk are impatient for their flour. So he filled the hoppers with grain and, going up to my brother with a rope in his hand, tied it round his neck and said to him, "Gee up! Round with the mill, thou, O bull, wouldst do nothing but grub and stale and dung?" Then he took a whip and laid it on the shoulders and calves of my brother, who began to howl and bellow, but none came to help him, and he was forced to grind the wheat till hard upon dawn, when the housemaster came in and, seeing my brother still tethered to the yoke and the man flogging him, went away. At daybreak the miller returned home and left him still yoked and half dead, and soon after came the slave girl who unbound him, and said to him, "I and my lady are right sorry for what hath happened, and we have borne thy grief with thee." But he had no tongue wherewith to answer her from excess of beating and mill turning. Then he retired to his lodging, and behold, the clerk who had drawn up the marriage deed came to him and saluted him, saying, "Allah give thee long life, may thy espousal be blessed. This face telleth of pleasant doings and dalliance and kissing and clipping from dusk to dawn." "Allah grant the liar no peace, or thou thousandfold cuckold," my brother replied. "By Allah, I did nothing but turn the mill in the place of the bull all night till morning." "Tell me thy tale," quoth he, and my brother recounted what had befallen him, and he said, "Thy star agrees not with her star, but an thou wilt I can alter the contract for thee, abiding where lest another cheat be not in store for thee." And my brother answered him, "See if thou have not another contrivance." Then the clerk left him, and he sat in his shop, looking for someone to bring him a job whereby he might earn his day's bread. Presently the handmaid came to him and said, "Speak with my lady." "Begone, O my good girl," replied he, "there shall be no more dealings with me and thy lady." The handmaid returned to her mistress and told her what my brother had said, and presently she put her head out of the window, weeping and saying, "Why, O my beloved, are there to be no more dealings 'twixt me and thee?" But he made her no answer. Then she wept and conjured him, swearing that all which had befallen him in the mill was not sanctioned by her, and that she was innocent of the whole matter. When he looked upon her beauty and loveliness, and heard the sweetness of her speech, the sorrow which had possessed him passed from his heart. He accepted her excuse, and he rejoiced in her sight. So he saluted her and talked with her and sat tailoring awhile, after which the handmaid came to him and said, "My mistress greeteth thee and informeth thee that her husband purposed to lie abroad this night in the house of some intimate friends of his. So, when he is gone, do thou come to us and spend the night with my lady in delight most joyance till the morning." Now her husband had asked her, "How shall we manage to turn him away from thee?" And she answered, "Leave me to play him another trick and make him a laughing stock for all the town." But my brother knew naught of the malice of women. As soon as it was dusk, the slave girl came to him and carried him to the house, and when the lady saw him, she said to him, "By Allah, O my lord, I have been longing exceedingly for thee." "By Allah," cried he, "kiss me quick before thou give me aught else." Hardly had he spoken when the lady's husband came in from the next room and seized him, saying, "By Allah, I will not let thee go till I deliver thee to the chief of the town watch." My brother humbled himself to him, but he would not listen to him, and carried him before the Prefect, who gave him 100 lashes with a whip, and mounting him on a camel, promenaded him around the city, whilst the guards proclaimed aloud, "This is his reward who violate the harems of honourable men." Moreover, he fell off the camel and broke his leg, and so became lame. Then the Prefect banished him from the city, and he went forth unknowing whither he should wend. But I heard of him and, fearing for him, went out after him and brought him back secretly to the city and restored him to health and took him into my house where he still liveth. The Caliph laughed at my story and said, "Thou hast done well, O Submit, O silent man, O spare of speech," and he bade me to take a present and go away. But I said, "I will accept naught of thee except I tell thee what befell all my other brothers, and do not think me a man of many words." So the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his second brother. Know, O Commander of the Faithful, that my second brother's name was Al-Hadar, that is, the babbler, and he was paralytic. Now it happened to him one day, as he was going about his business, that an old woman accosted him and said, "Stop a little, my good man, that I may tell thee of somewhat which, if it be to thy liking, thou shalt do for me, and I will pray Allah to give thee good of it." My brother stopped, and she went on, "I will put thee in the way of a certain thing, so thou not be prodigal of speech." "On with thy talk," quoth he, and she, "What sayest thou to handsome quarters, and a fair garden with flowering waters, flowers blooming, and fruit growing, and old wine going, and a pretty young face whose owner thou mayest embrace from dark till dawn? If thou do whatso I bid thee, thou shalt see something greatly to thy advantage." "And is all this in the world?" asked my brother, and she answered, "Yes, and it shall be thine, so thou be reasonable and leave idle curiosity and many words, and do my bidding." "I will indeed, O my lady," said he. "How is it thou hast preferred me in this manner before all men, and what is it that so much pleaseth thee in me?" Quoth she, "Did I not bid thee be spare of speech? Hold thy peace and follow me. Know that the young lady to whom I shall carry thee loveth to have her own way and hateth being thwarted and all who gainsay. So, if thou humour her, thou shalt come to thy desire of her." And my brother said, "I will not cross her in anything." Then she went on and my brother followed her, and hungering after what she described to him till they entered a fine large house, handsome and choicely furnished, full of eunuchs and servants, and showing signs of prosperity from top to bottom. And she was carrying him to the upper story when the people of the house said to him, "What dost thou here?" But the old woman answered them, "Hold your peace and trouble him not. He is a workman and we have occasion for him." Then she brought him into a fine great pavilion with a garden in its midst, never eye saw a fairer, and made him sit upon a handsome couch. He had not sat long before he heard a loud noise, and in came a troop of slave girls surrounding a lady, like the moon on the night of its fullest. When he saw her, he rose up and made an obeisance to her, whereupon she welcomed him and bade him be seated. So he sat down and she said to him, "Allah advance thee to honour. Is all well with thee?" "O my lady," he answered, "all with me is right well." Then she bade bring in food, and they set before her delicate viands. So she sat down to eat, making a show of affection to my brother and jesting with him, though all the while she could not refrain from laughing. But as often as he looked at her, she signed towards her handmaidens, as though she were laughing at them. My brother, the ass, understood nothing, but, in the excess of his ridiculous passion, he fancied that the lady was in love with him, and that she would soon grant him his desire. When they had done eating, they set on the wine, and there came in 10 maidens like moons, with lutes ready strung in their hands, and fell to singing with full voices, sweet and sad. Whereupon delight gat hold upon him, and he took the cup from the lady's hands and drank it standing. Then she drank a cup of wine, and my brother, still standing, said to her, "Health," and bowed to her. She handed him another cup, and he drank it off, when she slapped him hard on the nape of his neck. Upon this my brother would have gone out of the house in anger, but the old woman followed him and winked to him to return. So he came back, and the lady bade him sit, and he sat down without a word. Then she slapped him on the nape of his neck, and the second slapping did not suffice her. She must needs make all her handmaidens also slap and cuff him, while he kept saying to the old woman, "I never saw aught nicer than this." She on her side ceased not exclaiming, "Enough, enough, I conjure thee, O my mistress, but the woman slapped him till he well nigh swooned away. Presently my brother rose and went out to obey a call of nature, but the old woman overtook him and said, "Be patient a little and thou shalt win to thy wish." "How much longer have I to wait?" my brother replied. "This slapping hath made me feel faint." "As soon as she is warm with wine," answered she, "thou shalt have thy desire." So he returned to his place and sat down, whereupon all the handmaidens stood up, and the lady bade them perfume him with pastiles and besprinkle his face with rose water. Then said she to him, "Allah advance thee to honour! Thou hast entered my house and hast borne with my conditions; for whoso thwarteth me I turn him away, and whoso is patient hath his desire." "O mistress mine," said he, "I am thy slave and in the hollow of thine hand." "Know then," continued she, "that Allah hath made me passionately fond of frolic, and whoso falleth in my humour cometh by whatso he wisheth." Then she ordered her maidens to sing with loud voices till the whole company was delighted, after which she said to one of them, "Take thy lord and do what is needful for him and bring him back to me forthright." So the damsel took my brother, and he not knowing what she would do with him. But the old woman overtook him and said, "Be patient, there remaineth but little to do." At this his face brightened and he stood up before the lady, while the old woman kept saying, "Be patient, thou wilt now at once win to thy wish," till he said, "Tell me what she would have the maiden do with me." "Nothing but good," replied she, "as I am thy sacrifice. She wisheth only to dye thy eyebrows and pluck out thy mustachios." Quoth he, "As for the dyeing of my eyebrows, that will come off with washing; but for the plucking out of my mustachios, that indeed is a somewhat painful process." "Be cautious how thou cross her," cried the old woman, "for she hath set her heart on thee." So my brother patiently suffered her to dye his eyebrows and pluck out his mustachios, after which the maiden returned to her mistress and told her. Quoth she, "Remaineth now only one other thing to be done. Thou must shave his beard and make him a smooth of face." So the maiden went back and told him what her mistress had bidden her do. And my brother, the blockhead, said to her, "How shall I do what will disgrace me before the folk?" But the old woman said, "She would do on this wise only that thou mayest be as beardless youth and that no hair be left on thy face to scratch and prick her delicate cheeks. For indeed she is passionately in love with thee. So be patient and thou shalt attain thine object." My brother was patient and did her bidding and let shave off his beard and, when he was brought back to the lady, lo! he appeared dyed red as to his eyebrows, plucked of both mustachios, shorn of his beard, rouged on both cheeks. At first she was affrighted at him, then she made mockery of him and, laughing till she fell upon her back, said, "O my lord, thou hast indeed won my heart by thy good nature." Then she conjured him, by her life, to stand up and dance, and he arose and capered about, and there was not a cushion in the house but she threw it at his head, and in like manner did all her women, who also kept pelting him with oranges and lemons and citrons till he fell down senseless from the cuffing on the nape of the neck, the pillowing and the fruit pelting. "Now thou hast attained thy wish," said the old woman when he came round. "There are no more blows in store for thee, and there remaineth but one little thing to do. It is her wont, when she is in her cups, to let no one have her until she put off her dress and trousers and remain stark naked. Then she will bid thee doff thy clothes and run, and she will run before thee as if she were flying from thee, and do thou follow her from place to place till thy prickle stands at fullest point, when she will yield to thee," adding, "Strip off thy clothes at once." So he rose, well nigh lost in ecstasy, and doffing his raiment, showed himself mother naked. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 32nd Night, she said, It had reached me, O auspicious King, that when the old woman said to the barber's second brother, "Doff thy clothes," he rose well nigh lost in ecstasy, and stripping off his raiment, showed himself mother naked. Whereupon the lady stripped also and said to my brother, "If thou want anything, run after me till thou catch me." Then she set out at a run, and he ran after her while she rushed into room after room and rushed out of room after room. my brother scampering after her in a rage of desire like a veritable madman, with the yard standing terribly tall. After much of this kind she dashed into a darkened place, and he dashed after her, but suddenly he trod upon a yielding spot, which gave way under his weight, and, before he was aware where he was, he found himself in the midst of a crowded market, part of the bazaar of the leather sellers, who were crying the prices of skins and hides and buying and selling. When they saw him in his plight, naked, with standing yard, shorn of beard and mustachios, with eyebrows dyed red, and cheeks ruddied with rouge, they shouted and clapped their hands at him, and set to flogging him with skins upon his bare body, till a swoon came over him. Then they threw him on the back of an ass and carried him to the chief of police. Quoth the chief, "What is this?" Quoth they, "This fellow fell suddenly upon us out of the Wazir's house in this state." So the Prefect gave him 100 lashes and then banished him from Baghdad. However, I went out after him, and brought him back secretly into the city and made him a daily allowance for his living, although, were it not for my generous humour, I could not have put up with the like of him. Then the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his third brother. My third brother's name was al-Fakik, the Gabbler, who was blind. One day fate and fortune drove him to a fine large house, and he knocked at the door, desiring speech of its owner that he might beg somewhat of him. Quoth the master of the house, "Who is at the door?" But my brother spake not a word, and presently he heard him repeat with a loud voice, "Who is this?" Still he made no answer, and immediately heard the master walk to the door, and open it and say, "What dost thou want?" My brother answered, "Something for Allah Almighty's sake." "Art thou blind?" asked the man, and my brother answered, "Yes." Quoth the other, "Stretch me out thy hand." So my brother put out his hand, and thinking that he would give him something, but he took it, and, drawing him into the house, carried him up from stair to stair till they reached the terrace on the house top, my brother thinking the while that he would surely give him something of food or money. Then he asked my brother, "What dost thou want, O blind man?" And he answered, "Something for Almighty's sake." "Allah open for thee some other door." "O thou, why not say so when I was below stairs?" "O cadger, why not answer me when I first called to thee? And what meanest thou to do for me now?" "There is nothing in the house to give thee." "Then take me down the stair." "The path is before thee." So my brother rose and made his way downstairs till he came within 20 steps of the door, when his foot slipped and he rolled to the bottom and broke his head. Then he went out, unknowing whither to turn, and presently fell in with 2 other blind men, companions of his, who said to him, "What dost thou gain today?" He told them what had befallen him and added, "O my brothers, I wish to take some of the money in my hands and provide myself with it." Now the master of the house had followed him and was listening to what they said, but neither my brother nor his comrades knew of this. So my brother went to his lodging and sat down to await his companions, and the house owner entered after him without being perceived. When the other blind men arrived, my brother said to them, "Bolt the door and search the house, lest any stranger have followed us." The man, hearing this, caught hold of a cord that hung from the ceiling, and clung to it, whilst they went round about the house and searched but found no one. So they came back, and sitting beside my brother, brought out their money which they counted, and lo! it was 12,000 dirhams. Each took what he wanted, and they buried the rest in a corner of the room. Then they set on food and sat down to eat. Presently my brother, hearing a strange pair of jaws munching by his side, said to his friends, "There is a stranger among us," and putting forth his hand caught hold of that of the house master. Thereupon all fell on him and beat him, and when tired of belabouring him they shouted, "O ye Moslems, a thief is come in to us, seeking to take our money." A crowd gathered around them, whereupon the intruder hung on to them, and complained with them as they complained, and, shutting his eyes like them, so that none might doubt his blindness, cried out, "O Moslems, I take refuge with Allah and the Governor, for I have a matter to make known to him." Suddenly up came the watch, and laying hands on the lot, my brother being amongst them, drove them to the Governor's, who set them before him and asked, "What news with you?" Quoth the intruder, "Look and find out for thyself. Not a word shall be wrung from us save by torture. So begun by beating me, and after me beat this man our leader," and he pointed to my brother. So they threw the man at full length and gave him 400 sticks on his backside. The beating pained him, whereupon he opened one eye, and as they redoubled their blows, he opened the other eye. When the governor saw this, he said to him, "What have we here, O accursed?" Whereto he replied, "Give me the seal ring of pardon. We four have shammed blind, and we impose upon people that we may enter houses and look upon the unveiled faces of the women and contrive for their corruption. In this way we have gotten great pain, and our store amounts to 12,000 dirhams." So I said to my company, "Give me my share, 3,000." But they rose and beat me and took away my money, and I seek refuge with Allah and with thee. Better thou have my share than they. So, if thou wouldst know the truth of my words, beat one and every one of the others more than thou hast beaten me, and he will surely open his eyes." The governor gave orders for the question to begin with my brother, and they bound him to the whipping post, and the governor said, "O scum of the earth, do ye abuse the gracious gifts of Allah and make as if ye were blind?" "Allah! Allah!" cried my brother, "by Allah, there is none among us who can see." Then they beat him till he swooned away, and the governor cried, "Leave him till he come to," and then beat him again. After this he caused each of the companions to receive more than 300 sticks, whilst the sham Abraham kept saying to them, "Open your eyes, or you will be beaten afresh." At last the man said to the governor, "Dispatch someone with me to bring thee the money, for these fellows will not open their eyes, lest they incur disgrace before the folk." So the governor sent to fetch the money and gave the man his pretended share, 3,000 dirhams, and, keeping the rest for himself, banished the 3 blind men from the city. But I, O Commander of the Faithful, went out and overtaking my brother, questioned him of his case, whereupon he told me of what I have told thee. So I brought him secretly into the city and appointed him in the strictest privacy an allowance for meat and drink. The Caliph laughed at my story and said, "Give him a gift and let him go." But I said, "By Allah, I will take naught till I have made known to the Commander of the Faithful what came to pass with the rest of my brothers, for truly I am a man of few words and spare of speech." Then the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his 4th brother. Now as for my 4th brother, O Commander of the Faithful, Al-Kuz al-Swani, or the long-necked ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, from his brimming over with words, the same one who was blind of one eye, he became a butcher in Baghdad, and he sold flesh and fattened rams, and great men and rich bought their meat of him, so that he amassed much wealth, and he got him cattle and houses. He fared thus a long while till one day, as he was sitting in his shop, there came up an old man and long of the beard, who laid down some silver and said, "Give me meat for this." He gave him his money's worth of flesh, and the oldster went his ways. My brother examined the Shaykh's silver, and seeing that the dirhams were white and bright, he set them in a place apart. The greybeard continued to return to the shop regularly for 5 months, and my brother ceased not to lay up all the coin he received from him in its own box. At last he thought to take out the money to buy sheep. So he opened the box and found it nothing save bits of white paper cut round to look like coin. So he buffeted his face and cried aloud till the folk gathered about him, whereupon he told them his tale, which made them marvel exceedingly. Then he rose as was his wont, and slaughtering a ram hung it up inside his shop, after which he cut off some of the flesh, and hanging it outside kept saying to himself, "O Allah, would the ill-omened old fellow but come!" And an hour had not passed before the Shaykh came with his silver in hand, whereupon my brother rose and caught hold of him, calling out, "Come aid me, O Moslems, and learn my story with this villain." When the old man heard this, he quietly said to him, "Which will be the better for thee, to let go of me, or to be disgraced by me amidst the folk?" "In what wilt thou disgrace me?" "In that thou sellest man's flesh for mutton." "Thou liest, thou accursed!" "Nay, he is the accursed who hath a man hanging up by way of meat in his shop. If the matter be as thou sayest, I give thee lawful leave to take my money and my life." Then the old man cried aloud, "Ho, ye people, if you would prove the truth of my words, enter this man's shop." The folk rushed in and found that the ram was become a dead man hung up for sale. So they set upon my brother crying out, "O infidel! O villain!" and his best friends fell to cuffing and kicking him and kept saying, "Dost thou make us eat flesh of the sons of Adam? Furthermore the old man struck him on the eye and put it out. Then they carried the carcass with the throat cut before the chief of the city watch, to whom the old man said, "O Emir, this fellow butchers men and sells their flesh for mutton, and we have brought him to thee. So arise and execute the judgments of Allah, to whom be honour and glory." My brother would have defended himself, but the chief refused to hear him and sentenced him to receive 500 sticks, and to forfeit the whole of his property. And, indeed, had it not been for that same property which he expended in bribes, they would have surely slain him. Then the chief banished him from Baghdad, and my brother fared forth at a venture, till he came to a great town, where he thought it best to set up as a cobbler. So he opened a shop and sat there doing what he could for his livelihood. One day, as he went forth on his business, he heard the distant tramp of horses, and, asking the cause, was told that the king was going out to hunt and course. So my brother stopped to look at the fine suite. It so fortuned that the king's eye met my brother's, whereupon the king hung down his head and said, "I seek refuge with Allah from the evil of this day," and turned the reins of his steed and returned home with all his retinue. Then he gave orders to his guards, who seized my brother and beat him with a beating so painful that he was well nigh dead, and my brother knew not what could be the cause of his maltreatment, after which he returned to his place in sorriest plight. Soon afterwards he went to one of the king's household and related what happened to him, and the man laughed till he fell upon his back and cried, "O brother mine, know that the king cannot bear to look at a monocular, especially if he be blind of the right eye, in which case he doth not let him go without killing him." When my brother heard this, he resolved to fly from that city, so he went forth from it to another wherein no one knew him, and there he abode a long while. One day, being full of sorrowful thought for what had befallen him, he sallied out to solace himself, and as he was walking along he heard the distant tramp of horses behind him and said, "The judgment of Allah is upon me," and looked about for a hiding place, but found none. At last he saw a closed door which he pushed hard. It yielded, and he entered a long gallery in which he took refuge. But hardly had he done so when two men set upon him, crying out, "Allah be thanked for having delivered thee into our hands, O enemy of God! These 3 nights thou hast robbed us of our rest and sleep, and verily thou hast made us taste of the death cup." My brother asked, "O folk, what ails you?" And they answered, "Thou givest us the change and goest about to disgrace us and plannest some plot to cut the throat of the housemaster. It is not enough that thou hast brought him to beggary, thou and thy fellows, but now givest up the knife wherewith thou threatenest us every night." Then they searched him and found in his waist belt the knife used for his shoe leather, and he said, "O people, have the fear of Allah before your eyes and maltreat me not, for know that my story is a right strange." "And what is thy story?" said they. So he told them what had befallen him, and hoping they would let him go. However, they paid no heed to what he said and, instead of showing him some regard, beat him grievously and tore off his clothes. Then, finding on his sides the scars of beating with rods, they said, "O accursed, these marks are the manifest signs of thy guilt." They carried him before the governor, whilst he said to himself, "I am now punished for my sins, and none can deliver me save Allah Almighty." The governor, addressing my brother, asked him, "O villain, what led thee to enter their house and with intention to murder?" And my brother answered, "I conjure thee by Allah, O Emir, hear my words and be not hasty in condemning me." But the governor cried, "Shall we listen to the words of a robber who hath beggared these people, and who beareth on his back the scar of his stripes?" Adding, "They surely had not done this to thee save for some great crime." So he sentenced him to receive 100 cuts with the scourge, after which they set him on a camel and paraded him about the city, proclaiming, "This is the requital, and only too little to requite him who breaketh into people's houses." Then they thrust him out of the city, and my brother wandered at random till I heard what had befallen him, and, going in search of him, questioned him of his case. So he acquainted me with his story and all his mischances, and I carried him secretly to the city, where I gave him an allowance for his meat and drink. Then the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his 5th brother. End of section 22 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Recording by calmdragon.net.
Volume 1 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Section 23. The Barber's Tale of his Fifth Brother. My fifth brother, Al-Nashshar, the babbler, the same who was cropped of both ears, O Commander of the Faithful, was an asker wont to beg of folk by night, and live on their alms by day. Now, when our father, who was an old man, well stricken in years, sickened and died, he left us 700 dirhams, whereof each son took his 100. But as my fifth brother received his portion, he was perplexed, and knew not what to do with it. While in this uncertainty he bethought him to lay it out on glassware of all sorts, and turn an honest penny on its price. So he brought 100 dirhams worth of verrotery, and putting it into a big tray, sat down to sell it, on a bench at the foot of a wall against which he leant back. As he sat with the tray before him, he fell to musing, and said to himself, Know, O my good self, that the head of my wealth, my principal invested in this glassware, is 100 dirhams. I will assuredly sell it for 200, with which I will forthright buy other glass, and make by it 400. Nor will I cease to sell and buy on this wise till I have gotten 4000, and soon find myself the master of much money. With these coins I will buy merchandise and jewels and ottars, and gain great profit on them, till, Allah willing, I will make my capital 100,000 dirhams. Then I will purchase a fine house with white slaves and eunuchs and horses, and I will eat and drink and disport myself. Nor will I leave a singing man or a singing woman in the city, but I will summon them to my palace and make them perform before me. All this he counted over in his mind, while the tray of glassware worth 100 dirhams stood on the bench before him. And after looking at it, he continued, And when, Inshallah, my capital shall have become 100,000 dinars, I will send out marriage brokeresses to require for me in wedlock the daughters of kings and wazirs, and I will demand to wife the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister. For it hath reached me that she is perfect in beauty and prime in loveliness, and rare in accomplishments. I will give a marriage settlement of 1,000 dinars, and if her father consent, well. But if not, I will take her by force from under his very nose. When she is safely homed in my house, I will buy 10 little eunuchs, and for myself a robe of the robes of kings and sultans, and get me a saddle of gold and a bridle set thick with gems of price. Then I will mount, with the Mamelukes preceding me and surrounding me, and I will make the round of the city whilst the folk salute me and bless me. After which I will repair to the Wazir, he that is father of the girl, with armed white slaves before and behind me, and on my right and on my left. When he sees me, the Wazir stands up, and seating me in his own place, sits down much below me, for that I am to be his son-in-law. Now I have with me 2 eunuchs carrying purses, each containing 1,000 dinars, and of these I deliver to him the 1,000, his daughter's marriage settlement, and make him a free gift of the other 1,000, that he may have reason to know my generosity and liberality, and my greatness of spirit, and the littleness of the world in my eyes. And for 10 words he addresses to me, I answer him 2. Then back I go to my house, and if one come to me on the bride's part, I make him a present of money, and throw on him a dress of honour. But if he brings me a gift, I give it back to him and refuse to accept it, that they may learn what a proud spirit is mine, which never condescends to derogate. Thus I establish my rank and status. When this is done, I appoint her wedding night, and adorn my house showily, gloriously. And as the time for parading the bride is come, I don my finest attire and sit down on a mattress of gold brocade, propping up my elbow with a pillow, and turning neither to the right nor to the left, but looking only straight in front for the haughtiness of my mind and the gravity of my understanding. And there before me stands my wife in her raiment and ornaments, lovely as the full moon, and I, in my loftiness and dread lordliness, will not glance at her till those present say to me, O our lord and our master, thy wife, thy handmaid, standeth before thee. Vouchsafe her one look, for standing wearieth her. Then they kiss the ground before me many times, whereupon I raise my eyes and cast at her one single glance, and turn my face earthwards again. Then they bear her off to the bride chamber, and I arise and change my clothes for a far finer suit, and when they bring in the bride a second time, I deign not to throw her a look, till they have begged me many times, after which I glance at her out of the corner of one eye, and then bend down my head. I continue acting after this fashion till the parading and displaying are completed. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 33rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the barber's fifth brother proceeded. Then I bend down my head and continue acting after this fashion till her parading and displaying are completed. Thereupon I order one of my eunuchs to bring me a bag of 500 dinars, which I give as largesse to the tire women present, and bid them one and all lead me to the bride chamber. When they leave me alone with her, I neither look at her nor speak to her, but lie by her side with my face to the wall, showing my contempt, that each and every may again remark how high and haughty I am. Presently her mother comes in to me, and kissing my head and hands, says to me, O my lord, look upon thy handmaid who longs for thy favour, so heal her broken spirit. I give her no answer, and when she sees this, she rises and busses my feet many times, and says, O my lord, in very sooth my daughter is a beautiful maid, who hath never known man, and if thou show her this backwardness and aversion, her heart will break. So do thou incline to her, and speak to her, and soothe her mind and spirit. Then she arises and fetches a cup of wine, and says to her daughter, Take it and hand it to thy lord. But as she approaches me, I leave her standing between my hands, and sit propping my elbow on a round cushion purfled with gold thread, leaning lazily back, and without looking at her in the majesty of my spirit, so that she may deem me indeed a sultan and a mighty man. Then she says to me, O my lord, Allah upon thee, do not refuse to take the cup from the hand of thine handmaid, for verily I am thy bondswoman. But I do not speak to her, and she presses me, saying, There is no help but that thou drink it. And she puts it to my lips. Then I shake my fist in her face and kick her with my foot, thus. So he let out with his toe and knocked over the tray of glassware, which fell to the ground, and falling from the bench, all that was on it was broken to bits. O foulest of pimps, this comes from the pride of my spirit, cried my brother. And then, O Commander of the Faithful, he buffeted his face and rent his garments, and kept on weeping and beating himself. The folk who were flocking to their Friday prayers saw him, and some of them looked at him and pitied him, while others paid no heed to him, and in this way my brother lost both capital and profit. He remained weeping a long while, and at last up came a beautiful lady, the scent of musk exhaling from her, who was going to Friday prayers, riding a mule with a gold saddle, and followed by several eunuchs. When she saw the broken glass and my brother weeping, her kind heart was moved to pity for him, and she asked what ailed him, and was told that he had a tray full of glassware, by the sale of which he hoped to gain his living, but it was broken, and, said they, there befell him what thou seest. Thereupon she called up one of her eunuchs, and said to him, Give what thou hast with thee to this poor fellow. And he gave my brother a purse, in which he found 500 dinars. And when it touched his hand, he was well nigh dying for excess of joy, and he offered up blessings for her. Then he returned to his abode a substantial man, and as he sat considering, some one rapped at the door. So he rose and opened, and saw an old woman whom he had never seen. O my son, said she, know that prayer tide is near, and I have not yet made my wuzu ablution, so kindly allow me the use of thy lodging for the purpose. My brother answered, To hear is to comply, and going in bade her follow him. So she entered, and he brought her an ewer wherewith to wash, and sat down like to fly with joy because of the dinars which he had tied up in his belt for a purse. When the old woman had made an end of her ablution, she came up to where he sat and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which she blessed my brother with a godly benediction, and he, while thanking her, put his hand to the dinars and gave her 2, saying to himself, "These are my voluntaries." When she saw the gold she cried, "Praise be to Allah! Why dost thou look on one who loveth thee as if she were a beggar? Take back thy money. I have no need of it, or if thou want it not, return it to her who gave it to thee when thy glassware was broken. Moreover, if thou wish to be united with her, I can manage the matter, for she is my mistress." "O my mother," asked my brother, "by what manner of means can I get at her?" And she answered, "O my son, she hath an inclination for thee, but she is the wife of a wealthy man. So take the whole of thy money with thee and follow me, that I may guide thee to thy desire. And when thou art in her company, spare neither persuasion nor fair words, but bring them all to bear upon her. So shalt thou enjoy her beauty and wealth to thy heart's content." My brother took all his gold and rose and followed the old woman, hardly believing in his luck. She ceased not faring on, and my brother following her, till they came to a tall gate, at which she knocked, and a Roumi slave girl came out and opened to them. Then the old woman led my brother into a great sitting room, spread with wondrous fine carpets, and hung with curtains, where he sat down with his gold before him and his turband on his knee. He had scarcely taken seat before there came to him a young lady, never eye saw fairer, clad in garments of the most sumptuous, whereupon my brother rose to his feet, and she smiled in his face and welcomed him, signing to him to be seated. Then she bade shut the door, and when it was shut she turned to my brother and, taking his hand, conducted him to a private chamber, furnished with various kinds of brocades and gold cloths. Here he sat down and she sat by his side, and toyed with him awhile, after which she rose and, saying, "Stir not from thy seat till I come back to thee," disappeared. Meanwhile, as he was on this wise, lo! there came in to him a black slave, big of body and bulk, and holding a drawn sword in hand, who said to him, "Woe to thee! Who brought thee hither, and what dost thou want here?" My brother could not return him a reply, being tongue tied for terror; so the blackamoor seized him and stripped him of his clothes and bashed him with the flat of his sword blade till he fell to the ground, swooning from excess of belabouring. The ill omened nigger fancied that there was an end of him, and my brother heard him cry, "Where is the salt wench?" Whereupon in came a handmaid, holding in hand a large tray of salt, and the slave kept rubbing it into my brother's wounds; but he did not stir, fearing lest the slave might find out that he was not dead and kill him outright. Then the salt girl went away, and the slave cried, "Where is the souterrain guardianess?" Hereupon in came the old woman and dragged my brother by his feet to a souterrain and threw him down upon a heap of dead bodies. In this place he lay 2 full days, but Allah made the salt the means of preserving his life by staunching the blood and staying its flow. Presently, feeling himself able to move, Al-Nashshar rose and opened the trap door in fear and trembling, and crept out into the open, and Allah protected him, so that he went on in the darkness and hid himself in the vestibule till dawn, when he saw the accursed beldam sally forth in quest of other quarry. He followed in her wake without her knowing it, and made for his own lodging, where he dressed his wounds and medicined himself till he was whole. Meanwhile he used to watch the old woman, tracking her at all times and seasons, and saw her accost one man after another and carry them to the house. However, he uttered not a word, but as soon as he waxed hale and hearty, he took a piece of stuff and made it into a bag, which he filled with broken glass and bound about his middle. He also disguised himself as a Persian, that none might know him, and hid a sword under his clothes of foreign cut. Then he went out and presently, falling in with the old woman, said to her, speaking Arabic with a Persian accent, "Venerable lady, I am a stranger arrived but this day here, where I know no one. Hast thou a pair of scales wherein I may weigh 1100 dinars? I will give thee somewhat of them for thy pains." "I have a son, a money changer, who keepeth all kinds of scales," she answered, "so come with me to him before he goeth out, and he will weigh thy gold." My brother answered, "Lead the way." She led him to the house, and the young lady herself came out and opened it, whereupon the old woman smiled in her face and said, I bring thee fat meat to-day. Then the damsel took my brother by the hand and led him to the same chamber as before, where she sat with him a while, then rose and went forth, saying, Stir not from thy seat till I come back to thee. Presently in came the accursed slave with the drawn sword and cried to my brother, Up and be damned to thee! So he rose, and as the slave walked on before him, he drew the sword from under his clothes and smote him with it, making head fly from body. Then he dragged the corpse by the feet to the souterrain and called out, Where is the salt, wench? Up came the girl carrying the tray of salt, and seeing my brother sword in hand, turned to fly, but he followed her and struck off her head. Then he called out, Where is the souterrain guardianess? And in came the old woman, to whom he said, Dost know me again, ill-omened hag? No, my lord, she replied, and he said, I am the owner of the 500 gold pieces, whose house thou enteredst to make the ablution and to pray, and whom thou didst snare hither and betray. Fear Allah and spare me, cried she, but he regarded her not, and struck her with the sword till he had cut her in 4. Then he went to look for the young lady, and when she saw him her reason fled, and she cried out piteously, Aman, mercy! So he spared her and asked, What made thee consort with this blackamoor? And she answered, I was slave to a certain merchant, and the old woman used to visit me till I took a liking to her. One day she said to me, We have a marriage festival at our house, the like of which was never seen, and I wish thee to enjoy the sight. To hear is to obey, answered I, and rising, arrayed myself in my finest raiment and ornaments, and took with me a purse containing 100 gold pieces. Then she brought me hither, and hardly had I entered the house when the black seized on me, and I have remained in this place 3 whole years through the perfidy of the accursed beldam. Then my brother asked her, Is there anything of his in this house? Whereto she answered, Great store of wealth, and if thou art able to carry it away, do so, and Allah give thee good of it. My brother went with her, and she opened to him sundry chests, wherein were money bags, at which he was astounded. Then she said to him, Go now and leave me here, and fetch men to remove the money. He went out and hired 10 men, but when he returned he found the door wide open, the damsel gone, and nothing left but some small matter of coin and the household stuffs. By this he knew that the girl had overreached him, so he opened the storerooms and seized what was in them, together with the rest of the money, leaving nothing in the house. He passed the night rejoicing, but when morning dawned he found at the door some 20 troopers, who laid hands on him, saying, The governor wants thee. My brother implored them hard to let him return to his house, and even offered them a large sum of money, but they refused, and binding him fast with cords, carried him off. On the way they met a friend of my brother, who clung to his skirt and implored his protection, begging him to stand by him and help to deliver him out of their hands. The man stopped and asked them what was the matter, and they answered, The governor hath ordered us to bring this fellow before him, and look ye, we are doing so. My brother's friend urged them to release him, and offered them 500 dinars to let him go, saying, When ye return to the governor, tell him that you are unable to find him. But they would not listen to his words, and took my brother, dragging him along on his face, and set him before the governor, who asked him, Whence gottest thou these stuffs and monies? And he answered, I pray for mercy. So the governor gave him the kerchief of mercy, and he told him all that had befallen him from first to last, with the old woman and the flight of the damsel, ending with, Whatso I have taken, take of it what thou wilt, so thou leave me sufficient to support life. But the governor took the whole of the stuffs and all the money for himself, and fearing lest the affair come to the Sultan's ears, he summoned my brother and said, Depart from this city, else I will hang thee. Hearing and obedience, quoth my brother, and set out for another town. On the way thieves fell foul of him, and stripped him and beat him and docked his ears. But I heard tidings of his misfortunes, and went out after him, taking him clothes, and brought him secretly into the city, where I assigned to him an allowance for meat and drink. And presently the Caliph gave ear to the barber's tale of his 6th brother. My 6th brother, O Commander of the Faithful, Shakashik, or Many Clamours, the shorn of both lips, was once rich and became poor. So one day he went out to beg somewhat to keep life in him, and as he was on the road he suddenly caught sight of a large and handsome mansion, with a detached building, wide and lofty at the entrance, where sat sundry eunuchs, bidding and forbidding. My brother inquired of one of those idling there, and he replied, "The palace belongs to a scion of the Barmaki house." So he stepped up to the doorkeeper and asked an alms of them. "Enter," said they, "by the great gate, and thou shalt get what thou seekest from the Wazir, our master." Accordingly he went in and, passing through the outer entrance, walked on a while, and presently came to a mansion of the utmost beauty and elegance, paved with marble, hung with curtains, and having in the midst of it a flower garden whose like he had never seen. My brother stood a while as one bewildered, not knowing whither to turn his steps. Then, seeing the farther end of the sitting chamber tenanted, he walked up to it, and there found a man of handsome presence and comely beard. When this personage saw my brother he stood up to him and welcomed him and asked him of his case, whereto he replied that he was in want and needed charity. Hearing these words the grandee showed great concern and, putting his hand to his fine robe, rent it, exclaiming, "What! Am I in a city and thou here am hungered? I have not patience to hear such disgrace." Then he promised him all manner of good cheer and said, "There is no help but that thou stay with me and eat of my salt." "O my lord," answered my brother, "I can wait no longer, for I am indeed dying of hunger." So he cried, "Ho boy, bring basin and ewer," and turning to my brother said, "O my guest, come forward and wash thy hands." My brother rose to do so, but he saw neither ewer nor basin. Yet his host kept washing his hands with invisible soap in imperceptible water, and cried, "Bring the table." But my brother again saw nothing. Then said the host, "Honour me by eating of this meat and be not ashamed." And he kept moving his hand to and fro as if he ate, and saying to my brother, "I wonder to see thee eating thus sparely. Do not stint thyself, for I am sure thou art famished." So my brother began to make as though he were eating, while his host kept saying to him, "Fall to, and note especially the excellence of this bread and its whiteness." But still my brother saw nothing. Then he said to himself, "This man is fond of poking fun at people," and replied, "O my lord, in all my days I never knew aught more winsome than its whiteness or sweeter than its savour." The Barmecide said, "This bread was baked by a handmaid of mine, whom I bought for 500 dinars." Then he called out, "Ho boy, bring in the meat pudding for our first dish, and let there be plenty of fat in it." And turning to my brother said, "O my guest, Allah upon thee, hast ever seen anything better than this meat pudding? Now, by my life, eat and be not abashed." Presently he cried out again, "Ho boy, serve up the marinated stew, with the fatted sand grouse in it." And he said to my brother, "Up and eat, O my guest, for truly thou art hungry and needest food." So my brother began wagging his jaws and made as if champing and chewing, whilst the host continued calling for one dish after another, and yet produced nothing save orders to eat. Presently he cried out, "Ho boy, bring us the chickens stuffed with pistachio nuts," and said to my brother, "By thy life, O my guest, I have fattened these chickens upon pistachios. Eat, for thou hast never eaten their like." "O my lord," replied my brother, "they are indeed first rate." Then the host began motioning with his hand as though he were giving my brother a mouthful, and ceased not to enumerate and expatiate upon the various dishes to the hungry man, whose hunger waxed still more violent, so that his soul lusted after a bit of bread, even a barley scone. Quoth the Barmecide, "Didst thou ever taste anything more delicious than the seasoning of these dishes?" And quoth my brother, "Never, O my lord." "Eat heartily and be not ashamed," said the host, and the guest, "I have eaten my fill of meat." So the entertainer cried, "Take away and bring in the sweets," and turning to my brother said, "Eat of this almond conserve, for it is prime, and of these honey fritters. Take this one. By my life, the syrup runs out of it." "May I never be bereaved of thee, O my lord," replied the hungry one, and began to ask him about the abundance of musk in the fritters. "Such is my custom," he answered. "They put me a dinar weight of musk in every honey fritter, and half that quantity of ambergris." All this time my brother kept wagging head and jaws till the master cried, "Enough of this! Bring us the dessert." Then said he to him, Eat of these almonds and walnuts and raisins, and of this and that, naming divers kinds of dried fruits, and be not abashed. But my brother replied, O my lord, indeed I am full, I can eat no more. O my guest, repeated the host, if thou have a mind to these good things, eat. Allah, Allah, do not remain hungry. But my brother rejoined, O my lord, he who hath eaten of all these dishes, how can he be hungry? Then he considered and said to himself, I will do that shall make him repent of these pranks. Presently the entertainer called out, Bring me the wine, and moving his hands in the air as though they had set it before him, he gave my brother a cup, and said, Take this cup, and if it please thee, let me know. O my lord, he replied, it is notable good as to nose, but I am wont to drink wine some 20 years old. Knock then at this door, quoth the host, for thou canst not drink of aught better. By thy kindness, said my brother, motioning with his hand as though he were drinking. Health and joy to thee, exclaimed the house master, and feigned to fill a cup and drink it off. Then he handed another to my brother, who quaffed it and made as if he were drunken. Presently he took the host unawares, and raising his arm till the white of his armpit appeared, dealt him such a cuff on the nape of his neck that the palace echoed to it. Then he came down upon him with a second cuff, and the entertainer cried aloud, What is this, O thou scum of the earth? O my lord, replied my brother, thou hast shown much kindness to thy slave, and admitted him into thine abode, and given him to eat of thy victual. Then thou madest him drink of thine old wine till he became drunken and boisterous. But thou art too noble not to bear with his ignorance and pardon his offence. When the Barmaki heard my brother's words, he laughed his loudest and said, Long have I been wont to make mock of men, and play the madcap among my intimates, but never yet have I come across a single one who had the patience and the wit to enter into all my humours save thyself. So I forgive thee, and thou shalt be my boon companion, in very sooth, and never leave me. Then he ordered the servants to lay the table in earnest, and they set on all the dishes of which he had spoken in sport, and he and my brother ate till they were satisfied, after which they removed to the drinking chamber, where they found damsels like moons, who sang all manner songs and played on all manner instruments. There they remained drinking till their wine got the better of them, and the host treated my brother like a familiar friend, so that he became as it were his brother, and bestowed on him a robe of honour, and loved him with exceeding love. Next morning the two fell again to feasting and carousing, and ceased not to lead this life for a term of 20 years, at the end of which the Barmecide died, and the Sultan took possession of all his wealth, and squeezed my brother of his savings, till he was left a pauper without a penny to handle. So he quitted the city and fled forth following his face. But when he was halfway between two towns, the wild Arabs fell on him and bound him and carried him to their camp, where his captor proceeded to torture him, saying, Buy thy life of me with thy money, else I will slay thee. My brother began to weep and replied, By Allah, I have nothing, neither gold nor silver, but I am thy prisoner, so do with me what thou wilt. Then the Badawi drew a knife, broad bladed, and so sharp grinded, that if plunged into a camel's throat it would sever it clean across from one jugular to the other, and cut off my brother's lips, and waxed more insistent in requiring money. Now this Badawi had a fair wife, who in her husband's absence used to make advances to my brother, and offer him her favours, but he held off from her. One day she began to tempt him as usual, and he played with her and made her sit on his lap, when behold, in came the Badawi, who seeing this cried out, Woe to thee, O accursed villain! Wouldst thou debauch my wife for me? Then he took out a knife and cut off my brother's yard, after which he bound him on the back of a camel and, carrying him to a mountain, left him there. He was at last found by some who recognized him and gave him meat and drink and acquainted me with his condition, whereupon I went forth to him and brought him back to Baghdad, where I made him an allowance sufficient to live on. This then, O Commander of the Faithful, is the history of my 6 brothers, and I feared to go away without relating it all to thee, and leave thee in the error of judging me to be like them. And now thou knowest that I have 6 brothers upon my hands, and being more upright than they, I support the whole family. When the Caliph heard my story and all I told him concerning my brothers, he laughed and said, Thou sayest sooth, O silent man! Thou art indeed spare of speech. nor is there aught of forwardness in thee. But now go forth out of this city and settle in some other. And he banished me under edict. I left Baghdad and travelled in foreign parts till I heard of his death and the accession of another to the Caliphate. Then I returned to Baghdad, where I found all my brothers dead, and chanced upon this young man, to whom I rendered the kindliest service, for without me he had surely been killed. Indeed, he slanders me and accuses me of a fault which is not in my nature, and what he reports concerning impudence and meddling and forwardness is idle and false. For verily on his account I left Baghdad and travelled about full many a country till I came to this city and met him here in your company. And was not this, O worthy assemblage, of the generosity of my nature? The end of the Tailor's tale. Then quoth the Tailor to the King of China, when we heard the Barber's tale and saw the excess of his loquacity and the way in which he had wronged this young man, we laid hands on him and shut him up. After which we sat down in peace and ate and drank and enjoyed the good things of the marriage feast till the time of the call to mid-afternoon prayer, when I left the party and returned home. My wife received me with sour looks and said, Thou goest a pleasuring among thy friends, and thou leavest me to sit sorrowing here alone. So now, unless thou take me abroad and let me have some amusement for the rest of the day, I will cut the rope, and it will be the cause of my separation from thee. So I took her out, and we amused ourselves till supper time, when we returned home and fell in with this hunchback, who was brimful of drink and trolling out these rhymes: Clear's the wine, the cup's fine, like to like they combine. It is wine and not cup, 'tis a cup and not wine. So I invited him to sup with us, and went out to buy fried fish, after which we sat down to eat. And presently my wife took a piece of bread and a fid of fish and stuffed them into his mouth, and he choked, and though I slapped him long and hard between the shoulders, he died. Then I carried him off and contrived to throw him into the house of this leach, the Jew, and the leach contrived to throw him into the house of the Reeve, and the Reeve contrived to throw him on the way of the Nazarene broker. This, then, is my adventure which befell me but yesterday. Is not it more wondrous than the story of the hunchback? When the King of China heard the Tailor's tale, he shook his head for pleasure, and showing great surprise said, This that passed between the young man and the busybody of a barber is indeed more pleasant and wonderful than the story of my lying knave of a hunchback. Then he bade one of his chamberlains go with the Tailor and bring the barber out of jail, saying, I wish to hear the talk of this silent man, and it shall be the cause of your deliverance one and all. Then we will bury the hunchback, for that he is dead since yesterday, and set up a tomb over him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 34th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the King of China bade, Bring me the barber, who shall be the cause of your deliverance. Then we will bury this hunchback, for that he is dead since yesterday, and set up a tomb over him. So the Chamberlain and the Tailor went to the jail, and releasing the barber, presently returned with him to the King. The Sultan of China looked at him and considered him carefully, and lo and behold, he was an ancient man, past his 90th year, swart of face, white of beard and hoar of eyebrows, lop-eared and proboscis-nosed, with a vacant, silly and conceited expression of countenance. The King laughed at this figure of fun and said to him, O silent man, I desire thee to tell me somewhat of thy history. Quoth the barber, O King of the age, allow me first to ask thee what is the tale of this Nazarene and this Jew and this Moslem and this hunchback, the corpse, I see among you, and prithee what may be the object of this assemblage? Quoth the King of China, And why dost thou ask? I ask, he replied, in order that the King's Majesty may know that I am no forward fellow or busybody or impertinent meddler, and that I am innocent of their calumnious charges of overmuch talk, for I am he whose name is the Silent Man, and indeed peculiarly happy is my sobriquet, as saith the poet, When a nickname or little name men design, know that nature with name shall full oft combine. Then said the King, Explain to the barber the case of this hunchback, and what befell him at supper time. Also repeat to him the stories told by the Nazarene, the Jew, the Reeve, and the Tailor, and of no avail to me is a twice told tale. They did his bidding, and the barber shook his head and said, By Allah, This is a marvel of marvels. Now uncover me the corpse of yonder hunchback. They undid the winding sheet, and he sat down and, taking the hunchback's head in his lap, looked at his face and laughed and guffawed till he fell upon his back and said, "There is wonder in every death, but the death of this hunchback is worthy to be written and recorded in letters of liquid gold." The bystanders were astounded at his words, and the King marvelled and said to him, "What ails thee, O silent man? Explain to us thy words." "O King of the age," said the Barber, "I swear by thy beneficence that there is still life in this Gobbo Golightly." Thereupon he pulled out of his waist belt a barber's budget, whence he took a pot of ointment and anointed therewith the neck of the hunchback and its arteries. Then he took a pair of iron tweezers and, inserting them into the hunchback's throat, drew out the fid of fish with its bone, and when it came to sight, behold, it was soaked in blood. Thereupon the hunchback sneezed a hearty sneeze and jumped up as if nothing had happened, and passing his hand over his face, said, "I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Mohammed is the Apostle of God." At this sight all present wondered. The King of China laughed till he fainted, and in like manner did the others. Then said the Sultan, "By Allah, of a truth this is the most marvellous thing I ever saw. O Moslems, O soldiers all, did you ever in the lives of you see a man die and be quickened again? Verily, had not Allah vouchsafed to him this barber, he had been a dead man." Quoth they, "By Allah, 'tis a marvel of marvels." Then the King of China bade record this tale; so they recorded it and placed it in the royal muniment rooms, after which he bestowed costly robes of honour upon the Jew, the Nazarene and the Reeve, and bade them depart in all esteem. Then he gave the tailor a sumptuous dress and appointed him his own tailor, with suitable pay and allowances, and made peace between him and the hunchback, to whom also he presented a splendid and expensive suit with a suitable stipend. He did as generously with the barber, giving him a gift and a dress of honour. Moreover, he settled on him a handsome solde and created him barber surgeon of state, and made him one of his cup companions. So they ceased not to live the most pleasurable life and the most delectable, till there came to them the destroyer of all delights and the sunderer of all societies, the depopulator of palaces and the garnerer for graves. Yet, O most auspicious King, continued Shahrazad, this tale is by no means more wonderful than that of the two Wazirs and Anis al-Jalis. Quoth her sister Dunyazad, "And what may that be?" Whereupon she began to relate the following tale of Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel Anis al-Jalis. The end of Volume 1 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton.